I'm not in there.
I always want to wave at this.
Yeah,
We talked to the screen.
I think there was.
Yeah, we talked about putting the screen back here,
But I'm okay without it.
Just a big happy.
Yeah, it's just kind of what's going on and how she can
Talk to the face.
Got it.
For the most part, you're talking
through
to
and us and
each other.
how we're driving home. I'm going for it.
I'm just gonna wait till I'm gonna start on.
Talking to the person.
Working in your school.
I started on time and just
me on
wait for him,
Instagram,
or-
so it's serious.
All these new things.
You be careful now.
Okay, I'd like to call the District of Tofino Special Council meeting for November 5th to order and acknowledge that the District of Tofino operates within the territory of the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nations.
Sorry.
One moment. Okay, and I'd like to make a notice to the attendees that the meeting is being video recorded and will be published on the District of Tofino's YouTube channel. Can I please have an adoption of the agenda?
Move adoption.
Second. Is there any errors or omissions? Or sorry, all in favor? Okay, and is there any public comment on agenda items?
No one has signed up.
Okay, so we'll move on to presentations and reports. Do we have a presentation for the temporary synthetic ice rink?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, great.
So I don't have a formal presentation, but I can just kind of go over the highlights. I think Council's had an opportunity to review the staff report, and with many of the usual Tofino winter events not taking place due to COVID-19 related restrictions, there's not a lot going on in December, and there's an acknowledged, I think, in the community lack of rainy season events for residents and visitors alike, and as well as just a general lack of covered outdoor space, and this has really been highlighted by COVID-19. A temporary outdoor skating rink with appropriate COVID-19 event protocols in place can provide a positive and physically distanced recreational activity for residents as well as visitors, and staff is proposing that a temporary synthetic rink be installed in the RV lot adjacent to the municipal hall for the month of December, with costs associated with the project to be funded by Resort Municipality Initiative funds. Other communities, also RMI communities, have done similar projects. Harrison Hot Springs has installed one for the past several seasons, and it's been very popular. And skating is planned to be offered at a no cost, while there would be a small fee for skate rentals, which would be used to offset the cost of the project. And if Council has any questions, I'm happy to answer those now.
Anybody have any questions? Councillor Steer?
I'm not in support of this. I'm just kidding. It's without question the most emails I've had in a long time supporting this project. It's awesome, April. Thanks so much for this. I just have one question. Was it only for the month of December, or was there the potential for this to be an expanded time frame?
There is the potential to extend it. The costs associated with it are obviously the rental of the skate facility and then of the covered tent as well. So if it was wildly popular through December, there is the opportunity to extend it, but of course that would be at an additional cost.
Thank you.
Councillor McQuaid?
Thank you. Hi, April. Yeah, I think this is a really great program. I have received a lot of emails, just as Councillor Steer has, in support of this. And I think something I really want to highlight here that I found about this particular proposal is that we all understand in Tofino what we can and can't use the RMI for. And I just thought that this was just such a thoughtful project that really broached both sides of the tourism and the community vibe, and the idea that this is something that both our community and our tourists can take advantage of. And I really felt that when speaking with people that were in support, is that they were just really excited that this also looked like it was for them and not just for tourism. And I think that's a really nice balance when we're using this type of money. That being said, and I am in support, I was wondering if there was a particular reason why there was no cost included, specific cost included in the report.
No particular reason. We are still developing the full scope of the project. And I have had a lot of calls and emails as well with great ideas about programs and offers to help. So I think there may be an opportunity to do some other things. The costs associated are roughly $9,000 for the rink itself, and that's for a 6-week rental period, and about $12,000 for the tent rental. The tent rental is the most expensive part of the project, and I think it just speaks to how covered space is something that is really in demand right now, and something that we may want to look at building something more permanent down the road, not necessarily at this location, but in our community, so that we can host these type of events without incurring this sort of ongoing rental cost for that type of infrastructure.
Thank you. I really appreciate that reflection, and I agree with you. I think looking at more permanent covered space in our community is definitely going to be one of our goals, and I'm glad to hear you say that. And I'm also happy to know the cost. I think that regardless of if it's funded by RMI or not, having that known is, you know, I think this is a great thing that we could do as a community, even if it wasn't RMI funded. So happy to hear it and happy to support it. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Hi, I think this is a great idea. I think it would be really fun. I'm wondering how much further we'd have to go to buy such a tent. That's a lot of money for only a month of rental. The other thing that I'm a bit not worried, but I would like to see happen, I have a feeling not a lot of people in Tofino own a pair of skates. And I'm wondering, in order that a lot of people could participate, if we could obtain some skates or rent some skates to make it more inclusive for people that can't afford to run out and buy a pair of skates.
So the skates are actually included with the rink. So the rink comes with a full set of skates in various sizes, as well as the skate sharpening equipment. So all of that is part of the synthetic rink package. And to speak to your other point regarding owning a tent, the district did own a tent at one time, and it's not as easy as one would think. The tents are very large. They're often put up in the rain. They need to be dried out thoroughly, or they do tend to mold and mildew. There's a lot of maintenance involved with it. And what we found was that the staff time involved with erecting the tent, taking the tent down, storing the tent, maintaining the tent was prohibitive. And we found that staff were just not putting up the tent for district events unless it was a very large event. I think Canada Day became sort of the only thing that the tent went up for.
Okay, thanks.
I think this is a fantastic idea, April. Thanks for doing this, and I just concur with everybody else. I did have a question about owning a tent, if the district could purchase one, but that's been answered. Yeah, nothing but good things to say. Thanks.
Great.
And I'm also very strongly in support of it. I do have one question about COVID procedures with it. And I'm assuming you're working on a plan for how many people can go on the ice, but what are your thoughts on that?
So the BC Recreation and Parks Association has recently issued guidance around rinks, synthetic or not, and capacity. So we will be following those, and of course, any provincial health orders that come out with specific guidance around gatherings or sporting events, we'll be following those as well.
Great, thank you. Does anybody want to move the recommendation?
I'll move that the staff be directed to proceed with the temporary synthetic ice rink pilot project as detailed in the staff report, temporary synthetic ice rink pilot project, dated November 5th, 2020.
Any further comment? All in favor? Great. So we'll move on to our Q3 financial report.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm just going to take a moment to share my screen to pull up the presentation. Okay, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so today we are going to present the Q3 financial report, which is numbers and project status up to the end of September of 2020. And this will lead us really well into our discussion on the 2021 to 2025 financial plan. So the numbers provided in this update are subject to change. They are unaudited, and all the values, as I mentioned, are up to September 30th. So I will present my financial officer's report, and then I will pass it on to the various departments, managers, and directors who will be providing project status updates and Q3 updates on the operating expenses. So tax notices, just a brief update on property taxation. We have received a few of these this year already, but I wanted to provide council with an update on how tax collection is going. Notices went out in May and the due date was July 2nd, which we reported out on the Q2 financial report. The tax penalty date was October 1st, and at the time of presenting the Q2 update, we didn't know how tax collection would proceed up to the penalty date of September 30th. Up to September 30th, there were no supplementary adjustments to the tax roll. We have seen some in Q4, and we will report out on that later at a later date. There was a tax sale in 2019 that resulted in 3 properties going to tax sale. One property was redeemed. There's a 1-year redemption period up to September of 2020. 2 properties were not redeemed during the redemption period. The redemption period ended on September 30th, and 1 property is in the process of transferring to the district currently. Once that happens, we will report out to council. In 2020, there was no tax sale and all delinquent taxes were collected. On July 2nd of 2019, which was a more standard year for us, that was the due date for taxes. Current taxes receivable were sitting at $540,000. As last reported out to council, current taxes receivable were sitting at about $3.4 million at the same time in 2020. At that time, staff was still concerned about cash flows and what the impact would be to cash flows as we got closer to the penalty date. On October 1st, current taxes receivable went down to $187,509. So our cash flow position for this year is quite strong. We did budget and project our cash flow quite conservatively for 2020, as a lot was unknown as a result of COVID. So we did not require any revenue anticipation borrowing, which is great news, and we don't expect to borrow any of these funds for the remainder of the year. The requisitions have all been paid, or the requisitions have been paid by the due dates as they have been required. The school and police taxes have not been paid yet, but we are looking at making payment of those earlier than the due date, which is the end of this year. As council knows, we did make some changes to the penalty date and penalty timing, which is 10% after September 30th. I just wanted to provide a brief update on what penalties were compared to the previous quarter or previous year's Q3. So we saw a 52% decrease in the penalties on current taxes. They were sitting at $22,860. And interest on taxes in arrears at September 30th were down 29% over Q3 of 2019. So we did see a higher ability to pay or a higher payment of taxes for current taxes arrears and delinquent in 2020. I wanted to provide council with a brief update on the contingency balance. As council is aware, we had a high contingency balance for 2020 at just over $400,000. We saw a higher use of contingency funds in Q3 compared to Q1 and Q2, but the balance is, as of September 30th, was sitting at $241,980. This is a contingency in the general fund only and does not apply to the water and sewer fund, which I'll provide an update in a moment. Most of the expenditures in administration and as well as a couple other service areas related to some improvements that were required, safety improvements as a require of our safety plans related to COVID-19. We do expect more use of these contingency funds, a higher allocation in Q4, and we will report out on that to Council later on and after the year end. If there's any balance left in contingency, that will form part of the general surplus, and those amounts will come to Council for allocation. The water fund contingency balance is sitting at $10,458. We experienced some expenses related to the SCADA system and flow monitoring. And the sewer fund contingency balance is sitting at, sorry, my apologies, 303,000, and the Q3 balance in the water fund was 60,000. There was about $10,000 in use. And in the sewer fund, there are lift station repairs that were required. This is the quarter where I'm typically able to provide updates to Council on the previous year's surplus balances. The audit ran quite late this year, and so I like to come to Council as early as possible with these amounts. However, here they are today. The water surplus for 2019 was $150,320. So the balance will go to reserve funds, or it will move forward to 2021 operating. Those recommendations regarding that surplus are to be determined. I have to have more discussions with staff and have a look at the next financial plan to see where those funds are best suited, and they'll come forward with a recommendation likely at the budget meeting in January of next year. The 2019 sewer fund surplus was at $229,207, and again, those recommendations will come forward at a later date to Council. The general fund surplus was $459,278. As Council is aware, we continue to work on a reserve fund and surplus policy, which we hope Council will be able to consider prior to allocating these funds. We tried to get to that policy last year throughout the budget process, but had to move in a different direction as related to COVID-19, having to redo the budget. So we will defer a decision on the 2019 surplus to a later date, likely at the next budget meeting. This is an opportunity to provide to Council an update on what budget versus actual numbers look like as of the end of Q3. This is quite an important update this year in particular, because as we went into the budget year and approved the budget, we had to lower our own source revenues in anticipation of having to reduce our service levels as a result of COVID-19. So we were unsure where our revenues would end up in the various service levels. What this slide shows is that we're in quite a strong position as of the end of September of 2020. The total budget for 2020 for own source revenue was at $906,377 in the general fund service areas. We have exceeded the budget at $928,866. It's important to keep in mind that these 2020 budget numbers were quite conservative, so we are not seeing the levels of own source revenue that we saw in previous years, but we have met our budget targets for the year. So that is really good news. So in the water and the sewer fund, the Q3 revenues are sitting at 620, and the sewer fund is 560. And I'm just going to move to this next slide because I think it provides more detail and is easier to explain where we're sitting as of the end of Q3. So what this slide does is it compares our revenue in the water fund, and the next slide I'll provide the sewer fund on where we're at quarter by quarter. As Council likely recalls, when we went into the budget process, we were concerned that we wouldn't meet our targets for water and sewer fees for 2020 compared to 2019. And what this shows is as of the end of Q3 is we are on target to meet last year's numbers. In Q2, we saw a decrease in consumption and a decrease in fees, but we have certainly made that up in Q3, and then Q1 projections were higher than expected. Similarly, in the sewer fund, we are almost in line with last year. We did see a decrease in Q2, but have more or less made up for that in Q3, and we are almost in line with last year, a little bit of a decrease there of $8,487. So that concludes my financial officer's report, and I'm just going to move on to an update on any projects that I had proposed in the budget for this year, and then I will pass it on to corporate services. The Information Technology Services project we have prepared for the 2020 budget year, and this project was to release or issue an RFP to obtain a managed service provider for IT services. So that RFP went out and it closed on October 30th. We're in the process of evaluating the proposals, and we will report back to council on who the successful company will be. Community Children's Center Playground. This was a couple years in the making. We were able to begin construction in September of this year, and the anticipated completion date is November 30th. We did have emergency operations funding that the daycare did receive up to the end of August, but now we are under regular enrollment, and we are seeing enrollment numbers between 6 and 10 children per day, and we're hoping to increase that enrollment for the remainder of the year and into next year. So I will pass this off to corporate services. So what we will be doing today is I will stop sharing my screen, and it'll just take a moment for the next manager or director to share their screen. I can answer any questions on that portion of the presentation before we move on, or I will pass it over to Elise.
Anybody have any questions? Thank you, Nyla.
Okay, thank you.
Just bear with me a moment. I've just got a few slides for Q3 update in corporate services. First, I'll just speak a little bit to budget communications. So I'm just going to try and move the panel of folks around on the screen so that you can see the slide. Our communications objectives for the budget cycle are to increase confidence in responsible district management of tax dollars, increasing awareness about how tax dollars are allocated, generating participation in the budget planning process, and supporting responsiveness to mitigate concerns and address issues.
Excuse me, Elise, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you are in the budget presentation, so you just need to,
I was wondering.
no problem.
Thank you, Nyla. I'm sorry, everyone. There's my other corporate services slide. Hopefully that's the only mistake of the day. Thank you, Nyla. Well, let's do this one more time. I only have 2 slides in this presentation, and I'm just going to try and make sure that Councillor McMaster is visible on the screen. Okay, so starting with corporate services operations, this is a snapshot of the council budget, which encompasses several different line items from insurance to expenses. And you can see that we're sitting at about 62% of the budget being spent, and we have about 38% left, which is quite a large amount at this point in the year. But I'll go through some of those line items to sort of explain where we're at and maybe how we could have budgeted differently, knowing more if we had known more in April. So the biggest differences that you'll note are in indemnities and expenses, and both of those were reduced significantly from a regular budget year. However, we did still budget for the mayor's expenses in full. We did cut the council expenditures by about half, from $4,000 per councillor for sort of travel expenses, those types of indemnities, but the mayor's expenses were left in total, and they have not been spent to date. We also haven't spent legal expenses for this year, and it's good to note that as this is just Q3, the strategic planning expenses have not been accounted for in this total yet. So there will be an increase at the end of the year in Q4. In the council initiatives budget, we also did not have as many open houses as we had planned to. We didn't have any volunteer recognition events as we would normally do. So that was reduced, and we had also planned for a roundtable, a community health roundtable, which features in council's strategic plan, which was not initiated this year. I'll move on to the advertising budget, where we're sitting at about 60% left of the budget. And again, that's sort of is correlated with the amount of open houses and events that we didn't hold, that we were expecting to hold this year, and we would be typically advertising in the newspaper as well as digitally. And then in professional services and consulting, I have 2 projects or contracts that you can see here, both of which are on budget for the year. The logo and brand refresh project was sitting at $6,330 out of an allocation of $7,300 for this year, and there's a small portion to that project left for 2020. And council will be seeing the proposed logo redesign, or at least update, by the end of the year. And the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce is an annual contract that we have, and we can talk about that more in the financial plan. It does come to an end at some point, but it's $20,000 per year, and they did report out in March, as you might recall. Happy to answer any questions about this operating slide. And then just a little more detail on the logo and brand refresh project in my department. It is in progress and scheduled to be completed in 2021. And just to remind everyone, the project is budgeted over 2 years to allow for better logo production options and create brand guidelines, as well as template development for consistency and brand recognition, just to make things easier in corporate services. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Councillor Steer?
Yeah, it just, sorry, I didn't jump in there quickly on the last slide, was just on the community health roundtable that was budgeted for but not realized. How does that work in the budget process, where is it carried over into 2021, or when we don't realize a budgeted for project, but we probably still want to continue with it? How does that work in the budget cycle?
Yeah, I have included that. An amount for a roundtable in next year's budget, but I don't think that it strictly rolls over in that sense. Maybe I'll ask the Director of Financial Services about how an unrealized project, where that funding allocation goes. Oh, I can see that the Manager of Financial Services has turned on her video, and she's on mute still.
There we go. Nyla just stepped away from her desk for a moment, but typically what we do with projects that haven't been realized in a year is we have the option of reassigning taxation dollars to that project in the next iteration of the budget. So we typically look at that at year end and look at all of the projects that we're going to be funded by taxation and what we want to reassign. And if there's grant funds or funding from other sources for a project, we would look at if there's any types of restrictions of when that money can be spent, or if there were deadlines that we needed to spend it. And if not, we'll defer that to the following year as well.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions on the projects or operating costs, I'll turn it over to the Manager of Protective Services, and he'll just share his screen once I stop. Hopefully. I think he's working on it.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a technical difficulty getting myself to the right screen here. So it'll just be one moment if you can bear with me. I'm just going to put it on mute while I get myself sorted out here.
Just so you don't hear the swearing.
While we're waiting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let me look it up. I don't remember it on there.
I can get it.
Sure, I'll come over.
Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Can everybody hear me and see the protective services slide on there right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Sorry, it's my first opportunity to do share screen presentation, so I appreciate your patience there. So only a couple slides for the Protective Services Department today, and we will start out right here. We're going to take a look at some of the particular line items.
One moment. Thanks. At least, there we go.
Squeeze you in on the side there.
Okay, go ahead, Chief Baker.
Okay, thank you. So didn't have any projects for the current year, so we're just going to highlight some of the particular line items. So starting with business licensing, if we look at what we had budgeted, we had reduced the budgeted amount a little bit, thinking that perhaps there may be some businesses that didn't open this year, just with the way things were looking with COVID and the shutdown earlier on in the season. When we look at the actual, it was quite a bit of an increase, actually, an increase over 2019 as well, too. And we, if we look at the business license new application fees, this one here goes up a little bit as well too from what we had budgeted. So this amount, just so people are aware, anytime somebody applies for a new business license, there is a fee associated with the application process. This number always goes up and down a little bit because when somebody is renewing late for their business license, after a certain period of time, it gets treated as a new application. So each year we may not have that many new businesses, but the business license new application fee may go up and down based on how many late renewals we have. For instance, we still have about 25 more licenses that have been unpaid at this time. So that number will continue to go up as well too, and that's pretty common year after year. Pay parking revenue, we had looked at that one, decreased the value from previous years as well too, and haven't quite hit that budget for the year. I haven't looked at the final amount for 2020, but I think we probably got fairly close. The interesting one to note, the bylaw violation fines, we had reduced that amount fairly significantly for a couple of reasons, assuming that there would be less people in town, therefore less issues and less fines, but also we had limited the number of bylaw officers with trying to reduce the budget for 2020. So we set that amount fairly modest at $10,000. As you can see, by the end of Q3, it was at 27,637. What I would like to point out is that by the end of Q3, about 16,500 of that revenue was specifically due to vehicle used for camping. So when we increased our enforcement on that particular area, it went up quite a bit. For bylaw expenses, if we look at the bylaw contract professional fees, this section here, this is normally where we would have the reservist wages in there, as well as our host compliance software for monitoring our vacation rentals. So when we chose to not do the reservist program this year, we did reduce that budget amount to $8,000. Which would cover off of some of the host compliance. But in the end, with the staffing levels that we had, we were fairly confident that we could manage the short-term rental scenario without the use of the software program this year. So we've actually not used any of the money in that line item there specifically. Legal fees and court costs, again, there's a substantial balance in this one here. With anticipating more pressure on some of the illegal short-term rentals initially this year, we wanted to make sure that we had some money in that line in case we had to deal with some issues going to court. At this point, we've not seen that yet. There has been some fines for business licenses issued, but we haven't seen the challenges yet that we were anticipating. Advertising and awareness. This one here, I put that in there mostly to highlight, this is all based on trying to fill the bylaw supervisor position primarily, with multiple attempts to find good quality candidates. That's what this dollars is advertising and seeking to fill those bylaw positions. The last one on this slide here, the bylaw van and fuel. The budgeted amount, $853, doesn't seem like a significant amount necessarily. The Q3 total of $1,278, again, doesn't seem all that significant. But what I really wanted to point out here was with the season that we had and the numbers of people, the amount of fuel consumed in the bylaw department tripled this year because of how busy they were. So a lot of this was, I believe, directly related to responding to people's phone calls and text messages wanting, immediate responses. And that was translated to higher than usual fuel costs in the bylaw department. So just found it as an interesting point. If we look at the fire department revenue and expenses, at the top, the fire protection revenue, this is our first full year of the fire protection agreement with Tla-o-qui-aht. So we almost got the full budget amount there. The disposal of assets, that was the sale of our old engine 4. So you can see it was valued at $7,500, and the bid that we got came in over that. So we were quite pleased with that in the end. Firefighting supply and clothing, this one did go a little bit over. It was reduced fairly significantly to try and save some money early on. But with a few items needing to be repaired or replaced, we did unfortunately go over that one a little bit. Miscellaneous expenses, this is one that is falls into Q4, and that's pretty common over the years, and that's why that one still has quite a bit of a surplus in it. Travel expenses, again, we reduced most of the budget in the travel expense area, assuming that most of the courses that we had people signed up for would actually be canceled or would go online. Unfortunately, some of the courses came down to last minute, and the Justice Institute and other places decided they had figured things out and they were putting on the courses as they were, and so travel was required. So that one went a little bit higher there, but we have not yet utilized all of our training dollars yet in that line item, so we've got a bit of a surplus there. And then the last piece is fire hall maintenance, which we've accomplished a couple of projects at this point and still have a few more going, but some of that is making the area a bit more safe for COVID protocols and things like that. So, and at this point, that's the last of my slides. So is there any questions at this time?
Do you have any questions? I do. Thanks for that, Chief Baker. I do have a question regarding fines. When we look at the, there was an expected 10,000, but it's quite a bit more. Is that fines collected or fines issued?
That is fines collected. So, and actually that's a really good question. So I mentioned that there was about just over $16,000 in vehicle used for camping fines. There's actually about 50 more of those fines that were issued that are in the dispute process right now. So we do anticipate seeing more money come in this line item, but sometimes it takes a while, and then unpaid ones go to collections as well too. So this is something we've seen a lot of people, even as we get outside of Q3 into Q4, there's a lot more people that have been paying those fines as well too. So it's yeah.
Awesome, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Councillor Law?
Just a quick 2 questions, Brent. How did the paid parking revenue and violations income there compare to 2020 or 2019?
Unfortunately, I don't have the 2019 dollar amount rate in front of me.
I could probably answer that.
Well, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. So in 2019, the bylaw violations in total were 21,855. And what was the other question, Councillor Law?
Oh, the paid parking revenue.
Paid parking. Yeah, that was at 56,788.
Thank you so much.
Elise, is it possible to put Councillor McMaster on, or?
No, but there's a way to reorder.
Just in case you have any questions, McMaster. Councilor McMaster.
I'm fine.
Thanks.
Any further questions before I turn it over to the Manager of Community Sustainability? Okay,
Thank you, Chief Baker.
thank you very much.
One of those things up top there.
Let's share the screen.
Or at least there is on the back.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm assuming you can see my screen. Today I'm going to be going over the 4 areas within community sustainability: planning, recreation, emergency preparedness, and building inspection. In terms of planning, we've had a little bit extra miscellaneous revenue, and that is related to a carbon credit from CARIP, which is the group that the GHG counting that we do every year, and we're remitted funds from that. And then also the patio is the Wolf in the Fog patio lease agreement.
Sorry, just one moment. Can we turn him? Can we turn it up? Oh, thank you.
Good.
That's much better. Thank you.
I'm going to get myself a new headset for the next version of this. In terms of development fees, we saw a fairly large variance in development variance permits. So we were budgeting $1,875 and actually brought in $7,200 up to Q3 for variances. I don't have an explanation of why this is. We did see a lot of building again this year, and usually related to building our variance permits. So something we'll keep an eye on and try to rebudget for next year. The commercial land use analysis 2020 is underway. This is a project we're working with Tla-o-qui-aht on, the Area C and local First Nations. The project is well underway. We meet weekly about it, and would hope to have something for council either late this year or early next year. We haven't been invoiced yet from Tla-o-qui-aht, but we're expecting an invoice before the end of the year for $40,000. The zoning bylaw rewrite 2020-2021 is now being moved completely to 2021, and so there is no funds expended on this project this year. Community Hall Condition Assessment 2020, while in planning project, it's a project that is now under the direction of Public Works and Engineering. And it may be in progress. I think Fraser may be able to provide an update on that. Floodplain Bylaw 2020, we're almost at a point where we're going to be bringing a draft bylaw to council. We're targeting either the 24th council meeting or potentially the December 8th council meeting, and are currently working with lawyers right now. And so it's expected that this budget will be fully expended at the end of Q4. In terms of emergency planning, we've spent a lot of the year in emergency planning dealing with COVID and our response and recovery. We are starting to pick up projects that we put down in March, and so we expect to see some further spending in the vertical evacuation program and also and then in the cost recovery line item that is related to a grant from University of Victoria to help put in a new tsunami siren camera to support a scientific study about waves that will hopefully give us information about coastal flooding and tsunamis in the future. In terms of emergency planning expenses, I probably won't go to this in a lot of detail. The licenses and permits, that is related to our notification software, and you can see that our expenditures this year are significantly lower, and that's because we've migrated completely to the Voyant system, and it's resulted in a lower cost for that program. The emergency response wages line item, the third one down, we can see was a significant line item that we weren't expecting, and that's related to the extra wages for COVID-19 response and recovery. Our planning grants expenses I'm just going to pull this up here, is related to our EOC training, and that's training that generally happens in the fall. So we expect to work through that through Q4. The planning grant expense B is for our community support hubs. So that's the trailer that's full of emergency equipment that will be positioning, a second one, which will be positioning strategically in the community. And that project generally, it gets stocked and built in Q4. So that's something to be expected then. Planning grant expense C is our tsunami evacuation planning. That is largely complete and will come to council for review at some point. And finally, grant expense D is our risk mitigation plan, which is complete as well. You can see we also did not spend many funds in community outreach. We're hoping to do something innovative for Q4 to with that line item. The emergency response plan 2020 is in progress and hope to be completed early December. Which brings us to, I believe, my last slide, which is recreation, and we can just sort of see that that we managed to put on some summer camps this year, and our budgeting and actuals are line up fairly well. And just wanted to highlight that that's what's happened this summer in recreation, and that we're expecting to have the hall opened mid this month for additional recreation services. I think that's it for me. So I'll stop my share and take any questions.
Anybody have any questions? No. Thank you, Erin.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. I'm assuming you can see my screen and you can hear me.
Yes.
So first I'm going to go over parks operational expenses, which are lower than we would expect to see at this time of year, and that's due to conservative spending in the first part of the year due to COVID slowdowns. One of the items I will point out is the Monk's Park consulting and contracts amount, which is a joint planning process with Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation, and that has been significantly challenged by COVID-19. Staff is working to schedule a meeting this fall in the coming weeks, hopefully, between the two councils to hopefully move that project forward. The most significant project this year has been the multi-use path extension, and that project, as of the end of Q3, was nearing completion. Quite a bit of work has been done in the last few weeks, and if you've driven out of town lately, you will see that the line painting was completed last week, and the barriers along the highway widening sections have been put in place. And this project here, I have a video that I'm going to try and share, so bear with me here. One of the most challenging aspects of this project has been the installation of a bridge. And the bridge is, driving by it, it doesn't look particularly exciting at this point. It looks like some small abutments in the earth, but those piles actually go down over 100 feet. And this was a challenging part of the project. When the project was designed, we were anticipating a 30-foot pile. And as we got into geotechnical investigation, we actually could not find the ground, could not find the bottom. And so that was upgraded, the design was upgraded to a 90-foot pile. And then once they were pile driving, and I'll just show you what that looks like here. You can see that another length of pile had to be added, and we actually had to go down 120 feet in order to support that bridge. So that bridge is going to be there for a long time. And that's one of the final components of the project that you'll see go in the coming weeks. It is a steel frame bridge with wood decking and wood rails. And so that's getting very close to completion. We expect a soft opening at the end of November. Multi-use path improvements were substantially complete. This is the section from Hellison Drive to the Mackenzie Creek Culvert. And this was funded by Resort Municipality Initiative funding, and it's tracking within budget. At the end of Q3, there were some public realm elements that were not yet complete, and you can see here a bench and a water bottle filling station. This was put in place with a partnership with Surfrider Foundation, and is the first of several planned water bottle filling stations throughout town. As well with that project, we worked with Central West Coast Forest Society to see some habitat improvement in the creek. This is a photo of the creek before, or the culvert before, and this culvert is an MOT culvert, goes under the highway as well as under the multi-use path, and it was poor fish habitat here, and then after completion, they've significantly improved the fish habitat there. Seasonal shuttle service, as you know, was deferred to 2021, and we'll speak to that more in the budget presentation. Centennial Park playground improvements. This project is in the budget, somewhat buried in the operational budget, but I just wanted to highlight it because you will see some changes to the park in the next few weeks. Last year, we installed a new swing at this location. The playground equipment that had been in place for many years is very old. It's the pressure treated sort of green wood structures that I played on when I was a child, and they're getting a little old. So we are removing the final piece there, which is the ring structure, monkey bar structure, and installing this slide. The slide arrived at the Public Works yard last week, and we're just waiting for a dry spell to install it. So that's exciting. One of the reasons we opted for the slide component is that the new playground improvements at the Village Green, while well received and are functioning well, the children seem to like them. We noticed that the old structure had some very exciting slides, and some of the slides on the new structure are a little smaller. So this is a more challenging slide, and we hope it'll be a positive addition to the park. Centennial Park riparian restoration. This is the Centennial Park or Centennial Creek that historically supported salmon populations, and there are no fish or no salmon in the creek now. And we've been working with Central West Coast for the past several years to do some habitat restoration there. And the funds that the district contributes are significantly leveraged with other funds that Central West Coast is able to access for that project. Campbell Street Phase 3, this is the design phase of this project, and this was paused significantly in the spring due to COVID-19 and other competing priorities, but we do have a rural dividend fund grant that must be spent by May of 2021. So that project has picked up now with public and stakeholder engagement planned for January, February of 2021. And I'm happy to answer any questions before passing it on to the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works.
Any questions? No, thank you, April.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. My name is Fraser Work. I'm the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, and this is my first share screen, so just wanted to confirm that you could see me and hear me on my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm the last presentation or portion of the presentation today to go through the Q3 slides for Infrastructure and Public Works. And I'll run through a few of these slides, and like everyone else, leave some space at the end for questions.
Fraser, it's Nyla here. Do you think that you can go into slideshow mode?
Sure, just one second. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so the first slide is broken out into the streets section of the services and infrastructure. that we deliver from the department. I've just highlighted a few of the line items from the several pages of the budget that we carry here, which I felt were most important to share with council today at the Q3 stage of the annual completion. Right now, we've set aside engineering funds from last year's planning to allow for some support to streets and transportation infrastructure, which remains unallocated at this time. Although we do have plans to spend this portion of the budget in order to support some transportation safety design, and also some scoping for condition assessments for our roads across the district, so that we build a much more comprehensive understanding of how we would invest in our roads in the years moving forward. And I'll talk more about that in the overall budget slides coming up later today. Line painting, this year we allocated a bit more money and we still remain somewhat underspent. That's due to two factors. One was I was a bit conservative with what we could do in the early parts of the summer season. And we did stop bars, crosswalks, handicap signs, some line paintings, and several yellow center lines using external contractors. And we also actually allocated internal resources on some line painting in town to try to build our own capacity in this area so that we become a bit more self-sufficient. While we remain a little bit underspent, and unfortunately, I probably could have planned to do a bit more during the summertime, we do want to continue to build out this program, because I think all of council and the public understands that there's still more work to be done here to make sure that our safety systems on the pavement are in good condition each year. So this will be part of more planning in the years going forward. But at the same time, I also want to continue to build that internal capability so that staff at Public Works can do annual operations and maintenance to some degree, and we'll leave the longer linear painting to the contracted services. From a road maintenance perspective, we're close or 100% committed in our funds, and that is really related to patchwork and pavement restoration in small sort of surface areas or square footage. And we've tried to get on top of a lot of the potholes in some of the areas that are trouble spots here, often supported by external pavement agencies that are in town doing work with us on April's MUP projects, or even on some of the other projects up and down the West Coast corridor. You will note that the last line item there says we haven't been able to allocate very many resources to sidewalk repairs, and that is mainly due in part to the lack of resources to actually have the labor team to do that, as well as the planning horsepower, which is somewhat related to COVID issues and a bit of a catch up in the last 2 quarters. And I'll talk more about that when we talk about staff levels and levels of service in the discussions throughout the day. Sanitation and janitorial, I wanted to highlight for council that washroom maintenance continues to demand a significant portion of budget. We're quite close to the top, and we have some contingency added so that we can continue to complete our essential repairs to the washrooms, the public washrooms, which we all know experience a very heavy usage patterns throughout the peak season as well as throughout the year. We also do recover from some vandalized washroom issues and a lot of broken equipment and hardware based on some poor behaviors, but overall that continues to demand quite a significant amount of funding. We've also retained temporary janitor labor positions since before I arrived in order to both help with the steady state sanitation cleaning and of both public and corporate facilities, as well as what we needed at the early days of COVID as we started to get into steady state, taking on a few more facility cleaning responsibilities to make sure that we were on top of our protocols over 2020. Fleet and equipment, as mentioned during Q2, I've held off on the replacement purchase of the Dodge pickup, which was planned for 2020. And I'm really looking to see if I can get a deal for a more fit for purpose vehicle that I mentioned in Q2, which would be potentially a smaller vehicle and potentially a valuable purchase, which was done with a multiple vehicle purchase at one time. So we're searching to get a bit of a deal there. I also wanted to mention that in some cases we've had a few more significant repairs this year, and one example of that is in Unit 10, which is our large parks truck, which needed a full rebuild of its turbocharger and exhaust gas system. That to me technically points to the fact that we often have these larger pieces of equipment in fleet that are meant to carry large payloads and have engines and propulsion systems that are really meant to drive quite a few kilometers per day and stay at a quite high load and a hot temperature, which we don't do that because we're a small municipality, both in dimensions as well as population. So we need to make sure that we buy the equipment that's going to actually be fit for purpose and do the job, but also be reliable and dependable each day. Some miscellaneous public works items for council's awareness. Training, we're fully committed to extend all of our training dollars this year and potentially need a few more in order to make sure that we can continue to maintain levels of service, especially when our equipment operator will retire in December. And we need to make sure that staff are able to operate the backhoe and the tractor to maintain essential levels of service for community. And a note at the stump dump is that I'm working with our engineers at Stantec and potentially a little bit with the ministry to make sure that we have the right plan to do the monitoring of the surface water wells up at stump dump to make sure that we're continuing to monitor those for environmental contaminants. And if we are able to defer that a year based on what the ministry says we need to do, we might entertain that. And I'll be talking more with financial services as we learn more from those consultant discussions in the coming days. Moving on to some projects in the sort of general category, Mackenzie Beach Road will be coming back to council in a couple of weeks' time as a standalone council report, which will take what is now about an 80% complete design and a Class B estimate to pave and resurface and re-architect the road along Mackenzie Beach. And we will also present a series of options for the end of the road condition or the turnaround for us to potentially introduce into that design either in later years or at the same time, and that will be for council's consideration as part of that report. Note that the expenses to date do not reflect how much progress we've made as we're waiting for some invoices to come from the engineers. But as I mentioned, that design is very close to complete with the cost estimates, and I'll be working that into a report targeted at the end of the month. The Olson Road storm main is also a little bit further along than the expenses suggest, but we have now a Class B turning into a Class A estimate for this project, which is of course the improvements of storm infrastructure as an underground storm main that would go along Olson to alleviate any flooding risks in that location, which has been the subject of some concern over time. We have a new design that builds on some of the progress that was made in 2013 with the archaeological and the different federal government permitting aspects incorporated in our plan to deliver that in 2021. And I'll be sharing that in a standalone report also, as was indicated at Q2 for this part of the year. So I'll be back in front of council to talk about this likely on the same day as the Mackenzie Road project. The fleet replacement, we continue to look at what is our best value for money for fleet operations and fleet equipment. And we're looking at, we're talking with some vendors right now on how we can right size and replace some of our aging vehicles to make sure that we have the best performance per dollar of investment. Moving on to water, just some highlights for the water utility and service areas. As Nyla had already highlighted, we are exceeding the revenues that were originally projected as the early parts of COVID for 2020, which has been highlighted completely by finances already. So I'll move into where we're at with the other lines. So temporary utility one, also since about 2019, we've had a temporary utility person that's been working for the district. That's been really allowing us to maintain minimum levels of service when it comes to water and sewer management, utility operations and maintenance. That person, his contract expires in the middle of November, and we'll be talking about this as far as our staffing requirements for 2021 and beyond. I would suggest that position has been critical in order for us to provide 24/7 support to the water and the sewer systems, which is what's required to maintain clean drinking water in the community. Leak adjustments is just a note saying that we continue to allocate write-offs for leaks based on the type and nature of the leak, and we're a little bit below our forecasted totals. And our engineering consultant fees for the water do center more generally on asset management planning, and we're on track to spend a portion of this funds towards the end of the year working with consultants to really develop and strengthen our overall asset management program, which we'll talk a little bit more about later today. A couple of line items highlighted for council just to talk about the cost required to keep some of these services running. The osmosis treatment plant right now, we're a little bit ahead of where we want it to be from a budgeted actual perspective. We do have outstanding critical maintenance, which we're quantifying, and we've been able to draw some contingency as the CFO had mentioned earlier to allocate to those types of priority repairs. Bay Street, however, is a little bit behind on the forecasted budget, which is in part a good news, but also due to a backlog of maintenance, which we're quantifying now and purchasing some of the replacement parts that are critical to make sure that that system runs well. The MERS low flow monitoring, there should be a comment there that says that's fully committed for 2020, and we have completed that work and just waiting on the report and the final invoicing there. And that really is the seasonal program that defines year-on-year low flow totals for the 4 creeks that feed the district's water system, so that we're in a better position to model those flows and how important they are to manage for future water use and expansion of services, and well as conservation programs, etc. The SCADA system is always worth mentioning because the control and monitoring of the water and sewer systems is done via a suite of sensors, which continue to draw a significant amount of resources, as you can see there. And those fixes are very important to get in place quickly if there's ever a break, to make sure that we can continue to manage the water and the sewer systems from remote, or get the warnings and the emergency indications that we need so that we can affect the maintenance that's required the moment that it happens. A summary slide I've put here is just to wrap up the water main takeaways as I see them is that treatment plant maintenance backlogs continue to be a focus for me in my planning, to make sure that we get on top of our maintenance and improve the resilience of those pieces of infrastructure. The Mears Island operation and maintenance and the renewal costs in the future are also a key consideration for us as we do our asset management programming and planning in the next several months, to quantify what those are and to make sure that we have good plans in place to manage the Mears Island, which is a delicate set of natural capital and infrastructure, and we need to stretch that as long as we can. The 24/7 monitoring and response for the water system requires significant annual FTE complements, and that's a constant theme for me managing this service area, to make sure that we have the people that are qualified and have the skills necessary to maintain and provide safe drinking water to community. We are working towards this integrated master plan and asset management plan for water, which looks at everything from forecasted development, population changes, climate change, emergency and resilience, as well as just the conventional asset management issues like life cycle management, condition assessment, risk management, as well as inventory. So all of which has to come together to provide a little bit more robust planning and programming to make sure that we have the good plans for the future, so that we reduce risk and maintain appropriate levels of service. This all suggests that rates and plans and operations and equipment are all under the microscope for the next little while, and will be part of future comprehensive deep dive discussions with council in the months to come. A couple of other projects to consider. So Bay Street water treatment upgrade, as mentioned more recently with council, we submitted our grant application for the Remote Communities Grant for a $1.4+ million 100% grant application, which we won't know the results of until well into 2021. We continue on the engineering work for the streamlined design. So while we were at a more mature design for the 2-building solution, which had a price tag of over $2 million, we've gone back to the drawing board and are getting towards our 90% design complete for the 1-building solution, which integrates ultraviolet treatment array as a secondary form of disinfection for the water at Bay Street, to come more in line with the regulatory requirements of water treatment as 2 forms of treatment for the Bay Street location, which is currently what we have intact, of course, at the osmosis location. The DC technical report is the $10,000 planned for expenditures in 2020 is likely deferred as we continue to scope and plan for this project as it relates to the overall water system planning, as well as the infrastructure planning as part of asset management. And moving on to sewer, again, a bit of a repeat from Nyla's slides about that we're in a better spot from a revenues perspective. We have a significant amount of expenditure that does go towards the operations and maintenance of the lift stations. And I put this line item in as a somewhat maybe easy to forget part of the sanitary sewer system, of course, is the lift stations. Everybody passes by them every day when they drive up and down our streets, somewhat invisible to people that are commonly taking those routes, but a really important piece of infrastructure to make sure that that set of fluids move in the right direction, away from homes and buildings and businesses to the outfall locations. This will, of course, be overshadowed somewhat by the wastewater treatment plant project as we move forward. And we have some plans in here to introduce some safeguards and safety systems in the wet wells to make sure that staff are safe when they're doing maintenance inside, which is that $30,000 project, which still has to happen in this year, which we want to get to tender before Christmas, as well as we did have some electric safety contingency repairs. So I imagine we'll be fully expended on that by the end of the calendar. Biomax detergent is, again, just a consumable product that we use to clean and to reduce odor at our stations, but does come with the price tag that council should be aware of. In summary, the sanitary sewer system, the lift station washdowns and sewer overtime continues to be a concern for me. And I want to make sure that we can continue to deliver on our maintenance, but not necessarily with the same level of overtime, which is really contingent on our availability of trained staff. We have to introduce the right safety systems so that our staff can work in these sewer systems, which is both noxious as well as dangerous. We continue to have upgrades that are required as for our licenses with Technical Safety BC, and we have to plan for these projects, which also need a little bit of engineering horsepower. And I'm happy to report that this week on Monday, our junior engineering and asset management project coordinator started on Monday. And will be working with me on these projects to get them out the door to tender. The wastewater treatment project will also be the subject of a detailed report back to council from the CAO and myself in the coming weeks to talk about where we're at with this project. And council is intimately aware of the status of this. And of course, for us, the responsibility now is to chart the way forward so that we can get back on track. And some of the financial planning numbers reflect us being with the assumption that we will be back on project and moving towards construction in late 2021, which would represent, I think, an ideal scenario. The next projects, the lift station at Maltby upgrade, as well as the Lynn Road Lift Station 7 and the twinning of the force main, if I was to go through those slides very quickly, have all been deferred for the same reason, which is to understand both the I&I burden that we carry with stormwater flow entering into the sanitary system, as well as the development of the upstream communities and how we need to plan for that. And of course, this will be somewhat integrated with the future wastewater treatment plant upgrades and some of the conveyance work that we'll do. I would note that it's very important to plan this with the right amount of knowledge and insights first, but also to deconflict and to plan this in a smart way where we reduce any impacts on community when we start digging up the right of way, especially along the highway and some of our busier streets. I think it's probably a bit of a lucky strike that we didn't progress these projects in 2020 based on the amount of construction that was happening in our community. We have to make sure that we carefully manage construction fatigue and the impacts to community based on construction levels for these important utilities. But it's also important to suggest that we can't necessarily wait too long while we continue to take on risks with this aging infrastructure that needs to be renewed or upgraded. So this is part of detailed project planning on my side to make sure that we have these projects that are now deferred to 2021, but we have them in the right time and in the right manner so that they can be done successfully with the minimum amount of disruption. So in summary, I believe this is my last slide, and I realize that that's quite a bit of information, but in summary, I think I would say that what we're experiencing at the district and me in my position was we have this maintenance backlog and high system maintenance demand, which needs to be reconciled. We have augmented our staff group with temporary staffing to meet minimum levels of service, both related to pre and post-COVID demands. We have a high ongoing need for overtime, and that is in some respects based on the fact that we don't have coverage, especially over weekends, because we don't have the staff to do that. We have work to do in our plans and in our analysis to have the insights so that we can move forward with informed decisions and the right intelligent decisions at the right time. We've had to supplement our labor with in the utility and the janitorial, in the janitorial areas, and that has reduced my overall capability at the Public Works staff group. But moving forward, we want to make sure that we have the right resources with the right skill sets so that we can maintain these levels of service. We want to increase and have more sophisticated plans so that we can allocate that horsepower appropriately. And we also want to find less costly alternatives in the way that we do business, in the way that we maintain our systems, so that we provide the highest level of service and the most appropriate level of service for the least financial investment. That concludes my presentation today, and I'll stand by for some questions from council. Thank you.
Thank you, Fraser. Any questions for Fraser? Councillor Steer?
Yeah, thank you, Fraser. It's a lot of information, and I appreciate the comments around flows going in the right direction. That being said, I am, and I think it will come up later, and maybe this might not be the appropriate time. It's more a comment in terms of when I see things in your report, especially in the area of water where we have significant backlogs and your critical maintenance remaining. And when I look at that, in our projects coming up here, we are going to be looking at an integrated water master plan. And I suspect inclusive of that will be the answers and the systems in place to mitigate these. To me, when I see those come up on the board, it's obviously, I won't use the word alarming, but there's certainly questions that I would like to be answered. And I suspect that will be included in that integrated water master plan.
Absolutely. The asset management plan, the classical asset management plans will definitely quantify both the status of the infrastructure as well as the risks and the consequences of different levels of investment or lack of investment. And with the master planning process, we'll be able to understand a little bit more about our carrying capacity, the changes that may come in the future. I would offer that the current status of the infrastructure at Alkmossis and Bay Street continue to deliver clean potable water on a daily basis. And I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm concerned that we're at risk of not being able to do that because of the backlog of maintenance. What I'm saying is that we're carrying more risk than we should be because we don't have necessarily the redundancies or the performance out of some of the discrete components in those treatment plants that would be a professional standard that we would wish to adhere to. So I think that the staff group before me and the staff group that we currently have has done a lot of great work to make sure that those systems continue to function well. But we have to be very careful that we don't shortcut on our maintenance and our husbandry with some of those systems and the backup systems that we need that would put us in a position of risk or more severe consequences if we did have a failure of some kind. So it is kind of ops normal from an engineering technical standpoint. You know, we all kind of have houses or places we live or cars that we drive or things that we own. And we all know, I think intuitively, that if we skinny up on some of our maintenance, we carry a little bit more risk, and that can get into a dangerous spot if we're not careful.
Understood. Thank you, Fraser.
No more questions? Thank you, Fraser.
Thank you.
Does that move us on to the financial plan? Yeah, should we just take a 2-minute recess, please? Yes. We'll resume the meeting at 10:23. And over to you, Nyla.
Thank you. So today, managers, directors will be presenting the 2021 to 2025 draft financial plan. This is the first draft of the financial plan and the first special budget meeting for this cycle. I just wanted to take a moment before we get started to thank all of the managers, directors, and their supporting staff for all the hard work that's gone into preparing the materials for today's meeting. And I also particularly want to thank Laura Morehouse, the manager of financial services, who has just done an exemplary job guiding us all through this budget process and got us very prepared, well prepared for today. I do have a report for this budget meeting, but my report will come at the end of today's meeting. So most of the content will be presented by the various department directors and managers. My report is fairly brief at this stage and will focus on policy, any emerging issues, and any outstanding information that will impact the budget process going forward. So the format of today's presentation will be similar to what we just did for Q3. Most of the managers will be presenting remotely, and so it's just going to take us a moment to stop sharing screens and start again. So forgive us for that, that disruption throughout today. So I will just take a moment and share my screen and bring up the presentation. Okay, so before I go into an overview of what we'll talk about today, I just wanted to take a moment to discuss the purpose of today's meeting. So at this stage, it's a very high-level discussion about the budget. There will be no specific discussion on tax rates or assessments at this stage, as we don't have that information available to us. Today's budget that's being presented is it's not a balanced budget. And so it aligns with Council's current strategic plan. It does not include any budget items that relate to the updates that were recently discussed. Those will be incorporated into the next iteration of the budget, which we hope to present in January. Typically at this stage of the budget process, the financial plan that is presented is not to the level of detail that it is being provided today. And so it has been a goal over the last many years for staff to get to a point where we're able to approve the financial plan much earlier on rather than leaving it until the deadline just before May 15th of each year. And a major benefit of accelerating the budget process is that all the departments are able to move forward on work plans earlier on in the year. So we feel as though we're on track to accelerate the budget process this year, and we hope to get to a place where we have a balanced budget in January at the next budget meeting. We plan to do an initial consultation session after today's meeting, which we'll go into a bit more in a moment. And yeah, we hope to accelerate the process and get towards perhaps a financial plan introduction in early March with potential adoption towards the end of March. So Council will notice that some documents have been printed and distributed to the Council table. Councillor McMaster, those documents were emailed to you. All the documents provided and printed today are included in Council's agenda package. So you have a copy of the presentation. You also have a package of the project sheets. And I just wanted to note that the project sheets are stapled together and they will be in order as they will be presented by each of the departments. I encourage Council to follow along with that package as we go through those project sheets. They're at different points in the presentation, but they are in the order that they will be presented. The project sheets, as they're included in the agenda package and that have been printed for you, have far more detail than the slides will have. They have detail on the various funding sources and how the expenditures will occur over the 5-year period. They also have more detail on the project description. So I do encourage you to follow along. You also have a copy of a consolidated version of the 2021 projects, and I will refer to that document later on in my report, but it's a great tool to use to just look at or see a snapshot of all the projects that are proposed for the 2021 year. In the agenda packages, there's a similar document which includes all 5 years. So I encourage us all to take our time through today's presentation. We will try and pause along the way, as I know that presenting via Zoom can have its challenges, but we will try and have natural pauses, take our time during the presentation, and at the end of each section of the presentation, we'll take a moment to see if there's any questions before we proceed. It's going to be very important to have those discussions today so that we can take information away with us and prepare a very well-informed second version of this financial plan and hopefully and potentially a balanced financial plan. Okay, so I'll just provide a brief overview of the presentation and how it will go today, and then I will pass it over to the Manager of Financial Services. So we will go over the financial planning process, how we got to today's meeting, and what it'll look like going forward. And then each department manager or director will come up and present their departmental budget presentations, and that will form the bulk of today's presentation on the budget. I will come up at the end and present my financial officer's report, where I will go over a 5-year tax calculation and some information on the capital and infrastructure levy. Then I'll go over next steps and how we will get from today's meeting and what will be entailed from getting to today's meeting to the January meeting. So I will pass it over to the Manager of Financial Services now.
Good morning, everyone. I'll just take a moment here to share my screen. I'll ask the questions of the day. Can everybody see my presentation and hear me? Great. So I'm going to start here with an overview of the financial planning process and the cycle. And this is what we can see here in the diagram. So we're currently here in the initial planning and consultation phase. And we'll move into the detailed consultation early in the new year, followed by the budget review and then the adoption of the budget, which needs to be done by May 15th. And this really is the general timeline of how the planning process occurs. However, as the financial officer mentioned, we may try to accelerate this process and adopt some bylaws earlier in the cycle. And we do have 2 progress reports throughout the year to provide updates, and that's for both Q2 and for Q3. And in order to arrive here in this phase, there's been work happening since the beginning of the summer. So the financial plan templates were distributed in June, and I met with the directors and the managers prior to the submission date to have check-ins, discuss challenges that were arising, and assist with putting the information together. And the submission due date was in mid-August, and following that time, the financial services team work together to consolidate the financial plan to prepare for a September 23rd meeting with the CAO, the directors, and managers. And this meeting really gave staff the opportunity to look at each service area all together as a group and to discuss possible areas of collaboration. And following that meeting, we took some time to do revisions, finalize the budget documents, and prepare the first draft of the financial plan, which brings us to today, our first special budget meeting. And similarly to last year, following this presentation, we'll provide an online form available on the website, and that will be for the community to provide feedback through to January 4th. And this really is an opportunity to request specific feedback about budget items or specific projects. So if there are specific items or projects that council would like staff to obtain feedback on, please let us know either in the moment or at the end of the presentation, and we can also reach out to council via email in this regard. In the new year, we will receive the completed assessment roll, and this information will allow staff to prepare the draft municipal tax rates, and then we will schedule the second special budget meeting. So we're going to move into the departmental budget presentations now, where the directors and managers will go over their proposed projects and their operating budgets. And I'm going to begin with the administration budget and then continue with the Community Children's Center budget before passing it on. Does anybody have any questions about the planning process at all?
Yes, Councillor Lutz.
Hi, Laura. Thank you for this. Just to be clear, so you're looking for very high level input from council at this time. So you want us to take our time and give you feedback after each presentation. Is that correct?
Exactly, yes. And if there's a specific project or an element of a project that we want to ask questions to the community, then we can make note of those to make sure that we address them specifically in the feedback.
Thanks.
Great. So within the administration budget, there are many different areas of revenues, and this table that we see here doesn't outline all of them. However, these are some of the more material items that we like to highlight for you today. The gas tax funding is an amount that's received annually, and this number is based on our 2020 actuals. And we actually saw a decrease in funding from 2019, and given the uncertainty from year to year, we don't project an increase over the 5 years. Administration fees are transfers from the water and sewer funds, and we base these numbers on 5% of the fees collected. And the Strategic Community Investment Fund is an amount that goes into general revenue to help minimize taxation. And the budget amount that you see in 2021 is based on the actual amount that we received in 2020, and we include a 1% increase. Similarly, this slide of expenses doesn't show all of the expenses within the administration budget. However, these are some of the expenses that help to support the organization. We have our annual transfer to the Tofino Long Beach Chamber of Commerce, and the current agreement expires after 2023, and it doesn't have an option for renewal at this time, which is why we see it removed from the financial plan in 2024 and 2025. And every 5 years, the district has to appraise its assets for insurance purposes, and there are annual updates provided in the years between the appraisals. And our current agreement expires after 2021, and a new appraisal will be required in 2022, which is why we see that big jump there. And historically, our human resource contract has actually been $5,000 per year. However, as our staffing resources change, the need for human resources support has been increasing. And as such, for the 2021 budget, we've increased this amount to $10,000. And our legal fees remain consistent with previous years. And this includes amounts for general legal fees and amounts for bylaw drafting as well. And with regards to our audit fees, the first 3-year term of our audit contract will end after the 2020 audit. And we do have the option to renew for a further 3-year term. And Financial Services is currently working with the auditor to renew that agreement. We also have quite a few transfers within this area of the budget, and transfers to reserves will include the gas tax amounts transfer as well as the demand loan for the Tofino Housing Corporation. And we have transfers to the capital works reserves, and these include general fund portions of the capital and infrastructure levy, which we'll refer to moving forward in the presentation as the C&I levy. And just as a reminder, we are going to be using general surplus reserves for the C&I levy in years 2021 and 2022, and the financial officer will provide more details about the C&I levy later on in her report. And we have transfers to the water operating, and that includes the water fund portion of the C&I levy as well as long-term debt servicing. And in the transfers to sewer, it also includes the C&I levy. And then from 2022 onward, it will include the debt servicing for the wastewater treatment plant. And that's another item that the financial officer will provide more information on later in the presentation. And I'll just take a moment here before I move on to the Children's Center to see if there are any questions about the administration budget.
Yes, so first, Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thank you, Laura. Just for my own clarification and understanding, in the administration revenue, under the administration fees, could you, if I think I understand it correctly, that's a transfer, a 5% transfer from water and sewer fees that are collected, and then 5% of that is transferred over, and that shows up as a revenue. Is that correct in my understanding?
Exactly, Councillor Steer. So based on the projected or the received fees in the water and sewer departments, we take a 5% administration fee that gets transferred into the general fund to assist with the general administration costs that occur throughout the entire organization.
Great, thank you.
And Councillor Law?
Yeah, hi, Laura, thanks. I just had a question about the transfer to the chamber under administration expenses. Could you just elaborate for me on that? It's ending in 2024 and there is no option to renew. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, and I'll actually just defer to the manager of corporate services, as she was the one who prepared the agreement, and I think she'll probably be better able to speak to that.
Thank you. Yeah, through the chair, that's an agreement. So it's not strictly a transfer. It's actually an agreement, a fee for service agreement that we have with the Chamber for Economic Development Services. And it was a term agreement. And there's certainly an option to renew should council wish to renew, should they direct staff to renew that agreement or renegotiate or sort of look at the terms of the agreement. However, the agreement itself just is not structured to automatically renew. So staff would be looking for direction nearing the end of the term of that fee for service agreement about council's wish.
Thanks.
Councillor McLean?
Yeah, Laura, can you just speak a little bit more? I got a little bit lost in the weeds there about the human resources contract and how much it was and how much it went up. And can you just tell me a little bit more about why?
I can probably speak to that, Laura, if you don't mind.
Thanks, Nayla.
Okay. Yeah, so typically our contract has been set at about $5,000 per year. So the demand on required human resource assistance will change as staffing resources change. It either if there's an increase of staffing resources or a change of any sorts, or some assistance that we require with respect to the collective agreement or union discussions, then we will have to go and reach out to our human resource contractor for those discussions. And so we are finding that those expenses are increasing, and so we've just increased them to reflect what we're actually seeing in the 2020 year. And so we don't have our actual set and established for 2020 just yet, so that may change between now and the next draft of the budget.
Thank you, Nyla.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, I'll move on to the Community Children's Center. And we have our revenues here within this department, and the fees are calculated based on an average of what we've been collecting since September of 2020. And that's when the COVID-19 related emergency funding ended and the center went back to somewhat normal operations, if we could say that. And they're calculated based on an average of $9,000 a month. And we're not currently projecting an increase over the next 5 years. However, this will likely change in the second draft of the budget once we can see what the actuals for 2020 are. And we continue to be eligible for the ECE wage enhancement, which is a program that provides an additional $2 per hour for any staff who are certified early childhood educators. And we also receive an operating grant from the province, and this is an amount that has been in place for many years. And we can see here that the expenses of the Children's Center are made up of staffing, office expenses, and administrative costs. And the bottom line number in this table is the amount allocated from property taxation over the next 5 years for the Community Children's Center. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. I'll just stop sharing my screen, but if anyone has any questions about the Children's Center, I'm happy to answer them.
Councillor Steer?
Thank you, Laura, again. I was just curious on the Children's Center revenue on the fees. They have them at $108,000, and that remains consistent over the 5-year projected budget. Is that could you maybe explain how you come up with that and how that remains constant over that 5-year period?
So we've taken those numbers based on an average of what we see the enrollment has been over the last few months. And we will likely change those based on what the 2020 actuals are. But because we can't predict how many children will be enrolled year to year, given how many children are aging out into school or moving into the program, we generally keep those revenues consistent and then update year to year based on the previous year's actuals.
Thank you.
Councillor Watt?
Yeah, thanks. So with the Community Children's Center, I noticed in the other service areas, there's lots of requests for developing master plans and asset management plans. And I would like to suggest that we do this with the Children's Center as well. I'd like to see some planning and asset management in this area as well. That's my 2 bits.
I can speak to that just for a moment. There are very few assets related to the Children's Center, with the exception of the playground. And the playground that we're installing currently will become and form part of our capital and infrastructure levy. So when it comes time to repair and replace and maintain that asset, we will have the funds available. So that's how the assets of the center will tie into the asset management planning process. Where we are doing more comprehensive master planning or comprehensive facility planning, that's where the asset group is quite large, and more work and a different type of rigor is required in those asset categories.
I see. Maybe that'll probably become clear later on. I think for me it was just to encourage a visioning in this sector and a structured plan moving forward is what I'm really suggesting.
Okay.
Great.
Any more questions?
All right. Well, I will hand it over to the Manager of Corporate Services.
Thank you, Laura. And I'm on the right presentation this time. Sorry about that, Council. This part of the financial plan presentation will start with, again, speaking about budget communications. And we get these objectives that you see on the screen from our communication strategy that was drafted in 2018 with a number of objectives for different parts of our organization. And these are the objectives that we have in budget communications, and I'll repeat them again this time, just to increase confidence in responsible district management of tax dollars, increase awareness of how tax dollars are allocated, generate participation in budget planning, and support responsiveness to mitigate concerns and address issues. The tactics that we use for budget communications vary throughout the budget cycle, and as the Manager of Financial Services pointed out earlier on that nice slide with a circular sort of depiction of how the budget cycle works, we're in the initial budget communication stage, and that does begin with internal communications to our staff group, and then we move on from there to external communications. So today we have the recorded special budget meeting. We've advertised this meeting in several different ways, including the newspaper, the website, subscriber emails, and paid social media posts, as well as statutory advertising for the meeting. Upcoming communication activities actually move into the consultation phase, where we're asking the community what they think about specific budget items and anything that council identifies for us today that they would like to receive feedback on from the public. And that will include an online feedback form as well as open houses, but we're still working on the format and date of those open houses and looking at some sort of tech solutions to engaging the public in sort of an open house format online if possible, and future recorded special budget meetings as well. There's no questions on communications. I'll move on to corporate services. And to start out in corporate services, we'll start with what we all know is coming, and that would be by-election expenses. Looking at, or election expenses in general, because we do know obviously every 4 years there's a general local election in 2022. And for your comparison, I've included the 2019 by-election and 2018 general election expense totals on this slide as well, so you can see what we're looking at. So in 2021, we will be holding a by-election, and we budgeted around $14,468, which is up by around $5,000 from the previous by-election, and that's due mostly to the changes that were made to the election bylaw since that by-election, and that includes mail-in voting. And this year is a particularly interesting year for by-elections and mail-in voting in general. The Local Government Act does not allow everyone to vote by mail, but we will be applying to the minister to permit more folks to take advantage of that opportunity. So we do expect an increase in mail-in voting over and above what we would see in a normal year. The budgets for both by-elections and general local elections are similar. However, you'll notice that they are about a $5,000 difference in terms of the totals. And that is related to mostly staffing expenses. We would staff more in a general election. And we also include much more training, as well as candidate information sessions. There's just a little bit more planning that goes into it in a general election versus a by-election. But it does include statutory advertising, election official wages and benefits, contractor support, and this year we have hired a contractor to help us with the mail-in ballot process, and expenses just related to the election, whether that's ballots or the election voting machines, those types of expenses. So I'll stop there, but the expenses, and then my next slide actually does go into the first look you might have had at what I'm planning, or what we are planning in terms of an election schedule for 2021.
Are there any questions before we go ahead?
All right, so this is the first look at a potential by-election schedule or timeline, noting the key milestones on the right, or the left, pardon me. The real clock starts ticking after the chief election officer is appointed. However, that can't happen until the seat is officially vacated, and that would be the seat of the mayor that we're talking about, obviously, just to remind everyone. And that can happen no earlier than November 6th, so that's tomorrow when they actually start counting mail-in ballots. So provincial mail-in ballots are not counted until 13 days after the election. So they'll start being counted tomorrow, and then we expect to see official results by November 16th. And at that point, we will be planning to start our by-election process. So like I said, the real process starts upon appointment of the chief election officer, and I'm planning to bring something forward to a special meeting on December 16th. And that would sort of allow the timeline to, it's an 80-day timeline. And that is set in stone. So once we start the clock, there's no slowing down. And I'd like to really make sure that both voters and candidates have the best opportunity to participate in this by-election. So we're really trying to avoid having some of the key dates that fall in a structured timeline that's not controlled by us. I don't want them to fall in the 2 weeks that happen for Christmas and New Year's. It's just an unfortunate time for folks to have to think about handing things in or asking questions to a chief election officer. It'd be much nicer if those dates were outside of the holiday period. So that's why we're waiting until December 16th, and then you'd see that the nomination period would begin between January 19th and 29th. Required advanced voting would happen on the 24th of February, and we have an extra day this year, so we'll schedule an extra voting day sometime between the 24th and the 6th. And the 6th being the general voting day. And then the new mayor would take office, and any other appointed or elected folks would take office no earlier than March 20th of 2021. Happy to answer any questions about that proposed timeline.
Yeah, thank you. As we know, we are having, if in fact there may be a concurrent by-election for a councillor, could that, and would it run concurrent to this, and all of these timeframes would coincide with that?
Yes, it would. And so there are timelines for if a councillor were to run in an election. You can't hold 2 seats or even run for 2 seats in the same municipality or the same local government at the same time. So that resignation would be due 14 days after the appointment of the election officer. So a resignation from a councillor would be due by December 30th. And in that way, we could add them to the ballot for this by-election. It allows us to run a concurrent by-election. pardon me. I just got one more slide for corporate services, and that is the council operating budget in the next few years. And these do go back up towards regular levels. We did see a reduction in 2020, but the basics that are included in the council operating budget are insurance and benefits, indemnities, council initiatives, which include volunteer service awards, staff service awards, USS scholarships, and town halls, or what we mentioned earlier, a community health roundtable. Grants are included, and that's $50,000 total, 25 to council grants and arts and culture grants. And then we've got meeting expenses or council expenses generally, which include everyone's travel expenses, strategic planning, laptops, legal expenses, that kind of thing. Happy to answer any questions. Okay, if there are none, then I'll pass it. Oh, yeah, sure.
That includes council remuneration as well, I take it.
Yes, that's indemnities, just a very fancy word.
Is there any room for discussion of increasing those remunerations? Like, I was looking at this and I'm not sure what the baseline is, but even with inflation, some of those numbers, it seems to me, don't go up quite enough to match inflation. So, but I'm not sure if that the beginning one there, 287, actually reflects a baseline normal.
They don't increase in that way, and council remuneration was reviewed just before the last general election, and typically that's done by council if they wish at the end of the term to look at setting remuneration for the next group of councillors. And so the bylaw, it is done by bylaw, and I can look up what the rates are for you right now. I don't have them just in front of me, but that is the process, is that a committee would be struck. In the last instance, we had, I think, 2 or 3 community members who sat on the committee and discussed sort of what comparable remuneration rates were in comparable municipalities, which is a tricky thing to do. So you look at resort municipalities, the size of the municipality, the type of work that's being done, and then adjust there, adjust in that way. So that's the process if the council wanted to look at remuneration.
Thanks.
Pass it off to the manager of protective services. Stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you, Elise. And hello again, Mayor and Council. I'll just take a couple of seconds here, and hopefully this one will be a bit more of a smooth transition while I share my screen. Okay, can everybody see the protective services slide up there?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a couple projects in the Protective Services Department this year. They may seem familiar because they did come before you in 2019 as we were preparing for the current year's budget, but they got carried over, so we're seeing them again now for 2021. So our first one is going to be the duty officer vehicle. So with over 25 members and on the Tofino Fire Department and the total capacity of seats in the 3 apparatus that the Volunteer Fire Department currently has, we definitely have a shortage of space and ability to move our people around. Members cannot be asked to use their personal vehicles to provide services, especially in a response capacity. And due to the day-to-day operations of the fire department, we do have a real need for a more suitable vehicle than driving a fire truck around town for inspections and other meetings and those sorts of things. So we are asking council for $35,000 for a vehicle, and then you'll see a little bit additional in there for the fuel and insurance expenses. What this vehicle will do for the department and the community is it will provide a faster initial response. It will get used on every training night. It will be used for traveling out of town for training courses that are not able to be put on here in town, which in effect will reduce the overall travel expenses for people using personal vehicles over the coming years. And it will also be used for the day-to-day needs of the fire chief and various inspections, as I mentioned as well. Are there any particular questions about that project?
Councillor Steer?
Thank you, Chief Baker. I just, as Fraser Works was talking about their long-term vehicle fleet composition, I know it's two different departments, but is there potential for any symbiosis between those two in looking at, I guess in this case, this particular vehicle? I know it wouldn't apply to the fire engines and stuff, but is that a possibility, or is that completely out of the realm?
It's absolutely a possibility, and Fraser and myself have discussed that, and we're going to keep in touch over this for sure. There are options out there. Larger departments are constantly upgrading their vehicles every couple of years, so there is potential opportunity to purchase a vehicle that is already service ready, and by that I mean it contains lights, sirens, and some equipment mounts and those sorts of things that this vehicle would have. If something like that is available that fits within the budget, then I see that as a great way to go. However, they're not always available at the time when you need them, and so we are definitely looking at other options, purchasing something used that is not currently in the fire service somewhere else, and then adding to it what it needs so that it can be service ready. So Fraser and I definitely have considered that and how we can get the most for the dollar.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, I will move on to safety equipment. So as I mentioned, this is another one that did come up last year. And this one is based on National Fire Protection Association, as well as WorkSafe BC, increasing their requirements and their standards. So how it translates to us in the fire department is needing some new forcible entry tools and things like that to be purchased. So we are looking for several forcible entry tools, some quick connect oxygen tanks, lighting, and safety harnesses, and those are primarily based around firefighter rescue. And then one that we discussed previously as well is 2 new personal protective equipment drying racks. So these are for keeping our turnout gear dry. And then because most structural firefighting gear has a 10-year lifespan on it before it has to be retired, again, this year we are seeking 4 new sets of turnout gear as well too. So the drying racks, they're an important feature because with our climate out here, the best way to make sure that you get the full 10 years out of your equipment is to keep it dry. It also keeps it in a better state of readiness, and it increases the safety for the firefighter as well. Going into a hot environment with wet equipment can have some consequences that we are definitely looking to avoid. So that's where we're looking at with those items. These do primarily come from taxation, as you can see on the slide, 80% taxation, and there's a 20% donation listed on there as well. And I think it's important to highlight that that donation is coming from the Tofino Firefighter Association, which is our members ourselves have created a nonprofit association where we maintain all the funds received from the district for training nights and calls. And we put that towards community projects as well as trying to increase our own equipment for safety or new training methods as well too. So thought it was important to mention where that was coming from. Any questions about that particular slide before I move on?
Councillor Steer.
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I think I heard right. The turnout gear, was that through a new recruit, or is that just turnover in the 10-year cycle?
That's turnover in the 10-year cycle. It's a constant balance when we are recruiting to find equipment that actually fits the people. Yeah. Several of our sets of equipment are still in service from, I'll say, close to 10 years ago, where the average size of our firefighters was considerably larger, and it doesn't necessarily fit. So it is a bit of a juggling act to see what we've got, what we can accommodate, and but at the same time having to make sure that we we try and keep within that 10-year expiry as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah, we're encountering that down at my station as well. The change in size over the last decade, let's just say.
Yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, one more question here, Chief Baker. I've been approached by businesses in town that are looking for ways to donate to various things in town. And can you flesh out the donation a little bit more? If businesses were looking for somewhere to donate, something to donate to, is that possible through your firefighters association?
It absolutely is, and I think each scenario can be slightly different. So we've had items donated directly to the association before, but there's also been donations made to the municipality. And so I've worked with the Director of Financial Services. For instance, the last example I could provide in that area was we did have a community member that donated a drone and a thermal image camera to go with the drone that can be used for rescue purposes and those sorts of things. And so working with the Director of Financial Services to figure out the taxable donation information and those sorts of pieces. So it's absolutely possible. It's greatly appreciated. And yeah, hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll move on. We'll just discuss a couple of the bylaw services revenue line items here, just to go over them a little bit. So the first one with the bylaw violations, as you see over the next few years, I feel it's a conservative amount that we've got in there from year to year. If we were to look back over the previous few years, it is right in line with the revenues that were generated in this area previously, with the exception of 2018, where it was about $45,000. And that was the big difference there was we had issued a substantial amount of fines for short-term rental operations. So this number does remain fairly consistent. It grows a little bit each year. But I think what's important to acknowledge here is that bylaw fines are always the last course of action, the last option. We do seek for voluntary compliance. That's definitely our preferred method to go. And so these numbers can go up and down a little bit depending on the individual officer and what the scenarios are. So although we do budget this direction, it could be higher or lower depending on each year and who the staff are that are working and their discretion per situation. Licenses and permits, this is one that does continue to grow fairly consistently each year, and we've forecasted that to continue on. And any questions about the bylaw revenue?
Yes, Councillor.
Hi, Chief Baker. What kind of discussions have you had about increasing license fees or permit fees or expanding permit fees and possibly even increasing violation ticket amounts? Is that ongoing? Is that something you can see happening, or the pros and cons?
It's an ongoing discussion, absolutely. I think all the managers have been asked to sort of continually review our fees and services, and are we on the right levels? Are we consistent with other municipalities? We under the bylaw fines, we have two different systems. One is the municipal ticket information. Those are larger fines, and then we have the bylaw notice system, which are the ones that get used most often for parking, vehicle camping, and those sorts of things. So there are maximums that can be set. The other thing that has to be taken into consideration is if somebody wishes to dispute one of our fines, we go through the adjudication process in Nanaimo. And historically, what we have tried to do is ensure that our fines are relatively consistent with the Nanaimo and the other areas that take part in that adjudication process, so that if somebody does dispute it, we go to adjudication. the adjudicator doesn't look at it and say, why is your fine so much more than other communities in the same process? So constantly looking at it, I think there probably are areas that can be increased. And then I think one other piece to consider about that is if you make the fine a reasonable amount, people will tend to pay them and pay them fairly quickly. If you increase it too much, then people tend to delay on the payment, and then it tends to go up every couple of weeks prior to going to collections, or they just tend to say, I'm not going to pay that, or yeah, so it always has to be carefully thought out and reviewed and match with what other municipalities are doing as well. Hopefully that answers that for you.
It does, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor McLeod, can I, thank you. Can I ask maybe a little bit of a higher level question? This might be better for Nyla. Is something for fees and fines review, would that fall under like a service level review, like an overall, would that be done in that scenario? Or is this something independent to each department?
Where the two may be tied together is if we are providing a certain level of service and decide we would like to increase our level of service, then the fee may need to change. Okay, match that. Essentially, we like to try and recover the cost of the service that we are charging for it, keeping in mind that we do use taxation to pay for some of that or subsidize it. So that's where they may come together.
Great. Awesome. Thank you for that.
If I could just, with respect to license fees, business license fees, our business license fees for the most part have stayed fairly static over the last, as long as I've been here, with the exception of short-term rental fees that were increased a few years ago. We've been having a bit of a stop-start on a comprehensive look at our business regulation bylaw. We're in full start right now, and so we're looking at that again, and next year council will see a recommended rewrite of a business regulation bylaw that will include a different fee schedule than is currently out there. We had hoped to have that completed by the end of 2020 so that it would be in place for renewals for 2021. That will not be the case. It will be subject to council's review, of course, put in place next year for the 2022 year.
Thanks, Bob. Okay. Next slide, if we look at the bylaw services expenses, there's just two items that I'd like to highlight here. So for staffing, office, and administration in the first line for 2021 and 2022, these numbers are higher because we are discussing adding an additional reservist to our enforcement program for this summer months. And so you'll see that increased, and then as 2023 to 2025, it goes back down again because we're at this point we're looking at that for 2021 and 2022 while we're still working through some of the COVID issues and what that has meant to our community and the influx of visitors. And so you see that in there. And then the other one, the total bylaw revenue. This one is slightly lower in 2021 as well too, and that is primarily to take into consideration again reduced revenue from the current pay parking lot that we do have. Again, this year we utilized that for the outdoor dining area, and the thought is again that may be happening again for 2021, and the reduction in revenue in that area as well. Any questions regarding those two expense items? All right, so the last slide that I've got for you today, the fire services operating budget. And again, just a couple of items to review here. So in the top line are fire protection revenue. So just to expand a little bit on what that is. So we currently have two fire service agreements. The first one being for the Tyastanis and Eshawista reserve areas. And that is the bulk of that revenue there. Then the second one being for the Tinwis property itself. So the two different agreements are set out. So Tla-o-qui-aht and Essaouista, that began in July of 2019 officially, and that contract wrapped up in December 31st, 2021, where we'll be looking at renewing that agreement as well too. And then the one on the Tinwis property, that one is ongoing and it's currently under the review process right now. And so initially when that agreement was initiated, that covered primarily the resort itself. But I think now, as most people will be aware of, there's quite a number of homes that are on that property. So the new agreement has to reflect that increase in property that does require protection. Outside of that, you will see in the fire vehicles, 3 lines up from the bottom. In 2021, that is a fair amount higher. That will decrease after 2022 due to the Engine 6 truck loan being paid off. Does anybody have any questions about the fire services?
Yeah, thank you, Brent. I just, I know that we have the newish contract with Tla-o-qui-aht and Essaouista. With the Pitsit, recognizing the location, is there any discussion with potential contract for providing those services over to O-Pitsit?
There's certainly been discussions about it. There's been a request from members of the community to try and find a way to provide some service to that area. The one big challenge is transportation across the water. Currently, the fire department does not have a boat or any sort of rapid means of deployment to get equipment over there. So I don't necessarily see a way to provide service there until that area can be addressed. I don't think it's in the immediate future for any plans for a boat for the fire department. Simply using a water taxi or something like that might be available, not necessarily going to be practical because you'd be moving equipment on and off. You'd have to have a vessel that was suited for that purpose so that it was ready and accessible.
Thank you. Maybe there's a potential relationship with other federal agencies that provide that kind of water transportation, but thank you, Brent. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, thank you, Brent. Chief Baker.
Thank you very much. So I will exit my share screen here and we can carry on. Thank you very much.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Let's bring up my slides. The talk about a fireboat kind of got me a little bit excited, so I'm sorry for my.
You're looking at pictures on the web. Looking at pictures.
Okay, thanks for your patience. I will be going again through the 4 areas of the Community Sustainability Department, and starting with the project sheet in planning with forest and tree protection bylaw. This is a project that we discussed at the last committee of the whole, and coming forward as a project sheet for 2021, fully funded from taxation at this time. And I think we're all familiar with it. It would be to develop municipal regulations in support of protection of trees and forests, and the development of a tree strategy and bylaws. The zoning bylaw update, I think Council's also aware of. Again, this was a project originally planned for 2020 to 2021. The funding request is $27,500. A portion of that would come from taxation, and the remaining from a reserve account where we've been putting money away yearly to support this work. The purpose of this bylaw again is to align our land use regulations with our new OCP, modernize our definitions. This project will be conducted in-house, and the funds will be used to help develop a framework to guide our work, a legal review, and public consultation.
And just, can you wait one moment? We're just going to get you turned up for a moment.
Oh, yeah, I can just this. Can you hear me better now?
Yeah. Thank you.
Good to go?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The Housing Needs Assessment Project is slated to begin in 2021, and this is a project that is be regional in scope, and so it will address housing in Tla-o-qui-aht, Tofino, and Area C of the ACRD, with all parties contributing and hopefully receiving a grant from the province to undertake this. This is a recognition that housing is a regional issue for us here on the West Coast. And it seems to make a lot more sense to consider that as a whole. This is a legislative required project, and I believe the deadline for this to be completed will be spring of 2022, and the project will be the lead. Tofino will be the lead in this project. We've been sort of sharing leads of projects with Tla-o-qui-aht. So in the land use analysis project, Tla-o-qui-aht took the lead, and Tofino will be taking the lead on this one. In terms of revenue, we're planning a pretty flat revenue program at this time. I am in the midst of updating our land use procedures fee bylaw as part of the OCP update, and so this is an area that may change in 2022 with updated development revenue as we change our application fees. The reserve transfer in 2021 is related to our zoning bylaw update, and the grants and the donations in 2021 are related to the housing grants from the province and Tla-o-qui-aht's contribution to the housing needs assessment. Maybe I'll stop at this project, and then because there's 3 more to go, and see if council has any questions at this point.
Councilor Stair?
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. In regards to the municipal tree strategy, very much supportive of this project. The one thing I am interested in is granting opportunities, and I appreciate that we have to put it into the budget process regardless of those opportunities. It appears to me that that this would be one of those that would be ripe for that type of granting through the province. And I was just wondering if there was anything that you have seen that would relate to a granting opportunity for this particular project.
I have not seen something that would support a forest and tree protection bylaw in the past. I also have not gone looking for one either. I think that forest and tree protection bylaws are kind of the bread and butter of municipalities, and I think I haven't seen a lot of provincial funding for those type of bylaws. It's not to say that's not out there. I think I would be looking toward maybe FCM or another outside organization that may have funds available. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking, you know, along the lines of with the municipal tree strategy as something that could be related in terms of those areas of the climate change and the BC initiatives in that area, where that might be a nice tie-in. I can understand specific tree protection bylaw might not fit that kind of category, but that more inclusive of that strategy may be an opportunity for that to be encompassed in that granting area. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Clean BC is definitely another opportunity to
that's the one I've written down. Yeah.
Yeah, Councilor Wall?
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I was going to echo Councillor Steer's comments. It seems to me that a forest strategy might be able to garner some grants or funds from somewhere. Just excellent.
Yes, Councillor Steer?
And then moving on to the housing needs assessment, it's another area that once again where we're legislated by the province to carry out these activities, but yet we incur those costs. It strikes me as once again an opportunity to lobby the province for better revenue streams for municipalities when these requirements are necessary through legislation. You have pointed out the potential for granting in there, and is there a timeline? I believe it's that UDCM. Do they give you a timeline of when you might have where it might be available to us?
Yes, thanks. Great question. We have applied for grant fundings, joint funding application went in from us and RECONVENE to fund. We're eligible up to $15,000 per community, so we've applied for $30,000, and I think we expect to hear back in the next month or so about whether we're successful or not. The ACRD also applied on behalf of Area C and received funding last year, and we're working with the funders to ensure that because they're on a different timeline, that their funding can be funding window can be extended so that they can join in with our project. And so that's in the slide reflects that provincial grant funding of 37% that we expect to go to towards our housing needs assessment. It would be 15% of that project would be from District of Tofino taxation, and we'd also contribute 9% from our affordable housing reserve. The 39% would be the ADJOURNMENT contribution. This housing needs assessment will go further than what the minimum required by the provincial government is. As a regional project, it will also hopefully start laying down the groundwork for a strategy.
Thank you.
So hearing no other questions, I'll move on to recreation. One project under consideration and a project sheet in front of council today is community hall upgrades. This would be a phased project over the next 5 years, and the intent would be to support the community hall and hopefully expand the community's use of that facility. This project is contingent on two major concerns. The first being completing the condition assessment this year and sort of fully understand what other maintenance requirements may be. And the second one is actually the first phase of the project, the hydro upgrade. Currently we're at, I think, 94-95% of the power availability at that site, that lot, and we cannot even add something like a water heater at this time. And so in order for this project to move forward to develop washroom upgrades or power storage for HVAC for a storage or a trailer, or in the future to develop an indoor recreation facility, we're going to have to upgrade to a three-phase 600 amp service. We've costed it out with hydro, and that's the figure you see at 2021. The sort of the bigger issue is that for this to happen, hydro has to upgrade our lines to Tofino from the substation at the junction, and we don't have a timeline on that. And I think we've talked about this at council in the past as a limiting factor to development at this time, including our projects such as the wastewater treatment plant. So contingent on the condition assessment plan, contingent on the hydro upgrade, we would expect to see some washroom upgrades for accessibility in 2022, potentially additional external storage, because although we've already just developed a storage area, it is already maxing out, and then potentially developing more programmable space in the form of a trailer. So that would be something that we could use again to put in a small painting group or youth nights or seniors nights. In some ways, we're a victim of our own success. The addition of that we developed a number of years ago is now booking up. And again, we're finding ourselves with a lack of indoor space, which I think is a common theme throughout our various presentations. Related to this, but slightly different, is the community hall kitchen upgrade project, which some councillors will have remembered from a number of years ago. This is a project that is also contingent on us upgrading the hydropower, and it's part of the reason that it is pushed back in the financial plan to 2023-2025. And the idea here was to provide another programmable space for the community, potential place for the district to receive to obtain some revenue from commercial operators, and it would be a 3-phase project as well, again contingent on hydro. This is also a project that we, once it's finalized and we know we're going to do it, we would be looking for grants and private donations, and we have had conversations in the past about that, but those would need to be picked up again closer to the time. The Recreation Strategic Plan project, it would be a plan to sort of chart out the next 10 years of recreation in the community, and so we would be looking on what is existing, what emerging trends are, what our community needs are, any gaps that we currently have, and develop a plan for recreation. It would be a companion document to a Parks and Trails Strategic Plan that Ms. Vermont will be also presenting later on in the meeting, and it would be at this point fully funded from taxation. In terms of revenue over the coming years, the $3,100 under miscellaneous revenue is related to our summer student grants that we receive or apply for and have received on a yearly basis. Recreation van revenue is self-explanatory, and the program revenue is based largely our summer and largely based on our summer programming, and as well as our winter and fall, and is based off of our 2019 planning. So 2020 obviously was a bit of an odd year, and we reduced services in recreation fairly significantly. And so we're cautiously using the 2019 figures for this line item. And it also should be recognized that we tend to break even or a little bit positive between our program revenues and our program expenses. And that's how we've designed that line item to work.
Aaron, I believe Councillor Steer had a question.
Sure.
And this, maybe I'll wait till it's finished. It'll go back to the projects and some questions around those, but if maybe I'll let him finish off this and then we can go back at the end.
Great, thank you. I just have 2 more slides in recreation and happy to answer any questions. The expenses we see in I'm just going to go my notes here, in staffing, office, and administration are related to, so the sort of increase we see in 2022 and 2023 are related to the development of that recreation strategic plans so that would be the $40,000 over those 2 years for the recreation plan. We can see the recreation van expenses are fairly static throughout the term. I believe the increase we see in 2022 and 2024 are related to things like new tires or higher maintenance bills that we sort of expect to happen on a semi-annual basis. Again, you can see our program expenses, which are related to programming. And then our gym program expense is based on the funds that we remit to the Wickinger Community School for use of their facility. Currently that's not happening, but we hope to be back up and running in 2021 at some point. Finally, recreation sort of compares our revenue to our expenses and gives us sort of a net out from property taxation. I'm happy to stop now and take any questions in the recreation section.
Thank you, Aaron. Just going back to the project section on the community hall upgrades, and you answered most of the questions. I saw immediately in looking at those that those hydro upgrades were going to be critical to the ability to move forward on some of these projects. And I don't know if you answered it in there, but in communication with BC Hydro, have they indicated any timeline for that service upgrade out so that we can actually have an idea of when we might be able to be expected to continue or begin these projects?
I think I've had only I haven't had any direct contact with Hydro. I've had some referrals back from Hydro. I perhaps Mr. Work or Mr. McPherson could comment more on that. I know that this is an issue that we're all facing in our various departments.
And just to follow up on the recreation strategic plan, couple of questions around there. One, I know that Ms. Vermont will be bringing forward the other section of that strategic plan, and we have, as I'm sure you're well aware, recreation, Parks and Rec master plan. That was a guiding document that was created. I'm going to guess 2008. I could be wrong in terms of the exact time frame, as a sort of a foundational document. And as much as I'm very supportive of moving forward with this, I just want to ensure that when we create these strategic plans, that these are documents that will not be sitting on shelves to gather dust, that we will be utilizing these plans to carry forward actionable and measurable strategies moving forward. The question around it is I know with Ms. Vermont's section, is each one of those, there's I believe it's a $40,000 budget request. Is that 40,000 going to be for both, or is that 40 for each of those strategic plans?
That would be 40 for each, so an $80,000 joint project cost, and then they would be most likely wrapped up into one request for proposals, but they would be, because of how we're currently structured within the municipality, they would be standalone documents for each department.
And I was just just as a potential funding opportunity, we have a commission that is involved in that in the area of providing advice and sometimes guidance, and that there is potential there and maybe discussion with the commission of some form of funding to maybe jumpstart this process. I know that this has been talked about in the past, and they were very supportive. Many years ago, the Rec Commission was very supportive of that initial master plan, and it may be an area to have a conversation with. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor.
Yeah, Aaron, I just want to say that I'm very supportive of your work in recreation and all your endeavors. Just want to let you know, high on my priority list. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move on. I can't see any of your faces because I have my screen in presenter view. So if you have anything, please shout at me. The next section we're going to walk through is the emergency planning. And the first project we're going to discuss is the community recovery framework. This would be a project that we think is going to be required because of updates to the Emergency Program Act, and the idea is that communities will need to have recovery frameworks in place, community recovery plans, and this is a plan to make sure that we can develop plans quickly. So it would be a way to, depending on what the issue was, what we're recovering from, would be sort of a templated. We develop a templated plan that could be used for a number of different disasters. Tsunami Siren 4 is, I believe we paused it last year, but moving forward, it was meant to happen in 2020, but I've just moved it forward to 2021, and it would be developing our 4th Tsunami Siren at Mackenzie Beach. The Emergency Program Strategic Plan 2022, this would be, again, a sort of a high-level plan, similar in nature to the recreation plan we just spoke about, but a way for us to chart a course forward for the next 5 years for the emergency program. This has been a long time coming, and I know we have talked about it at council in the past, but our vertical evacuation project is starting to become a little bit more real, and it thought it was time to bring it in within the district financial plan. The intent would be that this funding for a project, if it were to get off the ground, would be fully funded from donations and conditional grants from provincial and federal governments. The idea of this is to develop a place for people to evacuate in the low-lying areas of Tofino, particularly around Chesterman beaches, which is a kind of a place where there are no other options other than a fairly long jog down the highway to run from a tsunami. The intent would be of this plan would be to confirm our location and then to work with the public to sort of develop what that might look like and work within the neighborhoods that we're planning for this. This vertical evacuation in that area is backed up by a significant amount of data that we've developed over the years about best places for people to evacuate to save the most amount of lives. We could potentially use something like vertical evacuation for other uses, such as, covered pickleball areas or basketball courts. But its basic plan would be to save lives. And this is a project that does not move forward without being funded from outside sources. It's not intended to have a district contribution to the capital expense of this project, but as the project develops, we'll have to consider it through our asset management plan and ongoing maintenance costs. So there's a lot to sort of unpack in our operating budget for emergency planning, and I may just hit the high notes here and then take any questions following this slide. This is the last one, emergency planning. So the $115,000 in 2021 in terms of revenue are based off our the different grants that we receive from EMBC, CPF. The 2022 $5 million is related to the vertical evacuation, and the $40,000 is also in 2024 is also related to grant funding. The EOC building expenses line item at $22,000 in 2021 is related to developing a secondary or a primary staircase for the offices I'm currently sitting in. The current staircase is old and wooden, a little bit shaky, and it's not. It is soon to be end of life, so we need a way to get to work. So that's what that project's related to. In terms of, I think EP projects 2021 is related to the EP transfer you see in 2021 is related to the siren costs. And the projects you see in 2021 is related to our ongoing grants and upgrades to our existing plans. And I think that basically does it for this slide. And if we have any questions about emergency planning, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, Councillor Stewart.
Great, thank you. Aaron, I just, with the Tsunami Siren 4, and you're gonna have to remind me, are there any sites left? I don't think there is, and I'm looking at the budget projection out over that's it, but I do recall at some point in the ether that there was talk of potentially something in the town corridor area. I may be imagining that, but is this the final one, or is there anything else in the next 5 to 10 years?
I believe there was 6 identified in that original plan, and so I think that following the installation of this siren, it may be worthwhile to revisit that plan. You're correct in remembering that one of the final 2 locations one was downtown, and then I believe there was one closer to the inlet side, sort of mid peninsula, but I'd have to double check with Keith on that one. The one downtown is something, again, is a good time to pause, because we do understand that the Tla-o-qui-aht First Nation are installing a siren, or have installed a siren at Pitsit, and potentially, if that gets up and running and if it gets connected to our system, it may provide us the downtown siren that we need, just the way that the mountains and the acoustics work. But that's something that we'll start looking into a little bit more detail following the installation of the siren at Mackenzie Beach.
Thank you.
Councillor Watt, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, Aaron, on the vertical evacuation plan and structure. There was a considerable donation there from a community member. Now, the conditional grant, what is the status of that conditional grant?
We haven't applied for any grants yet because we don't actually qualify, but Keith's been working to develop relationships with the funders, and it's actually been quite successful in moving the needle towards potentially funding something like this. And I believe this is something that was brought up at the last two UBCMs with the appropriate provincial official, minister, and we're optimistic, or cautiously optimistic, that this will that we may see some give and potentially be able to access some funding from higher levels of government.
It seems like a great project. Do you think there's any opportunity for further donations from community, specifically maybe the beach community?
Yeah, I think obviously if the project, if we start getting it off the ground, I think $5 million is a pretty round number, and we're basing that off of some similar structures in Washington State. So I think these things tend to be more expensive than not, and it's going to be a lot of concrete and steel. So I think we'd be happy to receive any types of donation for this project. But I think I would caution anybody who's interested in donating to sort of wait until the project comes together a little bit more. This is very early stages for this.
Gotcha. Thanks, Aaron.
Okay, hearing no further comments, I'm going to move on to building inspection. And there are only 2 slides for this section. The area that I'd like to there's 2 areas particularly in this slide I'd like to highlight. One is the reduction in contract revenue over the years from 2021 to 2023. And that's related to a project that council will be reviewing in the business cases, whereby we slowly migrate our building inspector back to Tofino. And so currently he is contracted out to the District of Tofino for 2 days a week, and we receive that $28,793. And then the idea is over a period of about 2 years, that position comes back to the District of Tofino fully. So we would be in mid 2021, he would come back to the District of Tofino for 4 days, and then do that for a year, and then come back fully in 2023. And the idea is to provide UCOOLIT with a long runway to hire and train someone. And the sort of bigger plan would be for our building inspector to train and mentor someone else, because in the province of British Columbia right now, finding a building inspector is almost impossible. And we think that developing talent in-house is a great way to go, and it's worked great for the person in the current position. And we just hope to expand that. There's also conversations ongoing between ourselves and UCOOLIT and local First Nations of potentially contracting out building inspection services to the various nations when needed or required. That is also written into the job description of the current building inspector. So we'd see a reduction in contracts revenue as a result of that potential action. In terms of building permit revenue, we're showing it fairly flat. We like to budget conservatively in this area. We'll again review at the end of the year to sort of update that if required. But we're just again budgeting conservatively for prudence. And expenses. So that was in the second line item, the code consultant contractor. You see again it reducing over the next 2 to 3 years. That's related to our current inspector upgrading his levels of professionalism from level 1 to level 2 and to level 3 to a point where we don't need to go outside for a code consultant anymore, because we have that experience and professional certifications in-house. We have a vehicle expense here, which is pretty self-explanatory, and then some totals at the bottom showing what we're netting out from taxation. And again, this does fluctuate year to year depending on development, and will be updated as required. That's it for my slides. I'm not sure if we're taking a break for lunch or not, but happy to take any questions about building inspection.
Hey, Councillor.
Thank you, Aaron. So I just noted just your comments on code consultant to decrease expenses, and it seems to not quite, but go towards offsetting the contract revenue. I just noted that as a good thing. So.
Yeah, it tends to balance. This section tends to almost pay for itself, or does pay for itself most years, and our intent is to try to ensure that, you know, we keep a close eye on that, because it is not a, you know, applying for building permit is an individual thing to do, and ensuring our fees matched up with the service costs is important to us.
Yeah. Thanks. I'm really supportive of increasing in-house expertise. So thanks.
Councilor McQuaid?
Thank you. May I ask, do we break down in any meaningful way the building inspector, the buildings inspector's work in commercial versus residential properties?
I haven't done that analysis. We do track our building permits per permit for various reasons. So I have all the information about how many of certain applications that we are undertaking. I don't know in terms of hours, how many particular hours are spent on one versus the other.
Okay, thanks, Ed.
Yes, Councilor Anderson?
I'm just wondering if our building inspection fees change with different projects. Is it sort of a flat fee, or are they charged out more if it requires more visits, more complex projects, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. We did a fairly comprehensive update of the building bylaw, I think about a year and a half ago now, where we updated all our fees and added in new fees for, you know, extra visits, you know, non-compliance. We ensured that we could charge back the cost that we need to incur from outside cost consultants. So the cost consultant is again a cost recovery. So if let's say, for example, we have a hotel and we need to do a Part 3 review on it, we charge back that fee to the applicant, so that it's never put onto our taxpayers. We also have a small portion of the code consultant fee that we just have, that's not cost recovery. I think that's $5,000 a year that we use some years to ask questions that we're not sure about. So in terms of fees, yes, it has been updated, and we keep an eye on it. And then there's also that cost recovery piece built into it.
I just see that going up, the cost to the taxpayer over the 5-year period. It's like doubling almost, so.
Is Aaron frozen?
Sorry, are we waiting for, am I intended to answer a question? I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. Okay,
that was a comment.
Can I ask that question, actually, if that would be all right? Chair, why does the net from property taxation go up so drastically?
I can speak to that, Aaron, if you like.
Thanks, Nala.
So we tend to keep the building permit revenue fairly flat in this service area until we have a better idea from year to year what the fees will be. It's difficult for us to project what the development will be. So we were quite conservative in projecting that for 2020. In 2021, we're expecting that to increase a little bit, and we're just going to hold it flat. As we collect more information between now and the next budget meeting, we may modify that over the next 5 years. So without really knowing what the building permit revenue will be, it's really hard for us to project that net from taxation. And when we get to the years 3 to 5 of the plan, I try not to be too overly concerned with the net amount in those years, because they do change as we get closer to those years.
Thank you so much for that.
I think, are we moving on to April now? Sorry.
Yeah.
For a little bit and then break for lunch?
I can be succinct.
That's my problem.
Just bear with me while I share my screen here. Thank you, Erin, and good morning still. Yes, good morning, Mayor and Council again. The first project I will go through will look familiar to Council as this was proposed in 2020 but deferred in order to reduce the 2020 budget. Staff has been endeavoring over the past couple of years to give a little more care attention to the cemetery, and one of the issues we do have is that it is difficult to mow and maintain due to the unlevel ground, and we would like to do an exercise to level and just make it a little easier to maintain. This would be done by our own forces, and the amount you see here is essentially soil and trucking and seeding and that type of material cost. Seasonal shuttle service in 2020, we opted to pause this due to uncertainty in the spring around COVID, seeing as COVID is with us for a while, and we feel that we can mitigate many of the risks. It's become much more normalized, mask wearing, that type of thing. We are hoping to return to a 2019 level of service in 2021, which would see hourly service for the bulk of the day with half-hour service during peak times. We're also working with service providers, including BC Hydro, to try and have the necessary infrastructure in place to be able to pilot an electric bus in 2021. And we do have some challenges there around the amount of the infrastructure required. So we're working through that. Cox Bay South Maltby washrooms. This area is significantly under-serviced. The only washroom at this location is a small single stall flush toilet at the end of the trail near the beach. It was one of the first washrooms installed in the district. And this would see a sort of north-south Chesterman style level of infrastructure treatment, washroom, change room, other public realm elements, as well as parking improvements at that location. This is fully funded by Resort Municipality Initiative funding. Skate park repairs and resurfacing. The skate park was completed in 2005, and we had an assessment done this past winter, which indicated that while it is actually in very good condition, considering its age and location, that there is a piece of work that needs to be done for both safety and user experience, and that includes completely resurfacing, sanding down, sealing the surface, as well as repairing cracks and other areas of damage. So this is not an expansion of the park, but is a repair to maintain the lifespan of the asset. And the funding source for this is the Capital and Infrastructure Levy. Multi-use path resurfacing. So this is the section that is proposed for 2021 is the Sharp Road to Hotel Z section. Since this project was proposed by staff in August of 2020, some funding has been put out by the province for the SIRIP grant, and I got to refer to my notes here. It's the Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure Program, and that funding opportunity closed last week, and we did submit an application to do the entire Sharp to Tree Frog lane section and to widen it to what is a new provincial standard. There's a new standard that's been issued by the province for multi-use paths, which is a 4-meter standard, which is significantly wider than our current 3-meter standard, and that's through the new Active Transportation Design Guide. So the project, as proposed, as the grant was submitted, was for widening the section to a width of 4 meters, and so that would have an impact on this project, obviously, because this is just a small component of that, but we are hopeful that with those grant funds, we may be able to do a more significant section in 2021. Tennis and basketball court upgrades and accessibility improvements. So I'll just highlight for council that this is a 2021 and 2022 project with a design phase in 2021 and upgrades to take place in 2022. The tennis and basketball court, they're very well used facilities, but have been fairly untouched in the time that I've been here, which is getting to be a while. So it would be nice to see those improved and access from Neil Street improved, perhaps some on-street parking at that location that would service these areas. This work would be planned to be done in conjunction with water main upgrades that are required on Neil Street, and the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works will speak to that later today. And another aspect of this project is perhaps looking at ways that those spaces could be more flexible to accommodate different uses at different times. So that's all will be explored through the design phase in 2021. And this would be funded in part by the CNI levy, but in part by RMI as well. Campbell Street design phase 3, I spoke to this a little bit earlier, that we are in the design phase right now. This would be a design in 2021 with a hopeful build in 2022. The funds for this project, we have some RMI funding allocated, but would also need to be leveraged with other grant funds in order to see this project happen. And this is for the 2 blocks west of 2nd Street. Mr. Rogers spoke somewhat to this, the Parks and Trails strategic plan. So currently the district has a Parks and Recreation Management Plan that was completed in 2012, which is still some time ago, and it's just, we're finding not reflective of the needs of the community at this time. And as a result, staff does not use that document as we would hope to be able to use that document to guide planning and development of our parks and trails. Obviously, it's very connected to recreation, facilities and parks, very connected to recreation. So we'd hope to do those both at the same time. And that again would be a 2022, 2023. So not next year, but the following 2 years, with the costs associated with that being spread over those 2 years. Multi-use path improvements, future planning. This also could be impacted if the district were to be successful with the STIRRUP grant that was applied for. That would take care of some of these phases, and we would be able to then reallocate some of these funds to future phases and just generally speed up the rehabilitation of our multi-use path. Monks Point Park, so this is operating budget. We do have some revenue for that property from the caretaker cottage on the property that does have a long-term tenant, a staff person, provide some staff housing, and we do get some revenue from that. This is reflective of current operating expenses and may change. As council is aware, we are in a joint planning process with Tla-o-qui-aht, and it's hoped that we would have a more robust operational plan for the property going forward that may see some changes to this. Parks and Trails operating expenses. Again, we do see in here the parks consulting contracts. This is showing the master planning process here in 2022, 2023. So that's why you see those numbers go up. Their trail maintenance and improvements, I just want to flag for council that when we talk about trails from a budget perspective in my department, it includes them up. So that's why this number is high. It's the multi-use path as well as our park trails as well. And that's the last slide. I'm happy to answer any questions if council has any.
Thank you, April. That was succinct. Councilor McQuaid.
Thank you so much, April. This is always such an exciting part of the budget, I think, because we see the most grants here and it seems so nice and they all seem so fun. I'm wondering about the skate park repairs and resurfacing. This is coming from the CNI levy, and I'm wondering to the extent that we can look at RMI funding for this. The skate park, to my knowledge, is definitely an attraction and a tourist one at that. So I'm wondering if there is an ability to use anything there.
So it is definitely an attraction, and I know lots of visitors that make this like a must stop on their Tofino trip. However, resort municipality and funding does not fund repairs and maintenance. We are able to fund multi-use path redevelopment because we're framing it as a new project. If there were to be an expansion or additional features that were added to the skate park as part of the reconsideration, redesign of that section of the park along with the sport courts, it's possible we would be able to use RMI funding for that, but not for regular repairs and maintenance. That's the responsibility of the municipality.
Right, so it left my mouth and I remembered that and realized why I should have asked the second part of my question first, which is, can we put a roof over it?
I think that that is something that has come up now and again and would certainly extend the season. The sport courts would also benefit from a roof, be it seasonal or somehow temporary. So I think that's something we'd like to explore through the redesign of that section of that park in 2021.
I'm glad it's on the agenda. And, you know, I think that is probably the extent of most of my comments on any of these projects, just to include covered spaces and any of the design. You know, we have discussed at council, and I know you and I have also discussed just that the lack of covered gathering spaces for anyone in Tofino. And I don't know, it rains a lot here. So thanks for that, April.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Councillor Steer.
Thank you. Thank you, April. You know, this is one of my favorite parts of the budget process. And I appreciate the amount of work that goes in the projects that you've been able to bring forward into to completion. And thanks for correcting me once again on master plan and management plan, as I'm supposed to do. I was going to make my cemetery joke, but I already did it earlier in the day, so I will not move forward with that one. I do just wanted to comment that it is one of those public spaces that I think is I love it there, and it's an underutilized and a wonderful space, and I'm glad that you're bringing attention to it at this time. The other area that, and it concerns a much larger topic in general, but for the Cox Bay washroom expansion, while it's a wonderful that RMI is able to support these projects in our community, but the one thing that always comes forward to me is that once that asset is created, it then falls upon the taxpayer to maintain those assets over the long period of time. And I'm wondering if there is discussion at this point, and I know that we have RMI secured in the provincial budget for an extended period of time here, is there room for the conversations to start being a little more inclusive of those long-term operating and maintenance costs for a lot of these RMI facilities that assets that we are creating?
Thank you. Yes, staff is acutely aware of the operational costs that these facilities bring. You know, it's not just washrooms, it is beautification. Those things all need to be maintained over the long term, and that cost does fall upon the municipality. I think it's a conversation we kind of continue to have with the province, and other resort municipalities are in the same boat. So I think it's something we continue to push forward on as tactfully as possible. Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. It is something that I will continue to be discussing throughout budget processes, and well, at least for the next 2 years. The other one, once again, reflected back onto the Parks and Trail Strategic Plan that is budgeted for the 2022-2023. It's an important document that I think I know that we have to be aware of our budgeting process in 2021, maybe filling up, so to speak. But I do think it is an important project to start guiding some of the many issues and assets that we have that you've identified, such as the basketball court, such as the skate park, all of those wonderful facilities that we have. And I'm wondering if in council, I guess, is an appetite to maybe look at adjusting that time frame and moving it into a 2021 time period. I don't know how that all works, but for me, it's going to be an important document, and to have it laid out that far out with potential completion not until 2023. I just think for me, there's an expediency to that, and I would suggest that it has the, it might be better placed in this year's budget cycle, and I'm looking at the Chief Financial Officer there to maybe answer that.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really great feedback, and that's exactly what staff needs at this council meeting. The budget meeting. So if that is council's wish to move some projects up in the budget cycle, then we will certainly take that away and prioritize those items.
Councilor McQuaid? Yeah, it would be my preference to echo Councillor Steer to move planning and reviews forward, and to move perhaps implementation of concrete projects that aren't infrastructure based a little bit backwards or a little bit out into the budget. I would rather have a very accurate accounting of what we have and what we don't and what we need before we start putting into place the things that we've been talking about for a little while. If that makes sense to the rest of council. I'm wary of things like kitchen upgrades if we don't have a recreation plan that doesn't want anyone in the kitchen. You know, I just want to be mindful of putting the cart before the horse. So I would strongly echo Councillor Steer's feedback that something along the strategic plan for parks and trails and recreation be brought forward in the planning, and that we critically look at council at some of the other kind of infrastructure, non-essential infrastructure-based projects, and perhaps push them a little bit farther out in the interest of knowing if they are definitely desired, needed, and wanted by the community.
That's well.
I echo that. I would really like to see the recreation and parks and trails strategic plans accelerated. I think that's what I've heard from the community overwhelmingly, is that they need some movement and direction. And so I do concur. I have some other questions about other aspects, but why don't we leave it at that first?
Yeah.
And then
and just to further, and recognizing, April, that there's always the staff capacity question when it comes to putting these into those time frames. And as talking to our CFO now, but also to the person that would be responsible, that I'm sure that conversation could be had. As we know, we're not fully aware of that capacity. And I do want to be mindful of you may have budgeted it in the aspects based on your capacity for the 2021 year. So I am aware of that, but I do think it's an important enough document to strategy to bring forward.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we hear council's input on this. I will just highlight that the tennis basketball court upgrade is proposed to be done in conjunction with some other infrastructure work on Neil Street. So there are some efficiencies that are found there with not waiting too long on that one to not have to dig up the street twice.
Right.
Right. Councillor?
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate that I'm not necessarily in favor of an either or. If it comes down to it, I prefer it to be an and. Maybe they can all go together somehow. That's the last thing I have to say on that. I do have some other questions on, but
go ahead.
Is that right? So going backwards here to the cemetery improvements, I'm really glad that's going forward. I do have one comment, and that is with the gate, it certainly has prevented people from driving down there to camp and stuff like that, but it also has, I've heard, created a barrier to elderly or mobility challenged residents who either want to go down there themselves or take people down there to visit the graves. And I'm wondering if in this improvement that there could be some improved access to the graves for people with mobility challenges or elderly.
Thank you. That's good feedback, and something we can take into consideration as well. Thanks.
And I got it moving on here. Just another couple of questions here. When we get the seasonal shuttle service, there's pay parking revenue. Now that may change, hey? If pay parking changes or...
So in preparing this presentation today, staff has considered the pay parking revenue based on 2020 collection realities, knowing that we didn't see the same level of pay parking revenue that we have in past years.
So that may change with pay parking revenues increasing or whatever happens. And Tourism Tofino donations is a contribution of 2%. How did that come about and how does that work? What's the background behind there?
So Tourism Tofino, the funding that they contribute is MRDT, and MRDT has certain guidelines around what it can and can't be used for. And a seasonal shuttle is not really in line with what MRDT is provided for. The funding that they provide to this service, although they help tremendously with promotion, the use of their graphic services, their graphic designer, things like that, is essentially the Tourism Tofino word mark, which is the large Tofino billboard if you will, graphic on the side of the buses, and they're essentially renting that space. And that's the way we were able to see a little bit of contribution there for this project.
That's great. It's good thinking. And let's see, one more thing. Oh, that was the synthetic skating rink. We've all shown our support for that. But I just wanted to encourage you to continue in that vein. Maybe there's some other options for temporary recreation. I guess it would be a facility or temporary recreation opportunities besides the skating rinks. So I want to encourage you in that. It was really exciting to see, and I think the community is very excited about that kind of thinking.
Great, thank you.
Any more questions before we break for lunch? So I'll call lunch at 12:14. For how long? Half an hour? Okay, so we'll come back at 1:45.
Feel like an adult, middle class.
So I'll call us back to session for 12:48.
We're gonna go right here.
Yeah, I think that.
I'll call us back for 12:48. I think, Fraser, you're up next.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. Again, my name's Rink. I'm the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works, and I'm pleased to present several slides here this afternoon about the proposed 2021 and 2025 budget for the engineering, infrastructure, and public works set of services and infrastructure for the district. I'll just wait till the slide comes up. I chose to come down and do this in person today, even though I got the mask on, just to be a little bit more able to feel the room and to be present for what is a fairly significant number of slides. So I'll do what's similarly been done this morning, where I'll stop at a cluster of slides that are related to the same issue, so that council can ask questions and not necessarily have to come back to those each time. So I think some of them might go quickly, but others, council will definitely have several questions to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes?
Fraser. Sorry, Fraser, I just missed that. Did you want us to discuss a slide after you presented, or wait?
I think it would be best if council ask questions about the slides that are before them. And I don't think council has to wait. I don't mind hunkering down. I don't have any preferences with respect to flow. I think when we start with this subject here, it's probably best to talk about that as I present it, just so that it's top of mind and as comprehensive as it needs to be as we step through it. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly what I needed to know.
So I've got a couple of slides on parking. The first one is a summary sheet here before council, which is really highlights from the project sheets. The next slide is a little bit more of a background with some rationale, and then the two slides that follow are about some of the financial gearing associated with that. So if council allows me, I'm going to skip right to the second slide in the parking area, because this is a new subject area for council in my time here, for sure. And what this project proposes is moving towards a paid parking system for the beaches and the downtown of Tofino, and also a permit system that complements that paid parking for other types of parkers in our community, whether that's like we have current permits already for offshore parking. We also are suggesting that we move to a more formal parking regime for logistics trucks and commercial service providers, potentially more restrictions or control over how people park in residential areas, that kind of thing, which wouldn't necessarily be a transaction financially, but we would regulate our permit parking with a subscription-based permit system. So this slide here is sort of a snapshot overview of what we're trying to do and why. So parking is a system that's part of the overall mobility system. And parking is about real estate and high value spaces. And our ability to allocate space really is really centered on how high performance our parking system can serve and how much benefit it provides the visitors and the community and the residents that use that space every single day to access amenities in our community, whether that's a storefront or businesses, restaurants, commercial spaces, different services, beach locations, and coastal amenities and recreational amenities. If we don't value that space accordingly, which is essentially what's happening today, many users will linger and stay for long, and that actually takes away or detracts away from others to enjoy those amenities. And that's what the first two bullets really suggest. We are faced with a set of current challenges, and those are represented in that first bulleted list. Informal, ad hoc, or improper parking poses safety risks for all users, whether you're motorists, pedestrians, or cyclists. And different types of vehicles have different impacts where they're parked. We have parkers that park informally and somewhat improperly across both public and private spaces. It doesn't necessarily help our reputational status as a tourist destination if we're not able to organize this well so that the most can enjoy the most. We are seeing significant degradation of assets based on the parking patterns that we have today. The example that I use most frequently is along the ditches along Lynn Road and Chesterman Beach Road, where the ditch continues to collapse into the low parts and the asphalt gets degraded very heavily. And you see that in some of the pictures, which I'll highlight here. So the pictures, and I know the light's not the best, but what you can see on the top left photo is the spillover highway parking at the Cox 1431 in the South Cox near Maltby. The top right photo is several trailers that are somewhat abandoned, at least temporarily speaking, to service boat access and marine recreating users on a frontage that we share part ownership with the school. We have the next picture on the second row of the left is a significant damage to the ditch outside of the gateway units, which is highway zoned. But again, it just shows the deterioration of the asphalt based on the wear and tear, and that infrastructure wasn't designed to actually take parking like is being, like continues to occur. The next shot, which is on the second row of the right, is Maltby, and it just shows the volume of demand in Maltby. So that's looking up Maltby from the highway. A lot of parking, a lot of informal and somewhat illegal parking we see along the parking no parking this side anytime as well, which is not in that photo. The next one, which I'll have to walk you through, is a black converted school bus parked at 1431 at 7 in the morning on a Saturday in the summer from my vehicle when I was going surfing, parked across 6 parking spots for what was several hours that morning. So, and then the next two are parking either along Lynn Road and then of course the logistics outside of Wolf in the Fog and the Gaia Grocery, which is it has some challenges with respect to safety and highest and best use. So again, back to the list of some of these challenges that we face. We do have a small tax base, and we do want to continue to invest in our infrastructure, and parking does provide opportunities of revenue to both support infrastructure as well as programs, sustainable mobility, bus shuttles, transit, and walking and cycling facilities, as well as the roads themselves. The increased traffic in urban sort of centers, you would estimate that 30 to 40% of the traffic circulating in the downtown is actually searching for parking. So if you don't provide those turnover opportunities, you actually have a lot of local congestion. And we definitely see that here in the downtown core of the village, where people looking for parking to pick up food or to access amenities might circle between Neal Street and Campbell Street looking for parking several times or iterations. That could be said of different restaurants and hotspots in town for sure. So what we would like to do is to move towards a system that is based in principles, but based primarily on the principle of user pay. So we would seek to establish a simple and effective and an attractive, convenient system that allows people to access the spaces that they need to and pay for that privilege. And we would then use those resources to help regulate the parking, which the fire chief had also talked about some of the challenges. We've all talked about those over the past several months with respect to bylaw resources. We would also like to incent a shift to sustainable mobility by valuing space and by allocating space that's in very high demand for in some cases, take space away from parking and allocate it to pedestrian spaces or to cyclists or bus. And we would like to create a system that has net positive revenues so that we can start to invest in these programs that are most important to us in the mobility sphere, or even moving those funds to other important priorities for the district, whether that be recreational facilities or other priorities that council deems appropriate. So if I was to offer some commentary on this issue or this proposed initiative, it would be that we continue our planning, which is underway right now in the district, to continue scoping both the financial investments required to create this system, the technological options for us to choose amongst alternatives for everything from license plate recognition hardware that sits on top of vehicles to the digital application and the digital platform that we would use to both manage, administer, and do transactions with at the staff level, as well as to start to develop our staffing plans and our infrastructure investments for signage, paint, bollards, and different things that have to make this thing actually real, tangible program that works. There's been a lot of discussion about how it would work and how the pay system would work. We have examples that currently exist in our midst that work today, and I'm looking at the Pacific Rim, of course, for some examples of how beach parking works. Currently, their system relies on a daily or annual subscription fee, which means you have to use it about 5 times for it to pay for itself, similar if you were purchasing a ski pass, annual ski pass, or an annual pass to a museum in town, and that kind of thing. I think the incentives that we would suggest for the regular user, which I would assume is most locals or people that frequent Tofino lots for travel and tourist or recreation, people that work here that live in Ucluelet, that kind of thing, is that they would see an attractive benefit for subscribing to the annual rate. And that would give them the ability to park for free every time they went after they had invested in that annual rate. And that would be similarly for the beaches as it would be for certain parts of the downtown. Exactly how we manage metered parking or pay parking at a spot in the downtown versus just parking in a parking area near a beach, those kind of details are still being discussed and fleshed out at the staff level with the management group that's looking at this, and we still owe Bob, the CAO, a presentation on exactly how we think this can work. So it is a very much a live file, but I'm hoping today to start the conversation in a meaningful way about actually investing in such a program that we can realize those benefits that we want and avoid those negative externalities that we don't want from the current free parking and allocation of space. So I would imagine that my final comments on this parking before I flip to the financial gearing slides would be that I would imagine that this, over the coming couple of months, in parallel to the budget process, this program would be presented as a standalone report to council to consider all the intimate details of how such a program could be architected in our community. And then decisions would both align with the architecture of the program and how it would be used, as well as how that pertains to the budget as per the financial planning process. So I'll just go through these next 2 slides and then I'll stop talking on parking. Essentially what we've done here is we've broken parking out to the existing parking lot and then a conservative estimate for parking revenues in the first year if we were to start in the May timeframe. And that would grow as we got into a steady state pay parking and permitted parking posture. And the next slide outlines some of our first order discussions about what are the costs of the parking system, and that relates to the consultants that we would need to help us make smart decisions, the staffing, the training, and the investments in some of the administrative systems, plus things like vehicles and equipment, signage infrastructure, and paint and bollards and everything that you need as a kit of parts to make parking real. And that means that for the first year, we would see a net investment required, and then we would be moving towards a more net positive revenue scheme as we started to mature the program. I would suggest that all programs like this are pilots for the first little while because the learning curve is so steep. We always have the ability to continue a continual review and continual improvement process will be central to the way we approach this at a staff level, for sure, professionally. And I know that that would be something council would be interested in learning about, how we do that more and what are our on-ramps and off-ramps for change. And I think that probably is maybe the blast and the first amount of information, and I got maybe a good place for me to stop and flick back a slide or two as required to allow council to ask me questions about this particular program.
Thank you. Councillor.
I think obviously parking is a crisis, and this is timely. There is definitely complex issues, and I think you've addressed many of them in your presentation. So just starting, I'm just going to clarify some things here to start. And you mentioned offshore permit parking as a subscription. Now that was a paid subscription. Just a couple questions quickly before I get into it.
I was using the offshore permit as an example of how you would, what the word permit meant. So in some cases, we could have permitted parking scenarios for certain users that had a decal or their license plate was subscribed to being able to park at this location, this location. Some of them may be associated with a subscription, an annual fee to cover administration overhead costs. Some of them may be free to start, and some of them might be you know, if you want to park a trailer on this street overnight on a weekend, that's a permit maybe rather than paying for a spot, that kind of thing. So we currently have an example of a permit that's in play today, and that's the offshore one. How we would, if we would charge for that, or how we would want to administer that is subject to a lot more discussion with the different rights holders and stakeholders involved, as well as how we see rolling this out over time. One of the comments that came from the management group as we discussed this is that establishing paid parking at the beaches and the downtown as first priorities, and then looking at some of these refined details about how we park in all the other outstations across community, whether that's residentials or industrial way and these other spots, could actually happen as secondary priorities that come later in the first year or even the second year. So I think there's lots of planning discussions and deliberations to occur on that one, but I just wanted to provide council with a bit of a differentiation or distinction between what is a permit and what is a pay, as they kind of are both two different classical approaches to these types of systems.
I got you. So there would be just a differential between an annual pass for the beaches and the downtown parking. So if a resident would have an annual pass, it's not the same as an offshore permit. That would be different spaces, different values.
That's correct.
I do support enforcing present offshore permit parking, maybe tightening down on that. That's just, and that's probably for bylaw, but I should say that. And just one more thing, I do support an annual pass for locals. I think that's a good option. It would be interesting to see if a vacation rental owner or hotels would then purchase those for their guests and kind of defeat the purpose of having a difference between annual passes and, you know what I mean? There could be ways around it. But I just do want to make a note that this is an industry-driven crisis in a sense. And so by asking residents to pay, although I do think it's a good idea for an annual pass, that is an extra barrier to recreation and the outside and our own amenities like the beach. And so my only comment on that would be, although I do support it because I think people would support that for all the good reasons that we need it, is that there be a, if you're going to charge residents to park at the beach or park downtown, then that money then go back into specifically increasing amenities like recreation for residents, as opposed to something else, because this is something that, we're a very small community and residents, this could be seen as a barrier to already decreasing amenities. So I'd like to see that revenue come back to increase recreation or social amenities for residents.
That's also been a focal area for discussions with staff so far, is the visible and tangible allocation of revenues to programs that are most important to community, whether that's local improvements to infrastructure that's falling apart, or whether that's to programs that are necessarily hard to afford unless you have these types of funding streams, and it would otherwise only been possible through increased taxation or some other funding source. So like we, in my previous life, allocating Sunday parking revenues in the city of Victoria to youth bus pass, the support and the buy-in for such a program where there is a very clear transaction and a cost, but then a benefit that's realized for a group that needs that benefit can be a really powerful agent for change. And I think for us, you know, net funding positive, but also this really important transparent allocation of funds to the programs that matter most to the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thanks for that.
Councilor McLean?
Yeah, I think that I really do like the indications towards what you were just saying, towards going to mobility and staying within the same sphere that paid parking goes towards transportation initiatives. I just do want to be mindful and cautious when we talk about an industry-driven crisis and allocating funds to community and the privatization of public space. I think that when we talk about offshore parking and enforcing offshore parking and an industry crisis, we need to remember whose land we're on, and that we can set up offshore parking and be mindful of who is using it. But that when we talk about residents' right to be here, we need to be mindful of everybody's right to be here and everybody's right to use parking and to use the services that the land that we're on offers. So I want to be careful when we all think about who is here and where we get to park, that we don't just stop at the people and the residents of Tofino that have been here for a long time, and that we're not just focused on industry. So I do know that we've had very open and honest conversations with a House It, a Pits It, and our other Indigenous partners and neighbors about parking. And I think this is a particularly delicate subject. So I want to be really careful about the language we use at the council table around that and about land use. So I just want us to remain mindful of that, especially when we talk about enforcing offshore parking. I do know that it can be a burr in the bonnet of some people in town, but I think parking just brings up general fevers as it is. So just a caution to council. I know that other councillors that have been here longer have been part of these discussions quite frequently. So I just want us to tread carefully when we talk about parking and locals and crisis and industry, because I think those all resonate to different parts of our community at a different level. So thanks.
You had a question, Councilor Anderson?
I guess more just comments that that I'd like to make. What I've heard at our town hall meetings and just generally is that there's more support for paid parking than there was at one time, and people see it as part of a solution to an ongoing difficult thing to manage. So some of the input I've had is that people would like to see no RV parking in the downtown. There's people who have sort of been saying that a parking lot, sort of a park ride situation where there's land out of town or just out of town that might be used as a parking lot. We could enhance our shuttle service to sort of accommodate that would be helpful. Employee incentives so that people that work in the downtown area could somehow be incentivized to leave their cars somewhere else and use alternate transportation to get to town. Certainly the most support would come if it's free for locals, the parking pass, and somehow we only charge the visitor. Long-term parking is a necessary part of the strategy, not only for offshore communities, but there's people that work offshore and also travel by kayak or whatever, need to have long-term parking in town. There might be a difference between a commercial and a residential pass, because some of the use at the beaches and some places are by commercial users that are whatever, holding, whether it's a surf thing or a wedding or whatever, using parking for part of a business thing. Some of the problems in the past when we did try to install parking at the beaches with dispensing machines, they got vandalized very quickly. So that's something to keep in mind. And also if it's sort of a digital situation where you might sign up using your phone or something to a parking permit or pass of some sort, is that I don't think we have full coverage, full cell coverage, particularly in the Cox Bay area. And then I'm sort of wondering how to hear more about how the Ministry of Transportation and Highways, or whatever its current name is, how would they be involved with the plan in terms of parking along the highway, which we're seeing more and more of. So those are my points.
I can speak to the last question. We're in conversations with MOTI right now on the parking challenges we share along the highway, which is a shared right of way, of course, under their ownership. We're all familiar with the issues with spillover parking out of especially the south and the Cox Bay locations, where informal parking along the highway and unloading beach gear and surfboards can provide a hazard for all users. And we know that there's been near misses, and we've been raising the issue with highways as a priority for at 2 locations, specifically the Maltby Cox Bay location, as well as the Long Beach Surf Shop location, for the way that the motor vehicle movements and the parking occurs in those 2 spots. We've also informed them of our intentions to move forward with planning for a potential program in paid parking in the village, as well as the beach locations. And their first question that they brought up was, does this mean that it's going to push parking into the highway right of way, which is of course what no one wants. So there is some healthy dialogue that's underway with highways that's been in place for a few months now, and we have scheduled meetings planned to talk more about the details and about how to make this work, and learn from them in other instances where they do have highways that run through village centers that have high demand parking situations, and make sure that we understand what their concerns are, and we work really closely with them for solutions. The cell covers the kiosk options as well as digital options, and some of the other points that Council's made. We are also looking into some of those, and want to make sure that we have a good set of solutions and options moving forward to treat those issues.
Councilor Steer?
Okay, just one last point. I think one of the failures of the first implementation of pay parking was the way it was rolled out, the communication. And if we're looking at making this happen in 2021, that's real quick turnaround, which I'd love to see, but I'm wondering if it gives us enough time to sort of get everybody up to speed and behind it as much as we can. So that's it for me. Yeah.
Councilor Steer.
Thank you, and I just, Councilor Anderson brings a long history to this subject, and most of the points he has brought up were covered off and everything, and they were excellent points, and I supported almost everything there. That being said, I also support the approach, the architecture of the program, as you put it, the principles and approaches that you're bringing forward. This has been an issue for a long time in our community, and there are, without question, it is seasonal in nature in terms of the issues that tend to be the most egregious to the community in general, and. That being said, recognizing that an equitable program evolves is and you've outlined very clearly how you would like to approach that. I think it's been stated here several times about the consultation with the offshore communities that are here, and how important that will be, and that it is those community members of the neighboring communities, as well as the service providers for those, and there are a number that are involved. And then specifically to the, of course now the screen went off here, but specifically on the budget process, when I saw that the transfers to reserves and it just kept growing over that 5-year, that was very exciting, of course. And I just wonder how you come about with those projections for those revenues over that time frame, and because I found it to be astounding that by the 5th year of this program, we're looking at close to $1 million in transfers to reserves. So I'm just curious about how one makes those projections and what is that based on?
Maybe I'll start, and then about the sort of rough and ready assessments that we did at the beginning to start to build a bit of a forecast with some assumptions made, of course, about how much revenue we might be able to gain based on the current demands. We were able to allocate some resources towards the August-September timeframe to do a consistent approach to parking counts, not just for the downtown, but for the beach locations and other spots in town. And we were able to start to quantify what the current demand looks like for the numbers of users on a daily basis at all the locations. Then we looked at some of the parking rates that we could have, whether, $2 an hour, $3 an hour, maybe an exponential scale if you start to stay for 9 hours, that kind of thing. And we started to look at how much we could make at a Maltby, how much parking capacity we actually have there, how much we could make on a busy weekend in the summer. How does that differ from the seasons? And we really did a first order, rough order magnitude assessment about some of those revenues. And then we started to work with finance to say, yeah, this seems reasonable, and compared it to some experiences professionally that the CAO has had, that I've had and in Victoria with respect to the parking question, and started to build a bit of an estimated model. This, of course, is our first go round, and we need to continue to refine that over time. And we will continue to do our parking counts through the off season as well, and start to build what we think is a representative model of current demand, and then look at our rate structures and see what we can do. Do you want to add anything?
I don't need to add anything.
And I think just as a follow-up to that, as part of it, it was alluded to the communication and education factor. Any local resident, those that pay property taxes, would see that this would be an easy argument to further this program and to bring forward. I think of revenues from the community forest program in Ucluelet, where there's $1 million that can be transferred and utilized to bring amenities to our community. So I think that education approach with that in mind would be very, very beneficial. So thank you very much. And this is a long time coming. And as you pointed out, as a pilot project, which changes and the ability to monitor and be able to pivot and make those changes will be critical to the success of this. And thank you very much for the work on it.
Thank you. I don't have anything new to add. I think everybody made all the good comments. Just never thought I'd say the words, but I think paid parking is a good idea.
Okay, thank you, Council. Started off with a bit of a bang there. I'll see if I can keep your attention for the rest of my at least 4 slides. I kept this slide separate as no matter what we do for paid parking, we still have to continue to invest in our parking infrastructure at and near the beach locations. We did some guerrilla type interventions towards the end of the summer at Maltby and at Middles and a couple of spots along South Chesterman, and there's more work to do to improve the delineation of parking, add some safety devices, and look at paid signage and different things. And while this investment over several years is not insignificant, we haven't had a sort of metronomic approach to how we're investing in our beach infrastructure parking amenities. So we have at 1431, you might notice that some of the bollers that were originally installed there that have lights have rotted away. Those are not necessarily cheap repairs. We'll do as much as we can this year, but even for just an LED bollard and light repair, you might be into $25,000. So we have to continue to invest in the right sets of infrastructure and objects and equipment in there to make sure that those provide that safety and the services that's required. Any questions there? I'm not sure if Elise, is that slide kind of cut off at the bottom? Is that?
No, it's on the bottom.
I might have done that. Trying to make sure that whether or not Councillor McMaster turns on his video will be aware. So I just wanted to show him.
Okay. So I just thought
Maybe
maybe I
that's
clicked
good.
something that was wrong there.
No.
Okay. Just one highlight before I leave beach. What is a beach parking lot? When staff are currently referring to beach parking as a pay location, we are currently talking about Lynn and Chesterman roads as beach parking. So while it's not a surface lot, it is definitely providing that same level of service. So we imagine today that we would have pay parking for those locations, which obviously could be used as an annual subscription, or it could be a daily thing, depending. And it might have restrictions, like Councillor Law mentioned before, or as Councillor Anderson had talked about, where certain types of vehicles of certain size should and shouldn't park because of the safety issues with respect to those rights of way. So I'll talk a little bit more about Lynn and Chesterman Road as roads and as rights of way in a minute, but I just wanted to make that distinction for council's information.
Yes, Councillor Steer.
I just had a quick question in terms of the feedback in terms of the budget allocation in the 2021 budget, where you have 100,000 coming from CNI levy. So it's not as critical, but when I think of these things, something like, what is the expediency in those parking lot fix-ups to be done in 2021? Is that concurrent with providing that infrastructure for the improvement of the lots, to put in the infrastructure for our paid parking system, whatever that may be, and to show those improvements? Is that part and parcel, or is something with an overall sort of maintenance plan, long-term look at how we are going to deal with those assets as they will then definitely become? Is that part and parcel of a much overall larger plan moving forward with those assets, the parking assets, let's just say?
Thanks for the question. There's definitely a lot of overlap here. If we go down the pay parking road, we have set aside some money for infrastructure improvements, which is potentially much more than just kiosks at those locations. It might be numbered stalls, it might be delineators, it might be some other, some more branded type of infrastructure. If we don't go through the pay parking scenario, those beach parking lots especially need year-on-year improvements to their ditching, to the delineation, to barricades, to safety, to ins and outs and signage and paint. I think we're going to be searching for as many synergies as we can to get these numbers down, because this is not, that's $100,000 is obviously a very significant price tag for these improvements, and we will try to stretch the dollar as far as possible if we're going to do the pay parking to get as many of those pieces of infrastructure upgrades in place, and hopefully allow us to push this money either out to future years or reallocate as council priorities wish. So I think that's a really important point, is that this might change a little bit. The differences between what we invest on this slide versus the pay parking slide, depending on how we go at it. The next slide, there's a couple slides here about assets.
I've got one more question.
Just a quick question, Fraser, and it just follows on Councillor Steer's comments about taxation and CNI levy. Is there any options for RMI funds for any of these improvements or changes to the parking lots, or is it strictly pay parking, tax, or CNI?
I don't know intimately about the restrictions. I know we're talking about that internally, and April and Nyla both will be able to potentially say what's in, what's out as we go forward. I think it's fair to say that staff are looking at all of our funding options to reduce the impacts on taxation and to make sure that we allocate our monies to the highest priority.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just chime in. Yeah, certainly water access and beach improvements, that's a project area in the resort development strategy, which outlines the district's plan for spending RMI funds over the 3-year term. So certainly there's an opportunity to look at that. I think we need to consider how we apply those funds for the sort of highest and best use, to use Fraser's term there. And so I don't know that we would be able to fund the entire project with RMI, but I think it's certainly something that we can consider funding a portion of it with.
Yeah, I was just thinking portions. Slivers. Thanks, April.
Okay, the next slide I've got here is a set of slides about asset management programming. The first slide is a bit of an overview, and the second slide gets a bit numbers heavy. Essentially, what we aim to do here is to operationalize asset management to the core of our daily duties and responsibilities, and to take the good work that's happened between 2014 and 2017 and now, and really make that a program and a set of behaviors that are going to make our asset management performance go up, and make sure that our assets and infrastructure are at the right condition and deliver the levels of service that we desire. If I think it's probably best to go through this table with council just to show some of the mechanics of how we were going to break down the different initiatives.
Just wanted to let council know that that's been printed and distributed.
Oh. So what we've done here is we've tried to break out some of the overall program elements. So part of the program would speak to any asset class, and then each asset class will also have its own dedicated analysis and planning. This is sort of like changing the airplane wing in flight, where every day we do asset management. We go fix things that are broken, we plan for things, we budget, we assess risk, we look at levels of service, we consider the technical and the community needs, and we make decisions. What we want to get better at is long-term planning, reducing financial burdens or expenditures, stretching the taxpayer dollar as far as it can go, and having a more comprehensive discussion with council and the public about consequences and trade-offs. And then what the asset management program really seeks to achieve is to structure both the analysis and the understanding and the insights with a dialogue that allows us to make the most informed decisions as a set of professionals and engaged parties and entities. So the spreadsheet here is broken down into the overarching corporate asset management program, and then some asset classes that do necessitate some interventions even while we're building the structure of the program itself. So we've phased this along with obviously a fairly heavy front-end load on the areas that we deem are the highest priorities for investments now, so that we understand as much as possible to make good decisions year on year. The water system has been a subject of much discussion even since I've been here. It's my daily pet. I don't spend any day without considering the health and well-being of the water system and infrastructure, and it does demand the lion's share of the 2020 spending for this master planning and asset management process, to really take the work that's been done and to understand how we need to invest in that system to both service the needs of community as well as reduce expenditures over the decades to come. We also have responsibilities to go into different asset classes and to dive deep in some of the analysis to make sure that we understand the condition of those assets, the life cycle costs and the renewal costs, the levels of service that they provide, as well as the risks associated with them. And that's what is represented by several different asset class expenditures, which are sort of subtasks under an asset management plan. That's kind of woolly language, and what I'm trying to convey to council is that we are trying to take a commonsensical approach to doing the top priority things first, even while we're still building the program structure itself. It's not necessarily an opportunity that we have available to us to stop doing our daily jobs and just plan. And we need to continue to do smart asset management things every single day, but also get on top of our planning and I think allocate a little bit more rigor and calories to making sure that we have a really good program that we can put our heads over our hearts and say that this is a good, strong program for us that we can depend on to make smart decisions in the generations to come. And it's not just an infrastructure and public works discussion by any means. It's very much a financial, it's very much a program service level delivery question for every manager and staff person. And it's very much a council and public discussion about what are the consequences, trade-offs, and alternatives for us, and how do we make good decisions moving forward. So I don't know if going line by line is what's required. I'm hoping that paints a bit of a picture for council to understand what we're proposing to do here. And I think I'll stop there and see if council has any pointed questions about the data or the approach itself.
You knew it.
I knew, I was looking at you.
It's right on. Thank you, Fraser. And you just at the end pointed out that it's across all departments. And since my 2 years on council, our CFO has made it very clear how important this component is to the overall fiscal health, but also I also look at it from the community health perspective and how important this is to that. So coming up with the as you put the program and the structure, I'm fully supportive of moving forward in this, recognizing that you do have your day-to-days that cannot be ignored. And so sometimes they might not be able to fit directly into that larger strategic plan as you're moving forward, but that it's being well thought of. So I fully support. I don't have anything specific about that's what you guys get to do. But I am 100% fully supportive, and I think that it's been made clear since day one of my time on council how important this is.
Okay, if there's, okay.
Yeah, I just have I'd have a question that's it's a fairly big chunk of change down at the bottom, $310,000 for 2021. And I understand the importance of assessing and planning and knowing what we have, how it works, you know, how long it's going to last, etc. But can you just paint a picture? For instance, the water system master planning, it's $100,000. What exactly does that $100,000 go to? How does it look? Who does it? Where, like, etc. What does it actually look in real terms?
Sure. I would offer to council that these are untendered estimates, of course. It's very easy to spend a lot of money in this planning space if you're not careful. So I'll be working very closely with the CFO and the other stakeholders involved to drive these numbers down as best as possible. We also can learn from some of the expenditures that we've had in the past that have assessed these things maybe a generation ago. So, for instance, I said in an earlier slide about Q3 that we spend about $20,000 on low flow monitoring for Mears Island. That's the type of information that we need to bring and synthesize into a report, including the condition assessments of some of our assets, the potential replacement costs of our assets, renewed understanding of climate change models and how those will affect rain patterns, rain intensity, and especially our peak dry season that corresponds with our peak visitor season, tourist season. Population growth and different forecasting for how the different industries will develop in town. Technology scans for what's coming off the shelf as far as water treatment technologies, regulation changes that are on from a health perspective on potable water, firefighting, understanding of how the infrastructure that we're adding to the system we have to have a reserve of capability to fight fires even in drought seasons. All these types of questions have to be answered with consultant support. The number that we have here starts to get smaller or bigger depending on how many of those questions, how deep you want to go, and what's the pay grade of the person that's going to answer it from the outside support from across the island normally. Some of these experts that sit in the more urban centers in BC.
So just to clarify, these are besides software, infrastructure, stuff like that. These are consulting fees.
A large part of the water master plan will be consulting analysis to answer some of those questions so that we have an informed set of information and insights that can allow us to actually choose amongst alternative pathways.
We are going to be going, I think it's about 11 bullet points later, but we will be discussing in detail, I believe, the district water master plan as you have budgeted for. So I'll save the questions for that.
I think this is the most comprehensive, ambitious, and best planning that we've seen around our water infrastructure in a long time. I'm just curious, following up on Councillor Law's questions. I'm guessing that a lot of this might be funded out of the water and sewer reserves.
Yeah. So a lot of the planning, a lot of these items can be funded under the capital and infrastructure levy, and because it's going to help inform the asset management plan. Its purpose why we are collecting those funds is to adequately, appropriately renew our infrastructure at some point in the future. So we are drawing on the C&I levy funds to fund some of these larger master plans where our large asset categories are sitting. For example, the water master plan is 100% funded out of the C&I levy.
So there's no direct impact on 21 taxes just from these numbers. I mean, part of it probably would require taxation, but the most of it would come out of our reserves. Okay, thanks.
Just make a comment.
Go ahead, Councilman Master.
Yes, I am here. I'm really happy to see this management plan. I think this is a great start. Off the top of my head, I think the numbers are a little light. I wouldn't be surprised to see a 20 to 30% increase over some of the numbers that are quoted for water. But we've got to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Feel free to jump in whenever you want, Councilor.
Or window pane.
I usually do.
Just
go ahead.
Just one more comment. I know you've probably already thought of this, but I might as well ask anyway. Is these are outside consultants? What's the reality of using some of these funds to build skills in-house and do some of this? Is that a possibility, or is it just too specialized and defined to do something like that?
It's a great, through the mayor, it's a great question. We are searching for a manager in the Public Works Division. We could get a lucky strike and get an expert that has a lot of experience and professional know-how in one of these areas that could help shave off significant funding requirements, because we could do a lot of work in-house. We would still have to allocate the calories to do it in-house, but the price per hour would drop significantly. In some cases, we need to go back to the consultants that understand our water system. So as an example, the water system the best. And there's a few usual suspects out there that have worked on the Tofino watershed and water system for a large portion of their professional careers. And we would, I think, be best served by tapping into the brain trust associated with them, who have written those reports and understand that and have had relationships with both the infrastructure and the people that come before me. But we will do our very best to find out how we can develop some of these skills in-house. You will see in here that there's a lower cost for the fleet asset management program, because I believe I can do that. I have certain experiences that I will always try to take on as much as I can to stretch that taxpayer dollar. And in some cases, I just I'm not suitably qualified or experienced to do that. The other groups or the areas we are planning to build capacity, but most focused on the areas of asset management as a professional skill, whether as far as project planning and understanding risk, understanding life cycle management of assets and infrastructure and services, understanding levels of service, and being able to deliver that at the municipal level. And that capacity building will happen across the staff group. And that's part of our planning for the corporate program. So I think where we can be specialized, it may really result on or be dependent on who's in our midst and part of the group, but we'll do our best.
Thanks.
Councilor McQuaid?
I think Councillor Law brings up a really interesting thing that we often hear from the community about the amount of consultation fees that we pay. And I think that your explanation for me is really helpful to understand that we source what we can within any one department, but the reality of outsourcing to people who do something as a specialty is really important, as opposed to augmenting experience and taking the time and educational funds to do that for what we may use once or twice over the course of 5 years, as opposed to paying out a consultant to do once. And I think our community is getting better at understanding, and as the council does, about the value of having consultants in, especially having those specialized, those people with specialized skill sets that really bring a knowledge and capacity building for the information that we need. But I also do recognize the incredible people that we have on staff that kind of, like you said, you have an ability to do fleet and equipment management, and that is something that we have now built into our department. And I love that we are looking for those in our future hires, but I also understand, and I think our community is beginning to understand too, the value of hiring out consultants too. So I think that's a really great explanation that doesn't get brought up enough. So thanks for both of you for bringing that up. That's great.
I would also provide just a bit more assurance to Mayor and Council about at a staff level, no one wants to do a report that sits on a shelf and gathers dust. Everything that we want to achieve here is about operational and tangible benefits on a daily basis. So it does no one any service to do a bunch of analysis that we don't deploy as making better decisions on a daily basis. So we are looking at actionable intelligence to make sure that we make good decisions going forward. The next slide is being presented by me, but by no means my project. This is a project in partnership with Sustainable Community Planning, and it's been led by Aaron Rogers, and I just have the privilege of presenting today. What we've just planned for thus far is to solidify our baseline of both GHG emissions that are produced here in our community, as well as the risks and issues that are characteristics of our community with respect to climate adaptation. A lot of great work has been done already, and in some cases, when we baseline and quantify these risks, we can then assess our different options and alternatives and how we would move forward to reduce GHGs to zero, as well as to reduce tangibly our risks to rising sea levels, changing weather patterns, and different issues that come through a warming climate. This will manifest in a series of recommendations over the next couple of years and a strategies and plan development that will chart our course for climate action and allow us to make, again, informed decisions about how we should invest in programs and services. We will start to scratch on issues like embodied emissions and similar to the circular economy discussions that have happened lately, understanding what it really takes to keep this community running in the way that it needs to, and how we can continue to make and seek improvements over time in the issues of climate. So.
Councillor Steer.
Yeah, and I just wanted to reiterate once again, as I will sound like a broken record, once again, the federal government and the provincial government have recognized how important, and we have at a municipal level, how important the issue about climate change and the issues that we will be facing. But it always comes back to the limited capacity of municipalities and the small revenue sources that we often have. And I've noted that in your report that you will be looking at potential grants. It seems to me that this would be one of those areas that there is a very strong direction towards, and that the budgeted number for 2021 may be offset by what I'm seeing at a provincial and federal level as a very strong incentives in this area. So. Thank you for including that last line, and we'll continue to push for those revenues to come to our municipalities. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the next one, which is electric vehicle charging infrastructure. This proposed project would include 4 level 2 chargers installed at the municipal hall parking lot behind us. Which as we've allocated $25,000 for, which would include the $2,000 per unit plus the hydro installation costs. We are still chasing down some of these numbers with hydro and some of our and different service providers so that we can hone and sharpen our pencils in this area. And we've also added a bullet about potentially being able to also introduce a level 3 or a DC fast charger at the industrial way location in preparation for things like electric bus. That would be subject to external grant funding. Those are expensive installations, nominally around $50,000 per, which would change depending on where you do it, how you do it, and how much power you have. I would add and use that as a segue just based on the commentary that happened earlier this morning. We are in discussions with Hydro about the expansion of power here on the peninsula. They've recently done some surveying work here, and we're just waiting for an update, and I've been playing telephone tag today a little bit with the government relations folks to get an update on that particular switch upgrade and delivery of power that would help service things like community hall, but also, of course, the wastewater treatment plant and any infrastructure upgrades that we seek to achieve here in Tofino. So it's very much on the center of their screens at Hydro. 2020 being an interesting year financially. They haven't been able to give us a black and white set of assurances yet, but we'll hopefully have good news over the next couple of days.
I'm just wondering if a project such as this might sort of be tied into the parking pass, and maybe as in purchasing a parking pass that entitles you to use the EV chargers for free or something like that?
Thanks, Councillor Anderson. I think the coupling of sustainable mobility and parking, I think, is definitely in our sights. I would offer, you reminded me of something that I meant to say a little bit earlier, which is material here, I think, is that I think based on the fact that we have some of that electric charging infrastructure here, it's a very high value set of parking assets right here in the middle of town across from the Village Green. And we started some planning concepts about a sustainable mobility hub that could be here that could really advertise and incentivize and have high optics for showing that this is an allocated space for electric charging. It's allocated space for bus stops or shuttle stops. It's allocated space for the mobility choices that we want to see in community, whether that's car share options, electric bike storage, or covered higher amenity vehicle storage, bike storage. So we're having those conversations conceptually right now about how do we actually configure this space to kind of make that stuff pop. And we've also talked at the staff level about what incentives would we work into the parking scheme, which would be rebates or discounts based on the fuel efficiency or size of your vehicle, or access to different services like charging, without butting up against an equity piece where some people can't afford some of these newer technologies or more expensive cars, and striking a balance like we've seen in some other cities or communities across North America that offer a 20% discount for very fuel efficient vehicles when it comes to parking rates and that kind of thing. So there are, I think, add-on dimensions that we can place in here that try to incentivize people to the system that we want to achieve, and disincentivize maybe in some respects the system that we want to avoid, which is that sort of high polluting gas guzzler type of a scenario. So I think those are considered kind of best practice now as they're emerging in different jurisdictions across the world.
Yeah, I really do appreciate your comment about without disenfranchising those people who are not able to have electric vehicles or what have you. So I appreciate that you included that.
Okay, so staying on the theme of newness, I'll move into a zero waste program and a set of proposals which aims to address some of the solid waste challenges we currently experienced or are under here in our community. This slide is, again, the summary slide from the project sheets, and my next slide is a second dimension of the zero waste bins, and then I have a kind of pictorial slide or a highlight of some of the waste composition stuff that's come out of ACRD that substantiates why we would be suggesting such things. So I'll go through each slide in order and quite quickly, and then I think if council's happy, I'll sort of say this is my last slide in the zero waste umbrella, and that might be the best time to ask questions. So what we're proposing here is a set of funds that would be allocated to a reusable takeaway container trial. I think that would only be possible if we achieve the partnerships we would want with different industry players, food retail. We've seen successes in these types of programs in San Francisco and Portland and on university campuses that are compact and can actually have systems knit throughout their village centers. What it entails really is that there's a set of washable containers that can be used through a subscription digital-based platform that then get taken back or distributed and rewashed with a service provider and introduced back into the front of house restaurant again for use. And it really can take the edge off of a lot of the single-use items that we see in the container area. This has seen successes in both the tray configuration as well as coffee cup or the beverage container. And we've seen some inspiring results from companies in the States like GoBox or in the University of Oregon State, where they have a program with orange bins and orange trays that circulate the campuses there. I've had some initial conversations with different restaurant stakeholders in town, only a few, not very many, and just to test the temperature and see if there's interest in such a thing. This was a project that is being discussed in other areas like the cities of Vancouver and Victoria and different cities, and it's healthily in place in Portland and San Francisco. We have this characteristic DNA to be more agile here in the District of Tofino based on our size, and I think the value alignment with a lot of the players, and it could provide an exciting opportunity for us to drive some improvements in the landfill waste generation. The second project is, again, a conceptual project that discussions have just started with the Tofino Housing Corporation as a validity kind of level. Is this possible? What can we do here? Was if we were able to take a municipal project and actually take some smart decisions to divert a lot of that construction and demolition waste away from the landfill and use one of our own projects as an in-house pilot. The third bullet is a policy and engagement cost that would be associated to us as we transition towards the compostable curbside program that the ACRD will be introducing either in late 2021 or early 2022. And we'll have to amend our bylaws and have some community engagement to make sure that those are both maximized from a residential and potentially a business perspective. And the last one is, again, to start some planning discussions around how do we do resource recovery and actually start to expand some of these things, which has been highlighted in the ACRD solid waste planning documents that have come before council in the previous months. So not just anecdotally, but steeped in some informal analysis is what we're seeing here. And the reason I've brought this forward is we right now in our downtown public waste bins and our beach bins, we see about 3/4 of the volume is takeaway food containers. And we collect and distribute and landfill based on volume of waste, not mass, because we have bins of certain sizes that have to be collected or they're overflowing. And I think council is very much aware of the overflowing condition that we want to avoid. We also see about between 3/4 and 90% of the items that are inside, so not just the volume, are divertible or reusable containers. So that is why we're bringing that forward. We did our own semi-formal audit checks throughout the summer from different locations of bins throughout the community to try to get some data to understand quantify the burden that we currently carry. And that's essentially what we want to avoid is the rising costs of waste management, which is our operating cost to go collect, and the implications that might have on other priorities, landfill capacity, environmental impacts, and of course the aesthetic impacts of waste and litter, all of which everyone here is aware. So the moving from this make waste sort of linear process into something that's more sustainable is of course the underlying principle here. And this set of initiatives is aiming to reduce those impacts and to prepare for change. The next slide, if I can ask for council's patience for questions, just a couple more slides, is associated with just bins really all by itself. As a municipality, we share the responsibility for solid waste management with the regional government. Obviously, the regional government manages the landfill function and capacity for us to dump there. And we have this really interesting privilege and responsibility to interface with the public on how solid waste gets created and how it then moves around the community and goes either back into reuse or something else like recycling, or if it goes to landfill. The bins and the design of the bins themselves interface with the humans, and that's where really opportunities either made or lost. Right now, I would say that our bins are good at protecting waste from wildlife in most instances, but we've learned in COVID are very challenged by promoting diversion in any meaningful way, most predominantly because they're single bins or just refundables and trash. They don't provide a general recycling or a compost function. Some leading municipalities are moving to a more sort of multi-bin concept where 3 or 4 bins, like you would see at an airport or you would see in an office building, and they're able to start to restructure their operations for collection and get the diversion that they would hope to receive by having very well located and well architected bins. They do come at a somewhat of a price premium, but actually a little bit less expensive than you would think, because the bins that we currently actually purchase are quite expensive themselves. This pilot here looks at doing some more planning on the zero waste front, but also introducing more prominent dog waste bins that are dedicated to dog waste to try to keep some of the dog waste out of that and get ready for when we'll be able to put dog waste into the wastewater treatment plant, as well as introducing a couple of these multi-bit waste bins, as long as we can meet the requirements of wildlife safety and try to meet our objectives for COVID germ transmission as well as diversion potential. And that's what this, and then the last bullet really is, but in some cases we just need to put big bins where we need the most and they're expensive, so we need to allocate some funds. So then I'll come right back if that's okay, Councillor Law. This slide here, what it represents is, the top slide is that we are not necessarily driving the curve down to the targeted of 400 kilograms per person. We have a special and unique burden in the community here of carrying a lot of tourist waste load. And we also, if you could read it on the blue chart, which you can't, and I apologize for that, but illustratively, we're the second from the left, and that's a 2016 BC waste per capita
generation report, which shows us at about 800 kilograms per person before they started to attenuate for the tourist load and increase our effective population. And then there's a picture of our own waste bins, which shows a lot of those reusable containers. And here's a picture that shows if you put composting out of the landfill, you save 42% off the top with one initiative, which is the most impactful thing you could ever do. But all the other pieces of the pie, most of which are actually divertible. So what we know from these types of pieces of information is that we're not doing so great. We understand the challenges of commercial and institutional waste are driving the current burden that we carry, and that almost half of the waste that we currently see is divertible under the current stewardship programs that we have in the province. Theoretically, much more than that is possible through best practice globally on waste management. So this means, can we get to zero waste? Yes. Can we get to zero waste, no future landfill? Yes. How do we do that? Systematic prioritization of programs and resources. And what I'm recommending is, from my experience basis, what I feel are some of the higher priorities. And now I'll stop there.
Thanks. I actually was thinking about this when Michelle Hall delivered her circular tourism presentation, and I was thinking, oh, this really aligns well with that. With and I think it's a great idea, great project. I definitely support it. My only issue is where it's funded from. And then I think, if it is, as you say in your presentation, largely industry or institutional waste, or at least a large portion of that, and clearly a lot of it is, then getting funding strictly from taxation, I do find it an issue. And I just wish there was a way that we could, find funding that fits. That's my only suggestion. But I'm really excited by this project and the direction it's going. Thank you.
I think there was a grant opportunity recently, but it was really tailored towards curbside composting programs, which the ACRD is working on, and they might actually go after some of those funds. One of the most important questions, I think, on the solid waste, I said that we share the responsibility with the regional government is what is the municipality's responsibility to drive these down? And I understand that there's probably all sort of fit on the spectrum of where we think that goes. I think I hear the comments, and we'll continue to work on how we either go after funding opportunities or how this particular set of initiatives will be impacted by our lack of ability to get to the funding.
Councillor Anderson, first.
Yeah, just a couple comments. The reusable takeaway containers, I think the success that might sort of tie into how much people are going to trust using them in the time of COVID. So the timing on that might be have to be pushed back a bit just to make it work. I'm wondering if there's any interest in UCOOLIT of doing the same thing at the same time. I could see sort of benefits of tying in with other municipalities or even outside of our area that could sort of take advantage of more than one place doing it at once. And I don't know if there's would be some sort of advertising or sort of raising awareness that more municipalities than just Tofino could do. There was one other point I had, but I forgot. Oh, I'm just wondering if there's anything the municipality could do to, like we've done with, we charge for bags now in retail locations. So I'm wondering if there's something that you could do or we could do as a municipality to charge for takeout containers to sort of disincentivize the use of them. If that could be part of the program. So.
If I could comment on all those, the COVID proofing on the reusable absolutely is a major challenge or requirement of any program that would be successful. I think it would. I'm trying to get some information from the service providers that are currently in existence to see how they've weathered those types of challenges. We are in active discussions with Parks Canada, the ACRD, and UCOOLIT on aligning all of our color coding and potentially even bin type and design to make sure that when you get to the West Coast, at least the West Coast, it's very, very consistent about what's being asked of you and how the iconography helps convey messaging about how to do that. Because you have that 6-second rule as somebody approaches the bin, and if they haven't been here before, they're traveling from far away. Consistency really matters for sure, and we obviously share the same challenges up and down the peninsulas here. And the policy developments on single use, I think when we've written some money in here, which is low-level funding, but I think the future growth of some of those policy areas will have to start to attune to these emerging challenges when it comes to different materials. In our solid waste bylaw and some of the changes that could help incentivize those material specification, what's in, what's out, will be really important as we move towards composting. Some things that look brown and they feel organic, but they're actually not breaking down in the 45-day period at the compost facility. Those need to start to be shoot away, and where we embrace some of the materials that are going to work best for our back-end systems, both industrial composting as well as landfill.
Great, thanks.
Councilor McQuaid and then Councilor Steer.
Thank you. I had just a question about if we're paying for mass, or if we're paying for volume over mass, when we start to divert some of these things, are we recouping what we're paying there in any way, shape, or form that lessens the cost of what we're paying overall? Like, I understand that 100% of this is coming from taxation, but once we start to put less into the landfill, are we saving money as a municipality? How?
Through the mayor, I think that's an interesting one. The landfill generates its revenues through tipping fees, mainly. I'll look at Councilor Steer, correct me if I'm wrong, for this particular landfill. Tipping fees are tipped on mass, so tonnage, but we operate waste at this level based on volume. And it's always a kind of a funny issue. We don't have mass load cells on residential garbage. So when the truck comes, some of them are now getting outfitted with that, which you could say on that household, they only had 30 kilograms, so they pay less. What the ACRD is looking at doing is incentivizing less waste and more recycling and diversion at the residential level by having a pay to throw, so that if you decide your bin's not full this week and you don't put it on the curb, you get a discount for that avoided use of the service. So, and you can do that through RFID on your container and different technologies that exist now, which is really exciting stuff, so that the user pay principle becomes more of the norm for this solid waste stuff. So I think a lot of the incentives for community and business is going to be avoid the tip, divert as much as possible, but having a convenient system to have sorting and community and maybe growing our capabilities in that area is going to be really important. And that's why the recovery center, the reuse center is going to be important. So I'm not sure if that answered the question about how to seek better deals.
Yeah, that is helpful. Thank you. Councilor Steer?
Great, this may tie in a bit. My ever-evolving love and relationship with landfill and everything connected to that. This is, of course, another one that's very dear to my heart. But and it's been a lot of points have been brought up. But one of the things is that division of responsibility between the ACRD and the municipality and that relationship. You alluded to a little bit, as I'm sure most people are aware of how we are billed for that in our, like I like to call our contribution to the ACRD, and the services we receive from that, the benefits that we receive from that, and waste and how we deal with the solid waste issues is paramount in that. So one of the things that I'm is curious of is the relationship that we're having with the ACRD around, because there is a, and you allude to it a bit in terms of our responsibilities as a municipality for our garbage bins and that very direct municipal responsibility as opposed to the residential and the commercial use of our landfill, for example. And I'm just curious a bit more about that relationship. And to the other point in terms of directly to the budget, and it does tie in with the relationship with our ACRD and the way we fund things. It's one of those projects that I'm very, very supportive of. I'm just thinking of time framing in relationship to many of the other projects that you talked to, such as wastewater treatment, such as DL 114, some of those other areas that we've been talking about. And when looking at our budget area in 2021, trying to balance the financial demands that may be coming at us throughout the whole budget process, it is one of those areas that I looked at and made note of as to possibly looking at extending that time frame till we have more information about all those other areas, such as our wastewater treatment plant, such as the 0114, to push that allocation into the 2022 time frame as opposed to 2021. It's not to say that I'm not supportive of the program at all. I'm looking at the timing factor of that because I'm 100% supportive. So there's kind of two parts: that relationship between the ACRD and the solid waste that we divert out, and the question about pushing that budget process out to 2021. And I just did want to touch once again very briefly on as we know with that the increase in terms of our municipal collection of garbage. Garbage can be an opportunity, so I don't want to put it in a derogatory form, but is that it is a huge component of it is visitor driven in terms of those loads at a seasonal level. And I just want that to be once again reiterated that is one other area that the dominant industry that we value here for many reasons does have an impact on direct budgetary requests. So I wanted to bring that forward. So the two parts mainly were that responsibility areas between ACRD and the municipality, and maybe pushing that budget request to 2022.
Through the mayor, the relationships with ACRD, I'd say, are very strong. They have new staff now allocated to the organics diversion programs. Was here 10 days ago to visit and talk about consistent color coding, bin design, public realms, grant opportunities, designs of these services. When we first started to develop this budget, ACRD was advertising that they would be rolling out our curbside compost collection program and our multi-stream in late 2021. It looks like now that might be pushed into 2022. And starting to have internal discussions about some of these items may be best slipped. We do have to prepare for when they're ready, and I've asked them if they would be interested in actually getting on their compost program early because of the season we just had and how much waste went to landfill, but trucking that to Port Alberni and taking that on their industrial compost site there, which they don't know the answer to yet. So I think I'll maybe take that point for reflection and a discussion over the ensuing few weeks before our next budget presentation, and come back with comments as they relate to our next set of discussions. Does that seem an appropriate way?
Sure, it does. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, swiftly forward here. Even with the mask on, I saw a look there. The LED streetlight program. Niall and I have already identified this one as a potential project for us to push out a few months. Essentially, it's a project to move to LED streetlights, almost in concert with what BC Hydro will be doing for their own streetlights. There is a safety element to the LED street lighting upgrades. But it's primarily an energy savings discussion where switching to LED luminaires will save you over 50% of your electrical charges for that annual bill. And they will also vastly reduce your maintenance on street light replacements and upkeep. So a simple payback period, maybe between 6 and 9 years, depending on how our services unfold. I have some experience with these types of projects. You do need to do a bit of an engineering assessment first, and then you have to get out there in the bucket truck and get them replaced. Again, it's driven primarily by the financial gains from energy savings, and it's for us to consider as we move forward, not just for what council deems as a priority, but also capacity.
Yes, Councillor Steer.
Yeah, and this was once again one of those areas that I had made a note in terms of the time framing of the budget, and once again support the concept in general. We know that the long-term benefits will be there, but in terms of our 2021, and I seem to be very focused obviously on the 2021 budget area, that this it was another area that I thought if in consultation with Public Works that this once again could be shifted over that 2022 and 2023 budget area. That and with my note on that as well was and it tied into many of these things just in terms of the sheer volume that we're looking at, and I listed up the number of 2021 projects and the kind of the capacity that Public Works and Infrastructure may have. That it was the first thing that caught my eye was, well, how much can you guys get done in this year? And it seemed incredibly ambitious. And so that was part of not just the funding, but also just sheer capacity for what you guys are proposing to take on and what may be actually attainable in that year. So that was the two comments on that one.
Yes, Councilor.
Okay, so two quick comments on this. I've run a property maintenance business for 26 years, and this is a no-brainer to me. So I'm glad you're looking into it. I think it's a good idea and should be done by the municipality, by everybody, actually, honestly. And just also to just make sure that the dark sky compliant lights is very important to me. So just to reiterate that's not brighter.
Absolutely, I think that's loud and clear. Aaron Rodgers keeps me honest on that front for sure. I ran this program for the city of Victoria where we had 6,700 streetlights, and I didn't know what dark sky was when I started, but I sure knew about it pretty quick. It's really dark in Tofino. I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of struggle. I struggle with two things. One is gravel, and the other one is sheer pitch blackness. That being said, the privacy issue, the light privacy or light intrusion, light pollution issue drove our discussions in the city. For us, I think that is probably the priority swapped a little bit for dark sky. I completely take to heart and understand and advocate also for those wildlife implications of a dark night sky and realize and understand why that's a priority.
And I'm happy to say that while I'm a big fan of the dark skies, I'm also a fan of feeling safe. So just keeping that on the horizon too. I understand the dark sky policy. I do understand that I've had a lot of conversations in this community about walking or riding home and feeling safe. So just want to put that out there too.
Okay, MUP safety concrete delineators. At a very high level, I'm not happy with the current safety of the yellow wheel stops that flank the multi-use path. And what this project is a proposal to beef those up to something that provides more physical protection in the event of a wayward something entering into the bike lane or the multi-use path. The wheel stops that are out there, and I chose those words carefully, those are little pieces of parking lot aesthetics that allow people to park and nudge their wheels up to a place where they're going to make the least impact for the next guy that comes by, but is not meant to stop a vehicle or slow it down very much. And we have a very inconsistent approach currently to how we delineate or separate the bike paths. In some cases, we have a wonderful ditch that separates a moving vehicle from a moving child, and that's wonderful and also attracts the most amount of use. And then in other areas, we have a corner where there's a very narrow shoulder, a piece of yellow concrete covered in yellow polyurethane. That's the only thing that stands between that and something else happening that we never want to see. So this, we learned from some of these other cities and jurisdictions. The city of Winnipeg actually has quite a bit of intel on publicized about a study that they did to engineer and identify the right solution for configurable concrete curbs that can be Legoed together along a right-of-way to provide a much more protection, still maintain drainage capabilities, and do so in a way that's reasonably affordable. We're talking with MOTI on this project right now. They are supportive in principle, and they need to look at it and assess it from an engineering perspective as we go forward. We're hoping to hit them up for a little bit of funding support. Not got confirmation of such things, but I'm continually working on that. But again, like I said, they're supportive in principle. And what we would do here was allocate, propose allocation of funds, especially in those priority locations where it's on a corner, which would be essentially, if you're heading northbound, a left-hand bend, which the centrifugal forces would actually provide an impetus for a car to enter the MUP, and use those as our priority locations where there isn't a ditch or any significant boulevard to separate the car from the pedestrian and active transportation. So that I do have a picture. It's in my mind. It's not on the screen. It's just a burlier curb essentially, and I can show that at our next discussion.
Yeah, thank you. This was another one that in my notes was the major safety concerns, and you've alluded to all of those as a frequent user of that path out in front, and my children as well. I echo those and have been a concern for a while. There was two parts to this. I didn't know quite the relationship with MOTI and how that would play out in terms of that funding ability, what their responsibility area was for that. The other one that came to mind, because of the relationship that April and the MUP have had over, I'm going to say 20 years, that in conversation with her would that be something that was eligible for an RMI contribution to that in terms of those MUP upgrades? That to me, this is very directly related to that, and I didn't know if those conversations had taken place.
April's very well versed in this particular initiative, and maybe April, if I can ask you if you're there, did you want to chime in on the financial RMI side of it again?
Sure, the RMI tree. Yeah, similar to other projects, I think there is a potential role for RMI to play. I think we always need to be strategic about how we're applying those resources. So these are conversations that the director of infrastructure and I are having on an ongoing basis.
And further to that, April and Fraser, in terms of the timing of the budget, once again, if we're overloading, say for example, RMI requests strategically in a 2021 time period, is this another project that might be able to be looked at to looking out into a 2022 where that maybe the allocation burden that we're putting on RMI potentially for a project could be dispersed over maybe a later time frame?
Yeah,
another point of discussion. Yeah.
Through the chair, I think, yeah, there's grant opportunities out there as well, as I talked about some recent funds that had been applied for. So I think we want to be nimble enough to be able to take advantage of opportunities to partner with MOT or to leverage grant funding wherever possible.
And if I could, through the mayor, a really important distinction I would offer professionally to council is that this is a safety-driven project, not an energy savings or a cost savings project. And I would give this my full support as a priority project for 2021, based on its benefit to safety for the community.
I concur. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Anderson.
Just one comment. Realizing that it's primarily safety that we're looking for. There may be places where the path goes far enough away from the highway that maybe something like a planting or something more visually appealing than concrete might be appropriate, but yeah, I support the delineation. Yeah.
Yes, Councilor.
Just a quick comment. As you say, safety over street lights. If you had to pick, I'd certainly pick the concrete barriers. Pushing something to another year.
Through the mayor, understood, and as Councillor McQuaid raised, the LED streetlights has an important safety element as well, and in many cases the same demographic uses both systems and relies on them for safe travel. But I think that the risks associated with the MUP are I would assess as more significant.
So the streetlights are a replacement; they're not putting new ones in, right? So there's light presently. Yeah.
Yeah.
Both good ideas.
The current LED streetlight doesn't propose new street lighting, just our repair by replacement. The next slide I have is a nested slide for some road design projects that prepare for future years. I think it's best for me at the district to start moving design projects into a year prior to construction projects so that we can have meaningful and time to plan and make sure that we have the right consultation and dialogue about certain designs before we go build them. So what this is suggesting is setting money aside to actually get ready to build things by doing the designs ahead of time. The four elements on here are the Arnett Road and Cedar Street, which are two different, obviously, areas, both related to what we will dig up in the right-of-way as part of the wastewater treatment plant, and the conveyance lines that extend in those areas, and to make sure that we have those designs in hand, ready to go for when the time comes to actually put those roads back in a configuration that we like. The Gibson and First Street connection, which remains a active transportation corridor that links the school towards the hospital and out towards Tonquin is an important condition that I think has to also be formalized as part of the wastewater treatment project, and to make sure that we have a design that is supportable by council and community. 3rd Street and Neil Street, as has been presented to council, are going to be subjected to different upgrades around the skate park and the tennis courts. We have some parking and sidewalk challenges that encroach upon high importance pedestrian amenities for school kids getting to and from the school along 3rd and Neil Street, as well as the frontage for the skate parks, etc. So we should get those designs done and make sure that we have those projects ready to go prior to construction activities. And of course, Sharp Road being the development at 700 Sharp Road and some road improvements there. Also a long-awaited gravel upgrades potential there. So the intent was to move those designs forward in 2021 and get prepared for having a design ready for build. And that was all my comments on that particular slide. Okay, next one was Lynn and Chesterman Beach Road design, which I've separated out because, like Mackenzie, it's maybe a larger animal that we want to have just distinctive conversations all by itself. But essentially what we're proposing from a staff level now is to design Lynn and Chesterman roads in 2021 and build Lynn and Chesterman roads in the years to follow. We are on borrowed time with respect to the surfaces on Lynn and a little bit less so, but still significantly on Chesterman Beach Road. Those roads are not going to last much longer than a year or two. And if we would like to both improve the amenities and also reduce future cost burdens, we need to get in there and we need to reestablish a solid surface and in some cases subsurface conditions so that those roads will last the right amount of time. Obviously lots of communications with the public about Lynn and Chesterman Road and their service levels of service that they currently provide for beach access. As well as their level of service that they currently do or don't provide for pedestrian activity, safety, and residents' amenities for connecting either a residential community to the beach that's in front or a residential community just to itself. It's the right-of-ways along Lynn and Chesterman between both highway access points is what we're talking about here. In some cases, like the frontage along Howard is in better shape than, say, the frontage that extends from between North Chesterman and Middle Chesterman, and there is quite a bit of right of way, and how we allocate space, I understand, is ripe for debate, and the engagement. We've also proposed a series of engagement here. What we envision is essentially how would we like to allocate that space and prepare that space to provide for travel with the motor vehicle, pedestrians and cyclists, and parking, and drainage? And how do you balance all of those things? There's some people that come out of the woodwork and say that we should culvert and get parking alongside where the ditches are not being used. There's a lot of people that are opposed to that, even in my experience of a few short months here in the district. But the usage rates continue to be extremely high. September 26th, long weekend, there was 133 cars parked between Osprey and Middle Chesterman, not even including South Chesterman Beach Road and not including the surface parking lot at North Chesterman, which is beyond capacity because there is illegal parking down certain driveways, et cetera, et cetera. So what we see here is an extremely important and valuable amenity for both community as well as visitors. And we see that the residents along there and the different groups that use that are impacted differently and sometimes negatively by the current configuration. These projects are not without their expenses. And I would say, based on what we learned on Hallison and what we're learning on Mackenzie Beach Road, is that the subsurface condition of these assets does not necessarily mean that it's a cheap thing to redo. But in order for us to plan properly and understand what the right design is and to actually make that surface condition work and make the facility work, we have to invest. So this project is essentially recommending the design and the engagement so that we get ready to build it in the future years.
Yeah, just knowing the condition of the road, that this can't wait much longer. The surface is cracking and falling apart in lots of places, and particularly at the north end, which seems to get the highest use. I'm suggesting that maybe if we are going to have drainage and widen the road to accommodate parking, that it might qualify for some of the MRD funding, or that it could become part of a paid parking program to cover off the cost of creating that parking. That might go a certain ways to gaining public support for a paid parking program if they can see that parking is actually tied to the parking fees. That something's being done to solve one of the problems that we have. Anyone that's driven down the road when the parking is full and people have their doors open and they're changing into their surf gear on the street, it's really reduced to one lane traffic in a lot of places. And in some cases, both oncoming traffic lanes have to stop and work out something. So it's a high risk situation in the event of an emergency as well. I'd see it as being quite important.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Just quickly, thank you, and it's an important, having lived out there for quite some time. Once again, you pointed out that September weekend, and a lot of this, once again, I would say, is visitor driven in many ways, but it also, I know many residents that utilize that year round, and so the benefits I'd say would just not be visitor driven, but that there would be in this case some clear benefits to our resident community.
I also just want to make one remark that I want to just us all be mindful of the fact that RMI money is a finite amount, and so far today I think I've heard us all say almost every single project that can we do RMI for this. So just remember that it is something that will eventually run out, and it does have a purpose. So directing staff to every project to something that I would not want to necessarily do for every single project that we're looking at.
Okay, the next slide is a project that council is familiar with, and it is going to eke into the 2021 financial year. Probably not as a welcome reality, but I will be back in front of council in a couple of weeks to provide an update, which is now sitting at about an 80% design and a Class B estimate for the Mackenzie Beach Road project, and a couple of options for future phases for the turnaround at the end of the road condition, which is somewhat subjected to some land use decisions and land use negotiations. I think council understands the priority, staff definitely understands the priority to get this built, and the intent is to still have this constructed by May long weekend as our target. And we'll get back in front of council in the next couple of weeks to go through this in detail and actually show the design to council and the public, and to talk about the rationale behind that particular way forward of the recommendation. Similarly, Olson Road storm main, which you heard me say in Q3, is kind of if I was to just play that back to you, where we've got that design in hand, and I'll be back in front of council in a couple of weeks with the same story. So if council's happy, I'll just go through these quite quickly. 4th Street to Gibson Street storm and sidewalk. This is the pond that heavy rains result in a lot of standing water at the sort of, I don't know which way we're facing there, the east side of the school parking lot, the corner of 4th and Gibson. We have progressed to a complete or a 100% complete design for an additional storm drain in this location to alleviate those flooding risks and to get that storm water across Gibson Street and into the creek bed and back to the ocean. I was there watching the water flow on Monday after we, sort of our 150 millimeter kind of accumulations, and we may attempt an intervention here with a catch basin actually along the school sidewalk frontage, and as before the water wraps around the crosswalk and then starts to accumulate towards the baseball diamonds. It says and sidewalk here is because some of our couple of meetings with the school to talk about the fact that there is no sidewalk that currently links the school frontage to the baseball diamond. There is some interesting parking behaviors in there that are not necessarily as welcome as some might think, and And of course, having active transportation connections in and around the school is extremely important priority for us, as the multimodal transportation plan would dictate, or conventional transportation prioritization would inform. The sidewalk in front of the school itself is not part of the scope of this project, but is will be in need of replacement in a couple of years for sure. And what my intention here is to potentially do an intervention in the wet months, in the next couple of wet months ahead, and then continue to work with the school to understand what's the right design. And we have set some money aside for the sidewalks that would link towards the baseball diamonds. And we'll come back to council as a dedicated report about this project to make sure that we have the right balance of priorities and plans.
Yeah, thank you, Fraser. You probably noted the vehicles parked where the trailers are, that the water had come up over top of the floorboards, and had a discussion with the owner of the vehicles there. I'm just curious with the relationship with SD 70 in that area, and you pointed out quite clearly that the sidewalk in front of our elementary school there in terms of the prioritization. The relationship with SD 70 in that particular area, how does the municipality interface in terms of that sidewalk, and you know, do we share that with SD 70? Is it something that we completely take on, or I'm not sure of how that works?
The current configuration of our property lines run sort of alongside the edge of the back end of the gravel.
Yeah.
So that we have the right of way that we own as a municipality to put a sidewalk in there. Of course, understanding who the stakeholders are who that would serve, it's really important to make sure that we're all involved in the planning and the different design options. There's been a lot of discussion around future parking scenarios that they would deem as more appropriate or beneficial than the current informal trailer graveyard condition that we currently enjoy. And whether they could dovetail into our paid parking program to have something that would help them generate funds, but also in partnership with us and making considerations, of course, of using our systems and some cost sharing, that kind of thing. So those conversations started before I arrived, and are now kind of happening again as we start to talk about different parking configuration management in the downtown and the village fringes, including the school, and also as it relates to these capital investment programs. So I don't have an answer for you, as much as it's definitely part of the current dialogue.
Yeah, and just in concurrent with that, that space that you're talking about, the trailer graveyard, there was some discussion with Harbor Authority in past, and the relationship, that may be a conversation when you get to that stage between SD 70. There were some I think very positive ideas structurally between District SD 70 and Harbor Authority in terms of the usage of that area. So just something that you may not be aware of.
Okay, the next slide is culverts. I wanted to spend about an hour here if I could. Just kidding. We don't really have a funding line for replacing for culvert replacement, and we have a lot of failing culverts around town. It's a storm drainage project. I haven't done as much rolled up sleeves works on identifying all the priority locations. I have a working list that's been informed by my staff group on their experience with failed culverts. And this was an attempt to start allocating some funds to the storm drainage issues because they can result in localized flooding if not managed properly. Any questions on that? Okay, so the sort of financial mechanics are the next couple of slides before I go into the water and the sewer, which will be a little bit faster than we've experienced thus far, I think. So, I indicated to the CFO before that I would need a little bit of help on this, but essentially this is the summary of what would be your detailed financial spreadsheet that rolls up and allocates funds across the different service areas, infrastructure areas, and funding lines. So the revenue sources that we see here is the 60 assumes a certain contribution for works of MOTI for administration. The public works yard is transfers from works and services revenues. And then there's some internal transfers to the different service areas that are represented as revenues in this current chart, including transfers from the capital to support capital from the CNI level levy, the RMI, and some DCCs. So I admittedly, as my first budget here, I'll sort of say I need to learn a little bit more about the intricacies of these types of financial sort of codifying, and I'll continue to do that. But if I get asked any super hard questions right now, I'll probably get a defer.
A good strategy.
Okay, so I'll go through this one, and then the next one is expenses, of course. Staffing, administrative overheads, includes training and salaries, as well as some other overheads. The public works yard building, just what it takes to keep that facility and class of facilities going. DCC contribution is an actual one-time to the Tofino Housing Corporation.
Yeah, maybe I'll just take a minute and speak to that because I don't actually reference this in my report later on. So this is reflective of the 50% decrease with respect to affordable housing that the DCC bylaw allows. This is for 700 for Sharp Road. It doesn't relate to DL 114, but so this number is subject to change, and for the next budget meeting, we can expect this to increase slightly. So if we do decrease DCCs by 50% for affordable housing, the district has to make up the other 50% and contribute it to reserves. And so that is typically done through taxation. If we can identify some surplus funds at the end of the year that we could allocate, we can allocate those monies to pay for that in the following year. So at this time, I don't have the DL 114 number, but I should have it by the next budget.
The next line item.
Just I think I understand, but so the 50% DCC decrease or would it be made up through taxation, and but there may be some other avenues to make that up, not directly from taxation, but essentially reserves are a form of tax collected. Is there another area that I'm missing, or?
No, I haven't decided on what the funding source will be for this item just yet. Some options will be through property taxation, current property taxation, so 2021. Or if we have a surplus left over from 2020, then we could perhaps allocate it from there. That's likely where my recommendations will come from, but I'm unsure at this time how I will recommend that.
Great. Thank you for that. And the next line item there, which is capital projects, represents some of the discussion we've been having, of course, already, which is LED lights, PV chargers and stuff. And staff will be going back to our internal discussions about potentially phasing in the timelines as per council's commentary thus far. Obviously, we would like to make those numbers a little bit more consistent and lower over time as much as we can, but to still be able to achieve the different objectives we have as a community. And the internal transfer to reserves as a steady state, I can't really speak to, but if there's any questions on that, we can talk, or I can move to the next slide. This next slide is a set of other expenses as they relate to different funding lines or service areas, and we see those fairly consistently applied over the years to follow, except for the washrooms, garbage and stump dump, which reflect those zero waste projects that we've talked about. The operating budget then rolls those previous slides up into a single summary, and I would suggest that, of course, the highlight here is just the order of magnitude of the numbers and how they separate over time, with a significant proposed cost allocation for the 2021 budget. So moving to water, Council has seen in the Q3 reports the deferral of the DCC technical report, but of course important projects for us to make sure that we have the right cost structure, rate structure for DCCs that contribute to paying for infrastructure. And our focus to get on top of this in 2021 as a priority, interwoven with our asset management programs and also our water rates and master planning programs. The next street is the Bay Street water treatment upgrade, also part of a report coming soon to a council meeting near you, and the one that I'm on the hook for to provide a little bit of a deep dive for council to make considerations. Of course, understanding that we have applied for the grant, but wanting to know exactly how we'll move forward, especially in the event of not receiving that grant funding, to make sure that we can have that important project completed in the nearest possible time frame. The district water master plan, we've spoken at some length. I'll do a pause deliberate here, as Councillor Steer mentioned earlier, that he might have some more questions, but essentially I think we've probably highlighted the sort of rationale or the approach for this particular set of projects.
Yeah, I think it has been covered up on many of the aspects of the district water master plan, and reading through, and it was a very clear direction from council about needing the appropriate data, and so that we can make those very informed decisions, because as I'm sure you're well aware, coming in just in the last 2 years of being on council, the number of projects that have come forward without, to be honest, the critical information that I think would be necessary to make that informed decision. So very supportive of this moving forward. And I did note in there, once again, it's one of those where I wanted to, in terms of a budget process, if there was a way to even further expedite in the 2021, but you laid it out fairly clearly in there, but just wanted to emphasize for myself, how important this is in terms of our ability to make those important decisions.
Through the mayor, this file is an active file currently with internal review and discussions with stakeholders and different consultants in the past that have provided services in this area, as well as the development of the statement of work, so that we're ready to hit the ground running early in 2021 with this important set of work. As the CAO and I have discussed, that this is one of our highest priority future leading infrastructure planning projects for sure.
Great, thank you.
Next slide is the next two slides are carry forwards from the 2019 financial planning process for the 2020 budget. These were developed before I got here, and arguably I don't know enough of the history of these two projects and the reports that underpin them from Coors and Associates in the early 2010s. So there has been some internal discussions about our ability to defer these projects and what the risk profile of that deferral would look like. These are older pieces of infrastructure, asbestos pipe that historically we've been repairing systematically as we go through our utility. And in some cases, they sit underneath the piece of road that we want to rebuild as we redo skate parks and parking and different asphalt conditions. So we may be justified in an approach that we could come back to council and say we could defer these from a risk-based scenario based purely on the asset itself, but then we would have an opportunity cost that we would want to take to get it done now, so that we can build the road we want on top of it and get out of the skate park and not disrupt the public with two separate projects or incur any rework. So we're carefully looking at these, and April and I are planning, and we'll come back with a recommendation before or at the next budget present financial planning meetings to say what our final recommendation would be, and they remain in the portfolio as per the 2020 plan. And that's this one, as well as the 4th Street water main upgrade. Financial gearing slides for water. As you've seen already a couple of times today, that charges are a bit healthier than we had originally forecasted, and the capital project transfers are the numbers that you see in the transfers from reserve, which are rolled up in the total in bold. And if I go swiftly forward on that to the next slide of expenses, again, a similar format where we show expenses as they include overhead, which is also safety systems and administration and training and gear and equipment, and then specific line items. Reservoirs are all of our tanks and reservoirs, so that would be Bars Mountain Reservoir, including Osmosis Reservoir, that kind of thing. And the treatment at the bottom, which is the two plants, the Bay Street and the Sharp Road facility, including the control system or the SCADA system, which I think is important to mention as a significant portion of overall costs.
And Fraser, just on the water revenue side, and just from my own memory, in the transfer from reserves of almost $1 million in 2022, what was? Can you remind me, maybe CFO or Fraser, why the transfer close to $1 million in 2022 was?
Yeah, so that will be capital project based, and so I'll just take a minute here and go.
Well, now that brings it up, I think through the mayor, I think it's important for me to note that the master planning process and the asset management process will actually refine and potentially change these out-year planning numbers. So there were, even before I got here, some numbers placed far in the future for osmosis upgrades. I think this includes a reservoir upgrade to Sharp Creek, or to the Sharp Creek Reservoir, or the osmosis reservoir, raising the wall of the sill of the dam, that kind of thing. Those were projects that were in the horizon, which I don't yet know if those are the right ones to do at that time, and that's part of this master planning process.
Okay.
I think that's
That's ringing a bell now that you, yeah.
Yeah, so that has to do with the 2 water main projects that Fraser just spoke about. We're unsure whether those are going to remain in the budget. That line is also including transfers in from the general operating fund. So when you charge the levy, it's taxation, it comes in through there.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's a wonderful point, because the exact exercise is going to define if and when we do expand an osmosis or a Sharp Creek reservoir, and how, if and when we add a tank, and where and how, and how we plan for what does the replacement of osmosis treatment plant look like, and how to do it.
Well, and that's, yeah, the master plan, you know, those are all the questions that come forward in my mind. You know, like you've talked very clearly about things such as the, you know, conservation strategy, the cost-effective strategies, and then if we're projecting out an expansion to a reservoir or a growth of a water treatment plant, where these are incredibly expensive projects, as there are much more cost-effective, potentially much more cost-effective ways of going about that, where you can extend those asset timelines out quite a bit further into the future, or if at all, for that matter. So thank you, I do appreciate that.
So the water expenses, this slide just outlines some of those discrete funding lines, and as they roll up to the totals in the next one, which is the summary slide, and then I'll go on to sewer if council's happy for me to proceed to the next utility group. So sanitary sewer, the first project that's in the slide deck here includes the I&I study, or the infiltration and inflow and infiltration work, which is to understand how much rainwater and stormwater is getting into our sewer system, either because there's cracks or roots infiltration, or there's illegal things connected to the system. This can have a significant impact on our flows in previous years, and we're currently looking at some of the models of our rainfall events and how our flow meters indicate the increases, so we can start to quantify the level of risk that we're carrying today, because we don't want to necessarily upgrade or increase the capacity of our pipes if we can somehow otherwise avoid the burden in the first place. So this is an important set of consultant-supported engineering analysis that would help us understand how do we avoid those types of costs in the future, and how do we make sure that the right fluids are in the system.
Once again, another cost-effective way of looking at the system as a whole, and yeah.
So I'll move on to the next one. Please, Mayor and Council, please don't hesitate to interrupt if I'm going too fast, as I know I've taken up a lot of the bandwidth today. The wastewater treatment plant, as we talked about this morning at the Q3, the CAO and I will be in front of council in the coming weeks to talk about our pathway forward to get back on tender again and get this project built for what is an more affordable total than what the bids came in at before. So we will be continuing to move this project as meaningfully forward as possible. Any questions on the wastewater treatment plant?
Here we will eat.
I have like 6.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, so I'll go on from there, and we're back into the financial gearing slides, which is probably the wrong term, but it makes sense to my mechanical mind. And I think the biggest takeaway for after the revenues and the charges and some of the debt proceeds and the grants, of course, are beyond my pay grade to explain, except that we understand that there's revenues from a rate-based system. Is council happy for me to proceed past this slide?
Yeah.
Okay. Expenses, I think the main takeaway on the expenses slide is that, oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one. So this is just, again, the same formula of how we actually pay for the services split across the different funding lines, which is people and things. And the next one, we'll see that the capital projects expenditures are an assumed set of expenditures if we were able to get on contract and start the project again in the fall of 2021. And then we would be at a certain amount of the monies expended for the sort of 2+ years following the start date, which we're saying right now, the earliest possible start date we would assume to be about the fall of 2021 at this stage. That's what that line of capital projects really indicates. See, our operating budget again. Here is just the rolled up totals. Council has been briefed many times on the financial implications of that particular project in itself. I would be happy to announce what that is the end.
Same for you. 5 minutes? Yep. We'll adjourn until 2:56. Maybe I'll remind council that we only have an hour left, so we need to be efficient.
For council's consideration, we have the financial officers report.
And I believe we have a presentation from our Chief Financial Officer.
Hi, okay, I'm just gonna take a minute and share my screen again. Okay, so thank you for sitting through all of that. I know that was a lot of information and a lot of content for today, and I think that we got some great feedback to work with and move forward and prepare for the next budget meeting. So I really appreciate all the time everyone took in asking questions and having that discussion. So as I mentioned, my report is quite brief at this stage. I don't have any specifics on tax rates, but I do have some information, general information on the infrastructure levy, as well as what taxation is currently looking like based on the current financial plan that we are in right now, which is the 2020 to 2024 financial plan, and then just projecting out there another year. So I just wanted to remind Council what has been adopted and is included in the 2020 financial plan with respect to the capital and infrastructure levy. Staff hasn't made any changes to what has been adopted in the current financial plan. There continues to be a reduction of 50% in 2021 of the infrastructure levy and 25% based on the amount that was previously proposed in 2022 and 2023. So at the same time as we're seeing a reduction in the first 2 years of the financial plan, we are also seeing a contribution from general surplus funds from previous years to help reduce the taxation amount that would have to occur to make up the difference. So we are seeing in year 4 of the financial plan 2024, the capital and infrastructure levy move up to that optimal level of investment. And as you saw a few moments ago, the Director of Infrastructure and Public Works presented a comprehensive plan, asset management plan, which will help us determine whether we are at that correct level of investment for the current infrastructure that we have. So we'll be looking at refining our inventory, making sure the replacement values that we've projected are correct and that the service life of those assets are correct. That's the best information that we have available to us has helped us determine what that level of investment should be.
Now I have a question for you.
Sure.
This is from, those reductions are from what the decisions we made quite quickly during the start of COVID when we thought we were going to have a pretty rough economy with a long recovery. And being that obviously didn't play out that way and we're looking at a pretty strong continuation, have you thought about re-increasing those amounts for the levy, the capital infrastructure levy? Long day, sorry.
I mean, it has crossed my mind. However, I am sticking with what has been included and adopted by Council in the current financial plan. However, if Council would like to discuss looking at something different for the next draft of the financial plan, I would be open to having that discussion, and I could help put some scenarios together, perhaps, or consider something different for the next meeting.
I personally think it's worth looking at again. See if anybody else has any
I
comments.
would support that.
Yeah, Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, I'd definitely be in support, as Nyla said, of looking at a variety of scenarios. I'm definitely torn between the anxiety that this coming year is going to bring and assuaging some of that with an established understanding of what the taxes are going to be for the population, and also understanding that our recovery has nicely recovered this year. I think all of this needs to be nested in the fact that we did not know what was going to happen this year, and we are unsure of what's going to happen next year, and making our best guesses while keeping our population and our residents well informed and able to anticipate what's coming, I think is really important. So I'm happy to look at a variety of scenarios, but I wouldn't commit to moving anything around right now for me.
Again, Councillor Steer.
Yeah, that you guys have articulated well. Just a quick question, Nyla. During our discussions at the time, you had felt comfortable with the way that we have proceeded because you were taking that longer term picture. But I definitely would support looking at a variety of options. But just wanted to ask again, are you still comfortable with that position that we had talked about in the spring in terms of taking that long-term approach and understanding the uncertainty of the time and why you proceeded in the direction that you did?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for all of those comments. I think, yes, we did have a look at this quite quickly. We didn't have a lot of time to react and change some things in the budget. And this is one area where we changed significantly in order to reduce the level of taxation, in order to make sure that we would get through the year with a strong cash position, as well as in consideration of how our own own source revenues would land for the year due to that economic impact of COVID. So while I am still very comfortable with having a look at this in sort of a long-term way, and knowing that this sort of shorter term reduction in infrastructure levy won't necessarily impact that longer term investment, I think that we don't know what will happen in the future down the road, say 10 years or 15 years, where we may need to react quickly to a different scenario. And if that means reducing the levy in 10 or 15 years for something else, perhaps if we feel confident with where the economy is at, say for 2021, and we don't want to reduce the levy so significantly, we can look at changing that. And I can certainly, as I begin to develop tax rates, which I will be able to do for the next meeting, start to show council what the impact will be if we reduce the levy by only 25% or 20%, or perhaps reduce the amount that we're funding out of the surplus so that we can use some of that money elsewhere in the budget for some of these other items that council still sees as a high priority, however doesn't want to see such a large impact on taxation in 2021.
Thank you. Councillor Law, sorry.
Thank you, Nyla. I do think that approach is wise. I think it was a pretty drastic cut, and we didn't realize the loss of revenue I think that we thought we would in town. So I think some options coming forward would be helpful and well received.
I do just want to be mindful of I do just want to be mindful of the fact that that not everyone experienced the same boom this summer. So as we're moving forward and understanding that, yes, perhaps overall we didn't experience the worst case scenario, there are a number of businesses and people in this town that did experience that. So I just want to be sure and to understand that sometimes certainty is something that is a lot more desirable than we might understand at this table. And looking forward and knowing for the next couple of years what people will be looking at, I think is important as well, just as important sometimes as the money. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Nyla.
Okay, so yeah, I think that this discussion on the levy can't be looked at in isolation. It does relate to the next slide that I have here, which is familiar to council, this 5-year tax calculation, along with considering perhaps some different options for the infrastructure levy, how much we charge, if we reduce, if we use surplus funds or not. It will be part of a bigger conversation, which is that blue amount in this table here on what we charge for the general municipal tax amount, and that's to service all the areas within the general fund outside of water and sewer. Right now, we're proposing what is in the existing financial plan, which is a 2% increase per year. When we move quite quickly throughout the last part of the 2020 budget process, we made some fairly significant decisions. One was to reduce the infrastructure levy, and one was to reduce service levels. And I think we can all agree that we heard quite clearly from the community that we reduced service levels to a level that was not appropriate for what we encountered. And I think, to be fair, we didn't know what we were going to encounter. We didn't know if we would have demand for services in certain areas, or how much demand we would have. And certainly we were not prepared or resourced financially and from a staffing perspective in specific areas such as bylaw, for childcare services as well as recreation. And so to bounce back and recover quickly from what we went through over the last many months, I think that had we all the knowledge that we have now of what was going to happen, perhaps we would have made different decisions when we were adopting the 2020 to 2024 financial plan. So I would like to afford us the opportunity to reflect on what we have learned, reflect on the information that we have gained and the knowledge over the last many months, and apply that to this financial planning process. I have been reflecting on that quite a bit. I'm also reflecting on the advice that we received from the province and the ministry, which was to stay the course. I mean, we are a local government and we do need to provide these services, and the community is going to expect these services. And I think that we need to make sure that we do have the financial resources from a tax perspective, from an infrastructure side of things, to ensure that we deliver the services that are required in the community. So I think it's probably quite clear after seeing all the managers present in the different service areas that we are approaching this financial planning process in a different way than we approached it towards the end of the last budget process. So we are considering the service levels that we need to have in place to make sure that we can effectively move through, particularly those busier months in the year, so we can provide the bylaw services, the services through Public Works, ensure that we have childcare throughout the year, as well as steady recreation services. So this table I do offer to council, or provide to council every year, and I think I've addressed that blue base amount on the bottom is increasing at 2% per year. We're still actively looking at that. That may look different when we get to the next draft of the budget. The next section there in red is the capital and infrastructure levy, and as I mentioned on the previous slide, in 2021, we're seeing that at quite a low level. I've included 2020 just as a demonstration of what that looked like compared to the 5 years to follow. We did not tax for the levy at all in 2020, and then you can just see that growing from taxation from 2021 up to 2025. 2024 is when we reach that optimal level. The green amount there is our wastewater treatment plant debt, and you can see that in 2020 that was larger than it will be in 2021 and 2022. And the reason for that is we expected to be in the construction phase of the project. As we borrow funds, it's at interest only, and we're not going to reach that fixed principal and interest payment amount until we've locked in that debt and the construction is more or less or closer to complete. So that now is moved out and projected to 2024. So in the way it's looking right now, and this is subject to change, this is quite preliminary at this point, and based on the current financial plan, we're looking at fairly steady tax increases in the first 2 years to recover from the 19% that we didn't tax in 2020. for the infrastructure levy. We're looking at growing that back in and bringing it back into the budget over the next 2 years. And then in 2023, we're looking at building that levy up even more and then increasing the taxation with respect to the wastewater treatment plant debt. And then in 2024, we see another large jump in taxation because there would be full payment of the wastewater treatment plant debt and full payment of the proposed, or full taxation of the proposed infrastructure levy. After that, the tax increases outside of the base level of taxation begin to slow down and steady out, and they will remain at a more consistent level. That was a lot of information, so maybe I'll just pause for a moment and see if there are questions.
Thank you, Nyla.
Okay. So I'm just going to take another moment and switch the screen that I'm sharing. In Council's packages, there were 2 documents that were included. One was a 2021 consolidated worksheet, which provided the project listing by funding source. I'm just going to take a moment and go through that. Here we go. Couldn't see it. Okay, and I mean, basically we provided this listing and consolidated look at the project. So council would have the ability just to see all the projects in one location and particularly look at the funding sources for those projects. And so this document, as well as the 5-year consolidated listing, which looks exactly like this but includes all 5 years, is a really great planning tool for the management team. So this is what we were initially proposing, and a lot of high-level discussion on projects that may not remain in the financial plan in the years that they are being proposed. They may move out, and that discussion today will help us do that. But it's a tool for us to have a look at when we're balancing the financial plan, which projects are funded by taxation and how does that relate to, how does that relate to us and our ability to balance the financial plan. So I just wanted to highlight some of the different funding areas for all of these projects being proposed for 2021. We had a lot of discussion today about perhaps moving some of these projects out and not seeing such a heavy burden on the taxation. And so there's $500,000 in taxation in 2021 that are funding some of these projects. So now begins the process at the management level and through discussions with council and the feedback we received through public consultation on how do we start to prioritize these items to make sure that we can come to a more balanced budget. So some of the ways we do that is we have a look at council's strategic plan and recent discussions and likely soon to be updated strategic plan. We have a look at the priorities that were discussed today, and we also have a look at consultation feedback as well as what types of projects we can pull together and help leverage other funds so that we can join a couple projects together across departments, in which case that we may need to carry out the project in that year. So I just wanted to highlight how we use this document and why having a look at this or look at it like this has some benefits. I also wanted just to take a moment to highlight column 8, which is the funding of all of these projects from the capital and infrastructure levy, which is at close to $600,000. So we have been charging this levy for many years now, and we are slowly working towards that optimal level of investment. But I just really wanted to highlight here that an equivalent amount or a little bit more is coming from the levy, which is helping us leverage other sources of funds. We can use some C&I levy amounts while we contribute to certain projects where we can use RMI funding or perhaps grant funding. So when we were developing the asset management investment plan, we very much had that in mind. We would like to come to a place where we could build a level of risk into that investment model to take advantage of some of the grants that might come up throughout the years, and then use some infrastructure levy money to help leverage those grant funds. So we're likely going to see more use of the infrastructure levy now that the investment plan is well established, and that the asset management investment plan is getting more and more informed and better established within the organization. Any questions on funding sources or projects just generally?
Okay. And this is probably a larger conversation. It's we discussed property taxation and we discussed C&I levy, and to me it is still property taxation that we contribute to the C&I levy, and I understand why we break it out because we utilize it in different years. But it is just a good reminder to me that it is still a form of property taxation that we put aside. So even though we do separate it out, it is to be mindful that that does come directly from property taxation. I just wanted, I know it's a much larger conversation, but I just wanted to bring it up into the room.
Absolutely. And I think what this helps us explain is that when the levy was being established, there was a lot of conversation about why do we have to pay through or for future repairs or maintenance or renewal of infrastructure while I'm paying my current taxes. And I know asset management planning hasn't been on the books in many municipalities in the past, and we need to kind of make up for that time, and we also need to look forward. So it is a really it's an effective planning tool to have the infrastructure levy, but absolutely, yes, it is tax dollars from previous years. The alternative of not having saved for those amounts is having to tax all of that in 1 year, which would be over $1 million, in which case we just have to do current year's taxation at a lesser amount. So it is sort of spreading out that burden over many years. So thank you for raising that point.
I do appreciate it, and I have been a very strong supporter of putting away money for the future, and but thank you once again. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. So there is some financial information that we do require in order to prepare and get through the next few months to develop draft tax rates and have a more fulsome discussion on taxation for the 2021 tax year. We are waiting for the non-market change reports, which we receive the preliminary in mid-November, and then we'll receive another one in January and March. And those are the reports that indicate to us what type of new construction there's been in a year, if there's been any subdivisions, and how that impacts the tax roll. Or the assessment roll, sorry. We received the completed assessment roll at the end of December, beginning of January. We'll be able to start working with it. And at the January meeting, we hope to then have a thorough discussion on taxation, tax burden, and also tax policy. The revised assessment roll, which we use to base our final tax rates on, is received in March, and at that time we will finalize our tax rates. Of course, we do tax on behalf of other agencies, and so we will have to wait for most of those tax rates and requisition amounts before we can finalize and adopt our tax bylaw for 2021. Based on legislation, we can adopt our financial plan bylaw we must adopt our financial plan bylaw before our tax rate bylaw, and we need to adopt that before May 15th. So we can proceed with adopting a financial plan bylaw, which we hope to do earlier this year prior to adopting our tax rate bylaw, which will likely have to come later in the year due to not receiving that revised roll until towards the end of March. So we still have several policies on the go that we were not able to get to this past year, which is the long-awaited debt policy and the reserve fund and surplus policy, as well as some updates to the tangible capital asset policy that are required. So we hope to bring those forward in the next few months. So the next steps will be taking the information we received from today's meeting, today's discussion, having a look at priorities and moving things around and working again with the management team on preparing an extract of the budget. We will also engage in public consultation via our website. This will be our initial consultation. It won't be the only consultation that we carry out throughout this budget process. As mentioned earlier today, we will set our proposed budget meeting date for January of that that should say 2021, but the date for that is to be determined at this time. And then we will have our second public consultation session in February 2021, that should say, and that the date of that will be, and the format of that is actually going to be determined. So we are looking at some different platforms on how or for public engagement, and we will hopefully have something outside of our website that we'll be able to use to encourage engagement and consultation on the budget. We will endeavor to have presentations to stakeholder groups. We weren't able to do that for the 2020 financial plan, but we hope to do that in some way and format this year. And then we will move on to our third and final budget meeting, where we hope to seek authorization from council to prepare financial plan bylaws and tax rates bylaws. And we do need to adopt it before May 15th. It should also say 2021. I don't know where my mind was when I was typing that out. So anyways, that concludes the presentation. If there's any final comments on the financial plan, we are all still on Zoom and happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Steer.
No, I don't have any.
Yeah, I did just have one kind of final thing. I understand that a project sheet wouldn't have been included because it is an existing project, but I just wanted to bring council and staff's attention to the service level review that we have been, we've kind of been pushing off for a little bit. And I just want, you know, we did do some strategic planning, and I just want to bring council's mind to just remembering that a service level review gives us a great idea of what we have, what are our gaps, what do we need, and what do we require to get there. And I think that having something like that in place, obviously not prior to all of these budget items, but keeping a service level review and our strategic planning in mind, I think will be really helpful. So I just wanted to make sure with you, Nyla, that was still a horizon event ever arriving, that we will hopefully be able to dig into that service level review and put my endorsement behind having that on the budget and making sure that that's going to come about. So.
Thank you for that, Councillor McQuaid. I neglected to provide an update on that in the Q3 presentation. It was included, it is included in the 2020 budget. For items that won't be completed in the current budget year, we will consider bringing those ones forward, and those items will come forward in the January, the second draft of the budget meeting, either through a reassignment of funds or through other sources of funds.
Thank you.
Sure. This is our last chance to say anything. First of all, Nyla, I just want to thank you for this and all the managers. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the clarity, the organization, the consistency. For me, it was excellent. Thank you. I just have a couple things to go back that I noted down. The recreation strategic plan and the park strategic plan. I just wanted to mention that to those managers that perhaps SD70 being included in those discussions and just broaching the subject of the possibility of exploring an MOU with our school in any way that can mesh. And yeah, just one last reiteration that I would hope at some point to that staff would consider a community children's center strategic plan as well. And, I would be interested in that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions? Yes, Councillor Anderson.
This is for CEO, possibly. I'm just wondering how this iteration, this draft of the budget was sort of under the current strategic plan, and then by the time we get to the next meeting, we'll be somewhere through a new strategic plan. I'm just wondering how that might play into it.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, you more or less answered the question for me, but the budget preparation, as was indicated this morning, started months ago. Council has begun conversations about what a new strategic plan might look like. We hope to report to council on, we will report to council on that before the end of this calendar year with something that's in draft form in a few weeks, and then hopefully we get that finalized. As we're preparing the next iteration of the budget, we'll refer back to a revised strategic plan, presumably. So we haven't been able to do that in preparation for today, but yeah, moving forward, we will be doing that. What the implications of that are, I mean, I don't know at this point. But there was, I'm expecting there are things that we haven't talked about yet today that we'll need to talk about in January.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Nyla. That will move us, could I have somebody move the recommendation to move to closed session? That's one.
I recommend we move to, oh, here.
You have to read it.
I recommend that the meeting be closed to the public pursuant to sections 91 A, C, E, and K of the Community Charter to discuss matters relating to personal information about an identifiable individual who holds or is being considered for a position as an officer, employee, or agent of the municipality, labor relations or other employee relations, the acquisition, disposition, or expropriation of land or improvements, and discussions respecting the proposed provision of a municipal service that are at their preliminary stages.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Okay,